Is Councillor Woods with us or not?
He was.
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just couldn't see you on the list, but all right, I think we're ready to get started, ladies and gentlemen. So I will call the meeting to order, and I apologize for the late start here. We'll begin as we usually do with the playing of O Canada. Yes. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. So I'd like to welcome everybody to the council meeting this morning. We have a number of guests in the room, and we'll be introducing some of them shortly. And we also have a number of folks online. I'll begin by introducing the council, the councilors who are here in the room. On my left or right is Councillor Janice Bray. I'm Mayor George Comrie. Next to me is our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, and at the far end of the table, Councillor Joe Lamb. We also have Councillors Brian Woods and Scott Nash participating via Zoom today, so they'll be online. Now I'd like to ask if there is any pecuniary interest to disclose on the part of any of the council in today's business.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Nash. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 5.1.2, I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest for. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, then we could move. We've got order papers. Oh, they're in here. Sorry. Our first item of business then would be to approve the agenda. Whereas the members of council of the municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented. And I did a mover and seconded. Councillor Lamb. Do you wish to make
I'll move it.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to,
Mover and seconder.
or we'll get a mover and seconder, then you can. Councillor Bray is going to second. Did you wish to?
Yeah.
Amendment, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I want to introduce or add to the agenda. We received on the weekend some information from the mayor with respect to a delegation at the Roma conference. And I'd like to add that to the agenda for discussion this morning. I understand the deadline is to apply for this, so we should try to fit it into our agenda sometime before then. And we can discuss it. So I don't know where you want to put it.
Well, I guess it doesn't.
You want to put it as part of the
Well,
committee of the whole?
I'll see if if our clerk has any opinion as to where it should be.
Yeah, well, through you, your worship, there are multiple places you could put it, but certainly committee of the whole would be the earliest opportunity for you to discuss it and then potentially have a decision of council coming out of committee of the whole.
All right, so why don't we add it then as 5.1.3? At least that's the amendment, 5.1.3. And I'll just call it Roma delegation. That's an amendment. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
I'll move the amendment. You need a seconder for that.
I'm assuming that you're,
I'll second.
okay, so let me call the question then on the amendment. Are those in favor of the amendment?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. And now can I ask for the, well, is there anything else about the agenda? If not, can I call the question on the agenda itself as amended? All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have as presented and that was 5.1.3. Okay, that brings us then to item 4 on our agenda, which is presentations and delegations. And the first one, we're pleased to welcome Ellen Walker, who is I'm going to say new or relatively new executive director of the Westbury Sound Health Team. And for everybody's information, Westbury Sound has the newest health team in Ontario. I think it's the newest. I don't think there've been any since and this is a fairly recent development. So we're pleased to have Ellen with us this morning, and she's going to share something about the health team and about what they're doing and her role and so on. And then we'll have an opportunity for councillors to ask questions. So Ellen, welcome, and the floor is yours. Do you have any slides that you want to share with us?
I do. I'm going to share my screen now. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. Are you seeing that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm Ellen Walker, as you mentioned, and you are correct. We are the youngest Ontario Health team in Ontario. So I've been the executive director for the West Parry Sound Ontario Health team for just over a year, but I have been involved in the development of this OHT for years, helping out through various stages of the application process. And this last year has been a whirlwind, but in the best way possible. So it's been really just amazing to see and to hear the energy and passion from our healthcare teams and community members, many of whom have been involved in pushing for this change and transformation while balancing everything else on their plates, and getting the chance to lead this work alongside such a dedicated group of healthcare leaders is honestly it's been the privilege of a lifetime. And so I've been working here in healthcare in West Parry Sound for over 10 years now. And in that time, I've had the chance to work with many of you on various committees. And through it all, I think that one thing that has really kind of stood out to me is that this community knows how to come together. I think we all have that experience within the community where, whether it's through kind of health and social service organizations that are building integrated programs together with community members, or, volunteers who have stepped up during really tough times. The dedication that we see here in this community, I think, is really just incredible, and it's part of the everyday work that we do. It's part of what helps us to do the work that we do, and I think that time and time again, the community we show up for each other, and so seeing that commitment and that drive to make things better, I think, has been nothing short of inspiring, and I think is a huge piece of why we've had the success that we have in this last year in coming together. So leading that transformation with all of you has been an incredible honor, and I'm so excited to be here today and to tell you a little bit about what we're doing. I think that we have a real opportunity here to shape the future of healthcare in a way that reflects the needs and the strengths of our local communities, and that's pretty exciting. So excited to bring you along for the ride here today, and to answer any questions, and hopefully to see some more involvement between us over the next couple of years. So beyond work, I like to also start by saying that West Parry Sound is also home to me. So I am also a community member here. And I'm grateful every day that I get to live, work, and play in the 6,000 square kilometers that make up West Parry Sound, from Moose Deer Point all the way up to Port Loring and everywhere in between. This is where my husband Mark and I are raising our two daughters, Meredith and Audrey, who are 7 and 4. And this is where my family is rooted, and where I get to enjoy everything that these vibrant communities have to offer. So to be able to contribute to the wellness of this community and hopefully help to shape the future of healthcare in this community is really important to me, both professionally and personally, because I have aging in-laws that are going to be aging here in community, and I also have a family that I'm hoping to raise in a well way. So I believe very, very deeply in the people and the communities here in West Parry Sound, and I think we've got a really special place. So thanks again. So why does the West Parry Sound Ontario Health Team exist? What is our heartbeat? And so Simon Sinek, whose work many of you may know through his book Start With Why, it reminds us that great leaders and organizations inspire action not by explaining the what we do or the how we do it. We do that obviously for accountability reasons, but by clearly communicating that why, it is really kind of the driving force and the foundation that sustains that meaningful action. And so part of the work that I'm doing here is trying to get us all together and moving toward the same why. And so at its core, the West Parry Sound Ontario Health Team exists to build a healthier and more connected and a more equitable West Parry Sound community. And it's not just a vision statement on paper, and I think that sort of comes through a lot, but it's a call to action, and I think it's more of a declaration to our commitment to the people that we get to care for, to the colleagues that we work alongside, and the future that we're determined to shape. So our why is very deeply rooted in the realities of the communities that we work within. We're not the South, we're not Sudbury, and we're not even Muskoka. And so when you talk about us being the newest Ontario Health Team, we really dug our heels in and said, look, we are West Parry Sound, and we are different. We are our own organization. We are our own place here. So that belief is grounded in decades of shared experiences and strong relationships and a proven track record for success. And all of that is rooted in one essential truth, which is that we know our communities best. And so the reality is that our healthcare system is struggling, and patients too often feel lost in a fairly fragmented system. Caregivers who are looking after loved ones at home are feeling overwhelmed, and providers are stretched thin. And I think that what sort of sets us apart here locally, and why I like to talk about the incredible strength and resilience that we have, is that we also see something else here in West Parry Sound, and that is extraordinary potential. And, you know, our community is resilient and we are innovative. We have a very long history of solving complex problems together. And now we have this opportunity to truly transform our system to be deeply rooted in that dignity and that respect and that equity that we're all striving for. So it's going to take courage. It's going to require breaking down silos and building trust and listening to one another. And I think, you know, over the last year, I have seen time and time again organizations and people within organizations, you know, reaching across the table to lift other people up too. And most importantly, is to listen to patients, residents, clients, family members, and caregivers who are relying on us to hear their voice. So trust means putting our collective goal and that why ahead of individual interests, and it means leading with that sort of transparency and that will to collaborate and to build a better, more connected system. So when we focus on that why, kind of everything else falls into place. So it is that why that kind of aligns us with Ontario Health's quintuple aim, and why, you know, when this opportunity to become an Ontario Health team, why so many folks in West Parry Sound region said, hey, we want an Ontario Health team here. We believe that we, you know, align ourselves well with what Ontario Health is trying to do here. So that quintuple aim, what we're looking at here is to enhance the experience of care for patients and caregivers. We are looking to improve the health of our population, so the overall health. We're looking to ensure that our public healthcare system is sustainable for generations to come. We are also looking at the well-being of providers and looking to support that well-being for providers as well. And I would argue most critically, we are looking to advance health equity. And so equity it's more than just a policy goal. It's the foundation of the work that we're doing, and it cannot be an afterthought. And I think we've heard this time and time again, that, you know, when we're looking at the very structure of our Ontario Health team, to be considering what it means to have an equitable system, and in order to build an equitable system, the foundation and the structures of that organization have to be equitable as well. So we're working very hard on that, but I want all of you to be thinking about that. You know, how do we make room at the table? How do we make sure that the voices are at the table that really need to be there? I also think that we have to have a bit of a reality check from time to time, in that healthcare today is very, very hard, and burnout is real among healthcare providers and caregivers and so on. And it can feel very heavy, and it can feel impossible to find the energy to reconnect with our passion at times, and let alone a purpose. And that's exactly why this sort of broader why, this sort of bringing people together to move toward a single purpose, why matters more now than ever. And I think it's what has been giving us this strength to collaborate and to move forward together is getting on the same page. So I've done this exercise with a lot of groups over the last year, and I'm going to do it here today as well. And it's sort of an exercise of imagining what a future state of healthcare could look like in West Parry Sound. And so, you know, I want you to imagine with me for a moment, what if no patient in West Parry Sound ever has to tell or retell their story because our system worked as one? And, you know, what if no caregiver caring for a loved one at home ever felt alone because they knew that support was always, you know, within reach? And I want us to imagine if, you know, a healthcare system where providers felt valued not just for the care that they provide, but as individuals whose well-being is also a priority. And what if, and this is, you know, I think, again, that really kind of structural piece of this, what if we had a healthcare system that heard not just the loudest voices, which is where we're at right now, but recognized that the quieter voices carried just as much wisdom from different perspectives. So that's the future that we're working toward. And it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a lot of time. It's not going to be easy, but our why will sort of carry us through every challenge and decision along the way. And we've seen that time and time again this year already. So as a council that represents your constituents, you play a critical role here, a crucial role in making this vision a reality. And so your leadership can foster that trust and guide that collaboration, and ensure that we are staying focused on the needs of the community. So I would like to invite you to reflect on your own why. Why are you here? Why did you put yourself forward as a potential council member? What role will you play in shaping the future of West Parry Sound? And, I think that together we have the opportunity here to build a system that truly reflects every individual in our community, and that why, that piece that we're looking to is meant to inspire us and to challenge us and to continue to drive us forward as we create a healthier, more connected and a more equitable future for all in the region. So I want to make sure I leave some time for questions here. So I'm just going to kind of briefly show some of the core partnerships that we're looking at. I apologize, these are a bit grainy. We've got to work on getting some better copies of these. But these are our core partners that we're working with. And so these are folks that have signed on to what's called a collaborative decision-making agreement. We are just wrapping up the final stages of that now. There will be opportunities for further engagement with other organizations to come on as well. We also have a very strong affiliate partner organization. So we have more than 25 organizations that are part of the Health and Social Service Network who are advising us on this group, on this work. We also have community communications with 7 Indigenous communities along the 469 corridor, as well as with the Friendship Center in downtown Parry Sound. But one thing I wanted to just draw your attention to at a very, very high level here is around Ontario's Primary Care Action Plan. So this has been widely reported on. So I hope that this is familiar to you already. If not, I encourage you to learn more about it or to ask me questions about it. I'm happy to chat about it more. But the Ontario Primary Care Action Plan is really focused on connecting every person in Ontario to primary care. So it has outlined a mandate for 100% of people being attached to a family doctor or nurse practitioner in a publicly funded team where they receive ongoing, comprehensive, and convenient care by 2029. That action plan, it supports this mandate through 3 pillars: connecting people to primary care team, making care more connected and convenient, and supporting providers. And really importantly, there's some really key legislation that has been passed around this that is important for every person in Ontario to be aware of. It also reinforced the importance of delivering the right care in the right place at the right time. And so in the memo that we received from the Ministry and Ontario Health indicated that OHTs are expected to lead and align their primary care network efforts. And I'll talk to you a little bit about what our primary care network looks like here in just a moment. But we are meant to align the work that we're doing here and to help deliver Ontario's goal in connecting every person to a primary care team. So a large part of the work that we've done over the last 6 months has been focusing on those items. So I'll leave those there just for a second. But I have a video here to share, and I did note that there was a little bit of challenge with the audio during O Canada, so I want to make sure that this is going to come through. There is music in the background, so I'm going to play the first 3 seconds. If it's not coming through, please let me know, and perhaps we can send the link out and instead just go to question period. So I'm going to start it now. Hopefully there won't be an ad. Were you able to hear the beginning of that audio or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Our geographical area in West Parry Sound stretches far and wide. We have 6,000 square kilometers that we're working with.
Right off the bat, there's too many people in our area that don't have attachment to primary care.
To find a primary care provider is hard. That's the biggest thing.
I want to see patients seen on a timely basis, and at this point in time, it's just not happening.
So they're relying on other avenues for primary care, such as emergency departments and going out of area, or just not having healthcare at all.
We know that the healthcare system is strained. People are tired. People are exhausted. When we are asking for more capacity, it's not going to work unless we can figure out how to work together.
The Ontario Health Team was put together to provide a attachment and access for all patients in the province, as well as provide timely care.
As part of the work the Ontario Health Team is doing, there's a local primary care network that is currently in its infancy stages here in Parry Sound.
What we're trying to do is efficiently manage funds and provide that attachment and access, while at the same time developing clinical pathways for better chronic care.
To take all of the different siloed aspects of care and try to make them more cohesive.
So CMHA may be able to help with certain barriers that the family health teams or NP clinics are experiencing. We may be able to, hey, we can help you with that.
What you call it is a no wrong door approach. Anywhere that you access the system, that you should be able to be navigated appropriately to where care makes the most sense.
So someone having a primary care provider, either a nurse practitioner or family physician, that they're able to see.
So that their chronic illnesses are well managed and they aren't having to rely on the emergency department for their primary care needs.
Not only sort of wellness in terms of medicine, but thinking about, housing and how can we connect with the social services. It's talking about how do we make sure that patients have the right food to eat, healthy food to eat in their communities. How do we provide a system that isn't just reacting, but is setting up patients and setting up people for success.
Recognizing unattachment is a huge issue, and how do we support attachment? How do we support access? Either in person or virtually, whatever kind of works for them, and that they have access to them as well.
So that patients are caught earlier rather than where I'm seeing them downstream in the emergency department or admitted to hospital.
In the past, we family physicians were thought of managers of all different diseases, but it comes down to now family physicians need to be skilled in complex care and management of chronic conditions such as COPD, CHF.
A community paramedic basically tries to eliminate that unnecessary transfers to the hospital for more low acuity episodic things that should be treated by primary care or could be treated in community, which would free up resources in the emergency department for real emergencies and hopefully assisting primary care so that primary care providers can do what they do best.
What we're looking at is clearing the Healthcare Connect waitlist by spring of 2026. Beyond that, the goal is to have 100% attachment to primary care by 2029.
I need to make sure that the healthcare system is ready and is appropriate for my grandchildren and their children.
We know that Indigenous voices, Indigenous ways of knowing, Indigenous connections through community, Indigenous, approaches to health haven't always been the center. And we carry that truth with us.
And we see that, but we need to live it. And that's what we're trying to do right now. We're really trying to live it and bring it all together and move forward.
To understand what it means to be a good partner in healthcare development. And we understand that those relationships can only move at the speed of trust.
How do we break down all of those barriers so that everybody has equal access to care they need? That's the work we're doing.
And it's quite exciting to be able to be at this table and look at the end goal for our community here in Parry Sound.
This primary care network is our primary care network. And if this primary care network can build a system that is going to truly wrap care around folks, we need you at the table. So I think I'll leave there. I hope the audio came through okay. I know that sometimes that the internet and so on can cause some audio challenges. If it didn't, I'm happy to share the video as well through email. So I think that's it for me today. I'll leave it there and open, I guess, the floor to questions, if that's okay.
Sure, thank you, Ellen. We'll open the floor to questions. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thanks, Alan, for coming out and the presentation. When I saw your name on the agenda, I asked Nigel, our CAO, whether we could talk about the nursing station or the nurse practitioners here in Whitestone. I said, oh, well, that's a little offside, but that's a very critical thing to Whitestone. Many people gave a lot of money to support and build this nurses station. And I feel I get a call every month from people, and I feel there's a big disconnect between the services that are offered by the nurses station and what are not. Some people get admitted and they're able to go in and use the nurses station. Others are told to go home. I had a call, in fact, 2 days ago from someone who went into the nurses station, and they had some sort of ailment, and they were told, oh, I don't think we can fit you in today. And so this person insisted, and they said, okay, well, we'll have you come in. He noted when he was doing that there was no one in the waiting room, and he got treated for whatever it was, and he came out and there was no one in this waiting room. So, you know, he was calling me to say, what the heck's going on, right? You know, can't fit you in, but no one's here, right? And again, that's how it was related to me. So I guess my question to you is, how do we get someone to come to council and delegate on the nurses station in Whitestone so the public can ask questions, or at least have a paper that says, here's when you get care and here's when you don't get care, right? And 80% of our population is seasonal. So they're here on a sporadic basis, right? If they need blood work or something like that, do they get in or do they not get in? Their doctors may be in London or wherever. So anyway, I won't go on any further, but there's a disconnect here with the nurses station in Whitestone, and how do we at least address it, Ellen?
So first of all, that's operated by the Westbury Sound Health Centre, not by the Westbury Sound Ontario Health Team. But I think that your starting place is to reach out to Naomi, the manager of operations, or to Donald Sanderson to have some more communication on that. I know that they do have communications that they've been putting out to other communities as well on the services that are there, that I'm sure they would be happy to sort of clarify some pieces. I also wanted to just note that it is a nurse practitioner-led clinic, which is under the primary care folks within Ontario Health. So I think just having a conversation with them, I think is a really good starting place to understand sort of what a nurse practitioner-led clinic is and what is sort of a requirement within the work that they do. I do know that we have had a lot of folks who have wanted to access services virtually instead of coming into clinics. So that may be why you're not seeing people in the actual waiting room. We're really trying to increase that a lot, but I really can't speak to the specifics about the organization because I'm not in that position any longer. So I think it would be worthwhile to reach out to Naomi and have her come and do a delegation. She's a wonderful manager there, and I think she would be I can't speak for her, but I'm sure that she would be happy to come and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'd ask staff to get a hold of Naomi and perhaps come out for a delegation over the next 2 or 3 months to us so we can talk about the nurses station. Thank you. And thank you again for your presentation.
Councillor Bright.
Hi, Ellen. We have known each other through the VSAB before I retired, and I was certainly interested in seeing this come to fruition. What I'm curious about is how, one of the things I've always been concerned about is because in a lot of other instances where things have been consolidated in one area, sometimes the outliers don't get as much attention as the main areas. And so, and I look to other organizations that have, where we've seen amalgamations and things like that happen throughout this district, and the district of Parry Sound loses out. My question to you is, how will you make sure that the outlying areas like Whitestone, because we're the furthest east, and the south and the north, that they also do get the same attention, or certainly working towards that equity that you talk about in your presentation?
That is a fantastic question, and I think that this might be the thing that I'm most passionate about is rural healthcare and making sure that those services are extended into rural communities. So the Primary Care Network has been working toward a regional plan, and we submitted it to Ontario Health last week around some of the services that we would like to see sort of extended. And there's a lot more discussion around what that is going to look like, but I know very, very well that centralization of services does not work. It does not work long term in terms of making sure that communities continue to be involved in the work that's being done. So there's a couple of ways that we're going to be continuing that. So there are community advisory councils or community advisory committees at all of the nurse practitioner-led clinic sites. So we are looking to strengthen those and make sure that those are feeding into the work that the Ontario Health Team is doing as well. And so that's a really key piece to maintain those. And there was discussion around amalgamating those into a single community advisory committee, and I have advised against that simply from work that I've done in other areas where when you do that centralization, you start to lose some of that input from the broader areas because you get a little bit more. One individual representing a full region is not really going to create the level of equity that we need. So that's a really key place is around continuing those community advisory councils and making sure that the OHT is part of that work. And so working very closely with Naomi and Donald Sanderson on that. And then the other piece there is also making sure that each of the communities that have these nurse practitioner-led clinics that we're continuing to build those out as local health hubs, right? And that's part of the legislation and part of the work that we're working toward is to create this health home network to make sure that those services are really robust out in these rural communities. And we know there's a recent study that came out along the lines of care that is your primary care that is provided close to home and the importance of that in overall wellness over a lifetime. And so that's really what we're working toward. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good. And I do hope that, I know you held, or are holding some meetings, community meetings, and I do hope that you will consider having one here.
Oh, absolutely.
And we would really appreciate that because I think that brings it a little bit closer and allows people to be able to have a say right in their community, because I know that a lot of people can't travel to Stigling or Carling or anything like that to go to the other meetings.
Yes, so we held one in Seguin and Carling just as pilots because we had held similar sort of health. We held them as pilots just to see how the events went, so that we could pivot if we needed to if they weren't going all that well. So our uptake in the events, we had a little bit of a short runway to get those up and running, so the uptake was a little bit lower than expected. I think we had about 30 participants across both. So what we're looking to do is to sort of change direction a little bit and maybe reach out to the municipalities across the Westbury Sound to ask if it's possible for us to sort of piggyback on any existing events that are happening instead of creating our own, just in order to sort of drive up some of the participation there. So we will be reaching out. We're having a little bit of a regroup to see where we need to kind of adapt a bit. But the goal is over the next year to get out across the region to hold those community conversations.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from councillors?
Okay, that's
Michael. Okay, I'll ask a quick one then. I hope it's a quick one. Ellen, you mentioned you made reference to this commitment. I think it's a commitment that the government of Ontario has had to try to connect everyone to a primary care provider of some sort or other. Maybe it's specifically a physician or a nurse practitioner. But it seems to me, and this is certainly relevant to the question that Councillor Lamb asked, we really have a dearth of nurse practitioners available. They're in pretty short supply. And I think they do in fact represent a really important strategic input to addressing that particular goal. Do you have any comment you could make on what is happening to try to create more nurse practitioners so that there'd be more to go around? We have, as you know, we have eight. I think it's 8 nurse practitioner-led clinics, and my understanding is one of them is still currently closed for lack of staff. So no.
No, so we have 6, including the one in Britt. Britt is up and operational right now. I believe they're operating 3 days a week at current, which sort of matches, I think, what they with the number of patients that are registered there. But that's certainly something to talk to Naomi about. But what our main goal here is, so we really only need one more primary care provider in the region to be able to reach that 100%. What we're looking at is more around, it's not just about nurse practitioners and family physicians, it's about the team that surrounds them as well. So making sure that, they have a set of nurses around them, making sure that they have dietitians and physiotherapy and all of the other aspects that are part of primary care. Every time that you go to see your primary care team, you don't have to see your nurse practitioner. Sometimes you can see, your nurse if you're getting vaccines, that kind of thing, or wound care, that kind of thing. So it's really about making sure that we are wrapping care around the patient. So a lot of the work that we're doing in the proposal that we put forth is, yes, increasing those primary care providers, but more fulsomely is looking at the whole team perspective and how do we make sure that all of those aspects kind of come together. So that's sort of the main piece there, is increasing that. And then we have some really key pieces that we're working on around access across the family health team and the nurse practitioner-led clinics, is to figure out how to best utilize the staff that we already have, how to increase that scope, those kinds of things. And then lastly, I know you wanted to speak quick, lastly is around the Grow Your Own Nurse Practitioner Program. So part of what we've done as part of the proposal that we just submitted is, across the MPLC, they do not currently have a position for a registered nurse. They have positions for registered practical nurses. So what we have applied for is to have a registered nurse position so that we can grow those registered nurses into nurse practitioners. So we've been very successful at the Nurse Practitioner-Led Clinic over the years in growing your own, in terms of having nurse practitioner students learn there. The vast majority of the nurse practitioners at the MPLC are former students that have sort of come along and loved working there and then stayed. And so in having that sort of RN position, it's just sort of another backup to try and make sure that we're continuing to grow nurse practitioners, so that, as the population grows or as folks sort of retire and that kind of thing, that we have folks to fill those positions. So there's a lot going on in terms of setting that up.
Okay, well, thanks very much for your answer. I think we have another presentation, so probably we should move on to that one. But thanks again for being with us this morning, Ellen.
Thank you so much for having me.
Look forward to more dialogue going forward.
Yes. All right. Thanks so much.
Our next presentation is one that I know is going to be of interest to some members in the community, because it has to do with Whitestone Woods, which is the new name of the OTF, what we've known as the OTF campground for many years, down at Quinn Lake. So we have with us today Keith Barrick and his partner, Chris Tanis, his business partner, and Tom DeBoer, who's working with them on their plans. And they're here this morning to give us some bit of insight and maybe answer some questions from council as to what the plans are for that campground. So, gentlemen, without further ado, maybe since you're in the room, if you could go to the microphone that's over there in that corner, and that way everybody both here and online will be able to hear you.
Council, morning, everybody.
Is that working? I don't think it is.
It might not be turned on, maybe.
Break things if I touch them, so.
Listening up.
Yeah.
Now we got it.
Good morning, council, mayor, other attendees. My name is Keith Barrick. My business partner, Chris Tanous, is here also. He's just here for moral support. And we have our planner, Tom DeBoer, here with us as well. Really just wanted to kind of introduce myself to the community. I am a business owner down in Erin, Ontario. It's close to Orangeville. It's kind of a landmark. My wife and I and 4 kids live at an RV dealership that we've built from scratch. It's the passion of our life. Trailers, camping, the whole world it's everything for us. And it just was the next step for us in our business, was essentially having a campground. And this opportunity came up, and that's kind of how we ended up to where we are now. We obviously, I understand that there was a bit of how it came about with everyone seeing what we were doing in terms of the marketing side of things. But I am a salesperson, a marketer, and it's kind of where to lead into usually first. I know that in speaking with Councillor Lamb on the phone after some online stuff had come up and people were asking a lot of questions, I, kind of understood that where it seems like we just bombarded everybody with this stuff, but we had done a lot of communicating within the before we agreed to purchase the property. It's a significant investment, and we're looking forward to working with the municipality with our plans.
Just a brief introduction. During the purchase of the property, the clients, we did reach out to the municipality, went through a zoning review just to see what the capabilities and the possibilities for the property are and were. There was a notice that was provided by the planner from the township, just detailing some of the current zoning requirements, which led to the decision of the purchase. We understand that the camp had been operational at some point. We're currently working with engineers, architects, going through a lot of the MOE regulations as it relates to the water and sewer components for the proposed development. A lot of the development infrastructure is in place, and it's just being vetted through just to see if it's still in good standing, which is part of our process, alongside of also working with Hydro One to bring it in. I'll leave Keith to sort of describe where we are with the planning in terms of the phasing of the development and what we could expect.
The video that everyone would have seen was essentially just in my head what I would have hoped the place to look like, not what looked like a container village on the east side of the property. That was what they could produce without having any type of drawing of where stuff would be. The last thing I want is any units parked where there's no trees. It's not camping. I'm not interested in clear cutting forest, just in the interest of putting in units. It was a very poorly put together setup showing, there would be units that we're planning in the future outside of the initial phase 1, which is 25 units. The rendered park model units that were in there that were actually, they look like what they're supposed to, that is more of what it's going to look like. And as we do phase into more units into the eastern portion of the campground, those plans would include keeping as many trees as possible. I've been to many campgrounds where they just clear cut. It is not what we are after. It's pristine nature we're trying to maintain and provide that access to people who want to get away from these campgrounds that are close to where we are, to the city. And it just doesn't give you that kind of feel. we're going through all of the avenues that are required and will and follow all of the rules that are in place. The restrictions now for building a campground, essentially, or retooling what we're doing, are so strict that there's not been a new private campground developed in Ontario in over 40 years. Everybody who said while we were looking at doing this, they all said, well, why are you guys crazy? Why would you do this? It is so restrictive. If you don't have grandfathered items, you are just up against endless, there's a red tape to it. And I hate the word red tape, but it's following the current guidelines that are required to meet environmental, planning and all of those things. And that was a big part of doing that due diligence ahead of time, that we were comfortable in committing to this purchase. Really, this is not a faceless corporation. They kind of made that clear by being very front facing. Just on a side note, we were offered to purchase the property right after we announced the park by a faceless corporation for a very large profit, and we turned it down. We are not interested in that type of company coming in and buying up property like this and not caring about anyone in the community, anyone on council. They come in with lawyers that are very expensive and they just bulldoze their way through. It's one of the reasons why owning a campground is important, because we built a business against those corporate structures. We're one of the few family-owned dealerships that still remain, that are not being bought up by large corporations. And parks are actually in this exact same boat right now. Every campground right now is a target for one of 6 major corporate entities, and their job is to maximize profit and just do whatever they want to the land as needed. That's not us. So, if there's any questions, or if you have
No, that's just questions.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, gentlemen.
Switch your mic on.
Not on.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming out. And Pete, it was good talking to you when I heard this. And person, for people online or whatever, council was found out about this at the same time and put the video up. We had no idea. So of course all of us started a telephone call. It was kind of embarrassing because they expected us to know something about things. Anyway, the camp has existed for a long time, and I think there's a lot of questions within the community. I think generally from my read of Facebook comments and those sorts of things, that generally this is being looked upon as a positive thing for the municipality. So when it comes to all the environmental issues surrounding the park, I have confidence, or people should know, that this, rather than dealing with North Bay Mattawa, that you are dealing with the Ministry of the Environment. So the regulations, etc., to go with the septics and all that sort of thing is at the highest level within the province. So I have no doubt that you'll put the proper and correct septic systems in. And what people should know is that it's replacing really old, decrepit systems that are there. So it's going to be a vast improvement over what we have now. So the lake itself is a little lake. My first question is, would you allow motorboats on there? It's just a little puddle, really, isn't it?
We're not planning to allow motorboats.
Okay, so it's it'd be canoes and kayaks.
Yeah, it's 74 acres. Average depth is around 15 feet, with the deepest point being 20 feet.
Okay.
It's mostly rocks. There's not a ton of vegetation in the water. I've spent the last 4 months of my life really learning the area, the lake. But if the only time a motorized boat would ever be on there is if we need to access something ourselves, but probably not likely because we can get around the property it's pretty accessible, around the shoreline.
So some of the facts that I sort of dug up on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, are that in terms of the zoning requirements, right now, in section 3.73 of our zoning bylaw, you're allowed to put up to 138 or so units on the current property as it's zoned, without coming back to the municipality and saying that we want to go from 25 to 50 or 50 to 75 or whatever. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so you have up to 138. You must have the parking areas as per the zoning bylaw. There are certain limitations on the size of these park models, again, in the zoning bylaw. And all the proposed development, need to have a building permit. So each unit has to apply for a building permit and then be placed on the lot. And they have to adhere to all our setbacks and all that kind of stuff. So that should comply. And of course, all building must adhere to the Ontario Building Code. So people ought to know that there's lots of sort of regulations in here and what you can do and what you can't do at this point. There's basically two lots there, right? There's the one where you're putting the initial 25 and you put up to 138. Then there's a rural lot, which is probably bigger than the original lot. But if you were ever going to develop that, you would have to come back to the municipality and, change the zoning or do something. In other words, you just can't develop that on your own like you can 138.
That is 100% correct, sir. The southern portion, which is access from Balsam Road, would have to undergo a very extensive rezoning with all the environmental studies, feasibility studies, and access, and all of the other fund studies that go with typical rezoning. Based upon the new legislation that this council may be passing shortly, the new official plan, we may have to and at the same time in order for that to proceed.
Okay, thank you. So the opposite side of this is you can do what you're doing. It's the economics of what we as a municipality get back in terms of tax revenue and that sort of thing, right? Because obviously if this went to fruition and you ended up with 138 units, you tax our, first of all, Balsam Road, and our other facilities in town, whether it be the landfill or the library, whatever, right? So, so when I talked to you, Keith, you said, well, these units would be taxed as if they're residential. And then you said, well, not kind of really. So you know how the economics of this are, because I think each of the units are about 200,000, right? So if I buy a park model and put it on my lot or my site at your place, can I calculate that 200,000 will increase your assessment and we therefore will get our tax revenue from that? Is that correct or incorrect?
You answered correctly, but typically in these cases, each individual unit is taxed independently as a residential dwelling. It's not a trailer, it's not a mobile home, it's an actual physical park model, are treated differently since the building code changed. So they do require a building permit where trailers don't. And they do require, obviously, a pad rental fee from the owner, but then they are taxed as a residential unit according to that pad. So every unit we add increases the tax base of the municipality.
Okay, so I did some calculations on our tax rate, interesting enough. So if you did 138 units at 200,000, multiply 200,000 by 138, and then you apply our tax rate, that would be an increase in revenue here of 204,000 a year. So that puts some economics in terms of the thing. If you did 25, which I heard you say is the initial part, that would be 37,000. So so that's the sort of revenue stream that would come into the municipality. So, now if I put a park model in there and I want to take it out, I can do that, right? It's on wheels.
Yeah, so these are CSA's at 241 park models, which are for recreational use. They're not a residential dwelling for habitation. So these are, you could take it and put it in any campground that would allow it. That's what we sell at the dealership. We have a fairly large stock of those. So if you didn't want to be in the park anymore, you could very easily arrange to have it pulled off and move to a different location.
What's your current assessment of the property?
As in for MPAC?
Yeah, like what are you paying taxes now?
I'm getting fingers of 6,000 is the assessment on just the land for the land, right? Yeah.
So right now you're paying about 6,000 in taxes a year.
Correct. Yeah, so that would have been at the time of purchase. I think that was what was told to us. So the campground was operating, and I believe it was 1957 is when the OTF took over the property. It's been operating as a business and a campground, and that's been the taxation of the property for what it is.
Okay. What about there's a road coming out from the teachers' camp that exits on Canning Road, which is right near where I live. And it's the McPhee's own it, I think, and there's a right of way down into the park, if I'm not mistaken. So what's happening there?
So that, I was actually speaking with Ted Greenwood from TXM Motorsports. So from what I understand, he owns that land is what he was explaining to me. We talked just the other day. I have history with Ted. He used to build my race engines when I was 10 to 16 in go-karts. I spent every weekend with him, and it's very odd that he just happens to be just up the road and owns land around where I'm now trying to do this campground. But he did explain to me that it was his land along where our right-of-way is for the hydro poles, because that's where the hydro is coming in off of Canning to our property.
That's interesting. I thought McPhee's owned it.
I that was just in conversation. I haven't actually looked up at like the lot lines, but that was the discussions I had with him. We don't intend on using that road. It was never the plan to use exit road. We don't want to inconvenience any of the neighbors. That's why we basically redid just some of the surfacing and fixed up the road off of Balsam. Because I don't really want to be, interfering with the neighbors. The right of way for electrical, I understand, to make sure we can get electricity to the property, but I don't want people up and down that road that be closed off to any of the people who are in the park.
Okay, so what would you charge if I brought a park model in and put it on a lot? Like, I take it they would pay some sort of rental fee?
Correct. Yeah, so the fees that we have would be $800 per month, including hydro and all maintenance. Basically that's what you're paying to occupy that piece of land with your unit.
So it would cost them roughly $10,000 a year, but of course they're not paying any taxes, right?
Correct. So as the impact goes up, with the units that go in, we've just absorbed that into the amount that we're charging. So they're not paying property taxes. We are as the people who own the land.
Okay. So the other thing I've heard is, seasonal versus year round. I'm coming to the end of my questions, but seasonal versus year round. And you said, well, it has to be closed for 2 weeks and otherwise, so clarify that.
Okay.
Right now, this camp has been used from basically May till October at most, teachers.
Correct.
And now we're turning it into a year-round sort of situation, but what's the 2 weeks that you have to shut down? Just tell me about that.
In recreational lands, you cannot occupy a space more than 50 weeks. To be honest, most people wouldn't even attempt that, just with the fact that the water will be off for 2 full months. That's a provincially regulated item that Tom was explaining to me about small water drinking systems. It's just that if you, let's say, invested $200,000 into a unit like this and you want to be able to come up and enjoy it in the wintertime, just enjoy the winter, vibes, Christmas, and then maybe head up from here and head up towards UFSC trails and go snowmobiling. It gives you more access to something that you're fairly invested in. It's kind of like the difference between having a cottage that you're only using for 6 months versus one that you can use year round, or like at least get up to and go and stay in. That's where we're giving that option to the people who would be, have the units in the park. So anyone who wanted to stay there, let's say snowbirds who, situations, health, things like that, if they had to stay here instead of travel south, they're not allowed to be on the property for more than 50 weeks is the absolute cap. Because we are recreational lands. We are not a mobile home park. We're never planning to be that. And we make it very clear to the people who would put their units in our parks, in our park, that they are aware of this and they have to document that they've left the park for that, because that has to, otherwise we can't have them occupied.
Thank you. My final question is more of a plea, I guess. I'm the council representative on the library. And my wife, who's here, is the deputy chair or whatever of the library. Next year, in 2026, we have our 50th anniversary for the library. And we're looking for funds, I think it's $5,000, to fund all the festivities, etc. And go a heck of a long way in the community if you would consider sponsoring that. So would you at least look at that?
I was actually going to stop at the library on my way out because did speak highly of it, and I did actually look at, before we even spoke, I had liked and followed all the pages of the local businesses here, so definitely would consider that for sure.
Yeah, good, because it's
Anything else? Love to see it.
Yeah, it's a jewel in the community.
It is really nice.
And of course, the people in the park would be using it. So I think it would be a good investment for you. So, and with that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, some other questions, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thanks for all those great questions, because you answered a lot of my other questions, but I just have one, and that is, so will each individual unit be a 911 address? So there'll only be one address?
Correct. Similar to the other campgrounds that are in the municipality.
Yeah, okay, yeah, which means that I do hope that you will have a really good plan of your campground, and that is shared with the fire department, because having additional units there, I know that in the middle of the night when we go, or we have gone to the OTF camp, sometimes it's a little difficult to find people and to get there in time. So I think that since you're having more permanent building, that it would be really nice if they were, a little bit more numbered, or with something so that we would be able to find where people are.
So as we develop the site plan and the overall concept of how these, let's call it 138 units are going to transpire, I don't see there's any reason why we couldn't add a placard just with the site number, for instance. I think it would be good for that as well, but and then we can include that site plan in a package to the fire department, and they can take that with them and say,
we'd like that in our truck.
Yeah.
So that it's much easier if we have something that shows where we're to go, or what area. Especially if you're going to expand beyond just the regular campground area that we already sort of know.
So with the way the kind of roadways within the park will be, they'll be all named. There'll be people who like help Chris and I kind of get to where we are, like, and then they will be like numbered from that, like it'll be like Barrett Lane, and then you'll have a number on that. And as we complete, we will provide an updated version of that so that the fire department has that. So there is a call. It's at Barrett, number 3 on Barrett Lane, right? So that you guys know exactly where you're going. We'll keep up on that for sure.
I have some other asks that I'll wait till later.
Yeah, are there other?
Except my ask goes first.
Are there other questions for presenters?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna make any comments, but I thought I would now that I've heard a couple of the questions. So thanks for the presentation. And I guess I have 3 separate questions, just in regards to questions that had been asked today. The first question is, You'd said that you can't use for more than 50 weeks in a year. Is that 50 consecutive weeks?
It is just 50 weeks total within a calendar year. And it'll be written in our occupancy agreement. Typically, it's just put in there as a hard line. Most of the people who would use units like this in a campground like this with extended season, they're usually not even pushing it that far. The parks that are closer to the major city centers, it becomes a problem where people are there and trying to use the full 52 weeks of the year. Because of the location of where we are, this is more the clientele that will be looking at this park is not the ones that we have to be concerned with, that, you know, being on top of them for the 50 weeks. But to answer your question, no, they just have to be out of the park for a minimum of 2 weeks within a year.
Yeah. So in theory, from June 1st to June 15th, I could go back down to the city or go on a trip to the United States or wherever I might go, and I would then accomplish the being away for 2 weeks, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Um, and the second question is, I think it was spoken about Quinn Lake, and I think there was a question about motorboats. And unless I'm totally incorrect here, Quinn Lake is is not a private lake. It's a public lake, has access from other lakes, from road allowances. And why is it being said that there'll be no motorboats on the lake if it's a public lake?
Well, historically, it was if you search, are there motorboats allowed on Quinn Lake? It was advertised by the OTF as there was non-motorized on the lake. I'm simply just saying that at this time, we don't intend on having any motorboats on the lake. You're correct, it is not a private lake. The two other parcels that do attach to the south tip of the lake are Crown, which the OTF was optioned to purchase and decided not to purchase it. And then there's, I believe, about 30 to 40 feet of shoreline that is attached to one landlocked private parcel of land. To access anything of the other portion other than what we own is about a 90-foot drop off of a cliff. And so you are correct, it's not a private lake. Our marketing has been retooled to that. I'm slowly trying to get all my people that are doing it to stop saying that, because you are correct, it was pointed out that it is not. But the motorboat thing, you're right. If someone wanted to trek through the crown land of the Amic Reserve and drop down 90 feet into the water with a boat and a 9.9 motor on it, they 100% could.
Okay, so we shouldn't be saying that it's a non-motorboat lake when in fact somebody can put 120 inboard outboard on it if they wanted to trek it there in the winter or fly it in or whatever they want to do. We have to be very careful when there's items going out in the public saying there's no motorboats allowed when in fact it is, and it's a public lake, and no one landowner has a right to say it's not for motorboats. So I think you really should look into that from a legal point of view, and also be careful in what you're advertising to the public or telling us as council that there's no motorboats when in fact people can. People can snowmobile in any size engine that they want in the winter, put it somewhere on Crown land. So just be careful. I'm just wanting to call it out so people on the phone or in the meeting understand that is not the case, that there is no motorboats allowed on the lake. And the last,
we will not allow the launching of any motorized boats. Anything that would be on the lake would have come in from another access on Crown land or the other small parcel of private land. So we will not allow in the park ourselves for our shoreline for anyone to be launching motorized boats.
Right. Okay. And I think the final thing is, I think you'd said that that there was $6,000 of taxes collected for MPAC, and I just going over it, and I'm sure there'll be permits issued. So for when a permit is issued, and this is probably I'm getting into the nitty gritty here, but if the trailer park is owned by a corporation, I'm assuming the building permit would be in the name of that corporation. and not in the name of an individual because they actually don't own the land. So I'm assuming that all building permits would be issued to the name of the corporation that owns the land. Is that correct, or do you know, or is that a building official question down the road?
Third question, you are correct. Each one will have to have the permission of the owner of the property, which would be the park. Even as much as a deck that may require a permit as well, the owner of the unit would request from the owner of the property to apply for that permit on their behalf.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And my last question, just in closing on that, I guess I had four, is more not for you guys, but more just for us as a municipality. And I know I, as a councillor, see it time and time and time again. It's nothing to do with your proposal, but to know it's $6,000 in taxes, that gives an approximately rough assessment of the old teachers camp of about, I'm going to say 800,000, which is just mind blowing to me on how underestimated it was. And this is something, again, not for you, but a number of counselors has been trying to talk to staff in the building department on about how we need to have correct assessed values, not going off MPAC's 2016 values or anything. We just need to have a better job of that. And now, with all that said, I do wish you all the luck. I know you and I had spoken as well, so I'll just let the public know that. And, you know, I know you're able to do a lot of things, and I commend you for coming today and answering questions and being put in a tough spot of asking, being answered questions that you were asked. And I do wish you luck on what you're able to do now. And, you know, if you do come forward, I will look at it with an open to mind with all the reports or stuff. If you come forward in the future, I wish you all the luck on your endeavor and doing what you can do now. And again, I do appreciate you coming and sitting in front of a firing squad, so to speak, to allow us or the public to hear what your ideas were. So I commend you for doing that, Keith, and everybody else that's involved in it. And thank you for answering my questions. It just helps me. So thank you very much, Keith. Much appreciated.
But it'll be the 26th here, the firing squad. Yeah, just to note also that we will be here for a public kind of town hall, just so the big bad wolf is out in front of anyone who has questions. Not hiding behind anything. We're here to answer questions. We want to make sure that anybody who has concerns, questions, understands that you know, we are who we say we are. We will just show it to you.
Okay, thanks. Because that was a question I was actually going to ask you, was whether you did have whether you would mention what.
So that would be the 26th at 6 p.m. here next Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from councillors?
Mr. Mayor, not that I have questions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for you. Keith, hi, how you doing? Good to talk to you again. I know we did speak previously, and we had a good conversation, in my opinion. You seem like a pretty upfront guy. Keith, I'd like to say, you know, welcome to the community. I think you're going to find with this community here in Whitestone, we have a fantastic community with a lot of really good people up here. People do have questions and concerns, obviously. And I think you're going to come to realize that in Whitestone, people have those concerns because they care so much about this place. So thanks for coming and giving us your presentation. And I really appreciate that you're going to have a public meeting where anybody can attend and, you know, do the drill and grill of you in person. So I think all my other questions were answered with members of council asking their questions. So I'll just leave it at that and say thanks and welcome to the community, Keith. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Councilor.
Okay, thank you. I will just have a question. In the process of the other questions that were asked, I kind of got a sense of what your business model is. But I'm curious, how many of the, let's say, the 38 sites that you have, would you expect to have a building or a permanent camper type RV type installation, as opposed to they're just campsites where people will come and go? Do you have any sense of that at this point?
The intention is to be all seasonal. Transient camping can bring a lot of problems. I know a lot of campground owners. This is 23 years in the industry, and there's many variables when you do transient. You don't know who's pulling in week in, week out. There's really not a lot of recourse. You have to, if there are issues, you're constantly kind of back and forth with people. The intent is to be all seasonal. If in the future there's an opportunity to look at that, but right now the market is really where we're marketing to is seasonal, extended use. We're doing a lot of that right now with several of our partner campgrounds, and that was kind of what put us, Chris and I, on this path of we're doing this for a whole bunch of other people's campgrounds. We have the product, we market, we know the space and the clientele. It was just time for us to do it for us. But to answer your question, it will be just seasonal. So you will have neighbors and not just strangers showing up in your community.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, it's just on that. First, in Canada and in Ontario, low-cost housing is the venue of the day. In fact, I heard this morning that housing starts to have gone down, so it's the government wants us to go up here, and the actual results of new low-cost housing is going down. Is this an opportunity for that? Like, if I don't have a house, I kind of say, well, if I can, could people get a mortgage on there? They can't get a mortgage.
So you're referring to what would be a mobile home park, and that would be a subdivision essentially. We are not that, and we won't be that. Now, from a perspective of, let's say, you've owned your home, empty nest, kids have kind of gone off, and your intention is to maybe travel south, travel a bit in retirement. Staying at, let's say, Whitestone Woods for 6-7 months of the year, enjoying, let's say you were a local in the area, but you wanted to stay here and also have the ability to travel. You would have to reside as your residence at a family member's place. Like, that's where your mail's going, that's your principal residence. But there are hundreds and thousands of people who have done that, where they're now able to sell their home, help their kids out, because it is not easy. I have friends that I don't think will ever own a home, and their parents, if they were able to help them, could. So in selling their home, downsizing a little bit, and having a place, say in Florida, Arizona, somewhere warm, not cold, but it gives you the opportunity that if you did want to, let's say, come back and still visit with family, you do have a place that you can kind of drop your hat, and that's becoming very, very common now. But from being housing, it will not be housing, and that's unless something drastically changes from above. It will not be housing.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to add to that as well. Just from a process standpoint, I know Keith had mentioned that this maximum is 50 weeks out of the 52 weeks of the year. The other requirement that the ministry imposes on small drinking water systems is they have to be closed for 60 consecutive days in the calendar year, which prohibits the full-time staying or permanent residency that you were saying.
I see. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. When we were talking about small drinking water, so that means then if the camp or the whole place will close.
You shut the water off, so you
shut the water off.
Can't flush your toilet, you can't turn the water on, you can still occupy your space, you just don't have the luxury of running water.
And that's 60 days, right?
60 days, correct.
60 days.
It's 2 months. Wow. And that's a provincial regulation.
And that's just for campgrounds,
Correct.
not for, because I dealt with small drinking water situations, but that was the first time I'd ever heard that, and I'm going, oh my gosh, okay.
anything over 5 connections to a water
Yeah,
system
yeah.
has to be off for 2 months.
2 months.
Eventually make that, yeah. He taught me that. That was one thing I missed in due diligence.
Oh, I'm gonna look that up. Anyway, thank you. That's news to me.
You are providing water for everybody, correct?
Correct, yeah, the water, so we will be providing a water system, and we have to meet a lot of, for the amount of, units that, like 130 units, we have to meet guidelines, very, very strict guidelines.
Yeah.
It's not a cheap, nothing we're doing is inexpensive, let's call it that, I don't like the word cheap, but it's because the parts that we would be competing against that have been existing, they don't have to meet, they have a grandfathered option of older systems that don't have to meet certain requirements, which is why nobody has gone ahead and done what we're trying to do. It is a huge undertaking to do this. Chris and I are committed to doing it. And the entire property will be better for it because what was there, it was all very, very run down. The water system, the septic, I won't get into details, but we came with machinery, dug up, pulled up every septic tank lid, dug up the beds, you name it. We did all of it ahead of time so that when we came forward and actually committed, Chris and I, we don't need to do this, we want to do this. We were prepared, so.
Okay, well, thank you again for coming and, we'll move on to some other business.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor, everybody.
So under business arising from our presentations and delegations, just a couple of motions. First one, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives with thanks a presentation from Executive Director Ellen Walker regarding Ontario Health Teams. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Bray is moving, seconded by Councillor Lane. Thank you. All those in favor of that motion?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, everybody. That's carried. And similarly, a motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives with thanks the information provided regarding Whitestone Woods.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, we now have some matters for committee of the whole, and we go into committee of the whole just so that we can have the short presentations and questions regarding mostly planning matters without having a motion on the floor. And then after we'll come back and deal with the motions in regular, when we come out of committee of the whole. So, can I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole? Moved by Councillor Bray. Seconded by Councillor Lamb. That the Council of the Municipality move into committee of the whole, it looks like 11:37 a.m. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's carried. The first item is 5.1.1, an application to purchase and close a shore road allowance. And it's by David Smith and Pamela Lamont. And we have a report from MHBC Planning Limited.
Yes, I'm here, Your Worship.
I was going to say it's Jamie. Yes, he is. I see. Thank you very much. Jamie Robinson from MHBC is the author of this report. So, Jamie, I will turn it over to you to introduce us if you'd like, please.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, members of council and members of the public. Again, my name's Jamie Robinson, a partner and planner with MHBC. This application before you today is a application to close a shore road allowance and purchase a shore road allowance. Subject lands are located on Lake Wawakesh, Wawakesh Lake. The property is about 2.4 hectares in size. It's got about 137 meters of shoreline frontage. If you just want to go to the next slide there, I'm not sure there we go. Perfect. You can see the location of the subject property and the location of the lands to be transferred. We've reviewed the application in accordance with the municipal policies, which are generally found in section 9.08 of the official plan. They're on the screen there now. And it's our opinion that the proposal meets the requirements of the official plan for sale. Just a couple of items that I think might come up with respect to questions related to the property. First, there's been no fish habitat identified along the frontage of the property and no natural heritage features identified along the frontage of the property. Secondly, there's often questions surrounding this lake related to flooding lands and the high water mark surrounding this lake. The high water mark is generally established by the dam elevation level, which sits at 224.36, which is effectively the regulated high water mark on this lake. The flood elevation is different. That flood elevation is higher. The flood elevation goes up to about 229.57. In terms of historic practice for sale of shore road allowance, typically the sale of shore road allowance is done based on the high water mark, not based on the flood elevation. That flood elevation typically only exists for a short period of time. So this application is effectively to transfer that shore road allowance that's above the 124.36 elevation. So with that, your worship and council, that's an overview of the application, and staff's recommendation is that the application does be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask, I'm trying to figure out where I know Wawakesh pretty well, but I'm trying to figure out exactly where this is. The properties has no road access, correct?
Correct.
It's a water, yeah, okay. I'm guessing, I can't read the little blue on your top diagram on your screen. I can't read what it says in blue, but
I'm having the same issue with the text there. It's somewhat blurry. So let me see if I can sort out. Maybe if there's another question, I can come back and have the answer for you ready when
I'm just trying to see if I can figure out.
I'll look it up if we go to the next question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe when Jamie's looking for it, if I could ask a question?
Yeah, it's so thank you. Councillor Gray has just shown me if you look it up on the cell phone, then you can see the map. So yeah, now I know exactly where it is. Not a problem. Thank you. You may proceed with your question, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, and Jamie, thank you for the report. And thank you for answering a question that I was going to ask on the flood elevation. So thank you for that. So I guess a couple questions and comments. So the flood elevation that you've mentioned, the 224.36, which is the high water mark at the dam. I don't think it's so much for this one, but I think just in general, I think there is a couple, just so that you're aware, I think there is a couple elevations for the top of the dam that might have been used in the past and even before your time, Jamie. So I do think it would be incumbent upon us as a municipality for us to confirm once and for all, not for this application, but for every application, what is the actual top of dam height, so we have a proper reading for everybody. That's just kind of a general statement for everybody here. But I guess with this one, I guess my questions are as follows. You had mentioned that there was no type 1 fish habitat identified on on the subject property. And I would assume, Jamie, in the past, it's been the case, but that's based on older photos of aerial photos taken by the M&R some 30 or I think it was in the 90s. Would I be correct? That's what we're basing this on?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I know recently in the past for some road allowances, a site visit's been required. Do you know when you guys went out and reviewed the site to confirm that there was no environmental features being possible new fish habitat in the last 30 or 40 years, or heritage features like the special flora and fauna that's noted in the official plan are abundant on Lake Wawashkesh? Do you know when that site visit took place for this application?
I don't believe there was a site visit undertaken for this application.
Okay. Would there be any reason why a site visit wasn't undertaken for this to confirm, for staff to confirm if there is anything that we don't know about there, being flora and fauna or type 1 fish habitat from when the dam was redone 20 years ago, when we're relying on data that's 40 years old? And is that something that we could request to be done if we're going to approve this in principle, or maybe it's brought back after a site plan is conducted to make sure that there is no environmental features or species at risk in this area?
So through your worship, certainly if council would like staff to undertake a site visit on this application or on future applications, that could be a direction that council provides. The historic practice on these shore road allowance purchases is that we haven't undertaken site visits, but if that's something council wants to see, that's completely within their purview to request that be done.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie. But again, we do sometimes road allowances that we ask for site visits, but if we're possibly selling shore allowance that could have type 1 fish habitat in it, currently the municipality in the past hasn't suggested site visits, from what I'm understanding. So that'll be something I have no problem with. I'm just looking back here at the applicants Smith and Lamont from closing a road allowance or the shore road allowance. And I think I've said that in most applications. I just think we need to do our due diligence in the background information. And going forward, again, I don't think it's been something that's been done all the time in the past, but I think the mayor had a good question as to where is this overall on the lake. So maybe on the next, be it a road allowance or a shore road allowance, there can also be a diagram just to give a little context of where it is on the overall lake. Your report is good. I have no problems with your report. It's just that site visit and really ensuring that we don't have the flora and fauna that's noted in our official plan as being a special feature, and making sure that there is no type 1 fish habitat in front of it. And I think we owe that to ourselves and residents of our municipality, and certainly Lake Wawashkesh, who always speak to us about all these issues, that we do our due diligence in these before we approve it going forward. Thank you very much, Jamie, for your presentation and answering my questions today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about this application? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, my only question is, what's the formula? Like, how much money would the municipality get for selling this shore road allowance?
I will defer that question to the clerk. I'm not sure if she's got that information handy. I don't get involved in the costs or
Yes.
that sort of thing.
Our planning assistant, I think, is going to answer.
For you, Mr. Worship, $1 for the first 90 meters, so that'll be $90.
$90 for the
plus
first.
HST, and then $2 after, plus HST.
Yeah, $90 for the first meter, did you say?
No.
I just didn't get it. What?
She said $1 a meter. Oh, sorry.
For the first
I'll
9
let you-
meters.
Sorry about that. It's $2 for the first 90 meters. So that's $180.
Yeah.
And after the 90 meters is $1 per meter. Per square foot, sorry, per square foot.
Holy
It's
cow.
very low.
When was the last time we looked at how much we're charging for road allowances? It's next to nothing. Anyway, is that something we look at, what, in the zoning bylaw or something, or where was that?
Fees and charges bylaw would be, I would say.
I think next year when they do bring them up, we should look at that. We're selling all this land for $200 or $300 is seeing.
I think it was a reflection of the something that's been in the official plan since the municipality existed, which was that we encouraged people to try to buy short road allowances.
Or should be more,
So that's, but anyway, that's probably why it's a low number. Okay, are there any other questions?
Or that change, or that look at fees and charges bylaw when it comes out in the spring, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
right.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions about this application? Okay, hearing none, we have item.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Woods. I'm trying to get myself off the mute there.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just got a couple of quick questions. Amy, I'm looking at your diagram. I got the paperwork in front of me, but I'm looking at it on the screen also. The one where it's just the property is highlighted in green and then the shore is highlighted in red. On the bottom section of the picture in the red, there's kind of that like angle cut when it hits the shore. Did we not try to follow the straight line projections off of the lot lines when it comes to purchasing shore allowance? Because I'm pretty sure that in the past I know of a couple that's the way it went, and there was no dog leg or it couldn't happen. It had to follow straight line projections.
Yeah, the intent is that it would follow a straight line projection. That's historically how it's been done. I'm not sure why that map on the bottom has that little kink in it, but that's typically what's undertaken.
Okay. Is there any encroachment or septic issues on the property?
Not that we're aware of.
Has any landowners, any of the adjacent landowners had any comments back to the municipality? Does anybody know?
That we're aware of.
Okay.
They notify, I guess, what?
Yes.
And through
Whereabouts, Mr. Mayor? I know because you said you understand where it is on the lake. Whereabouts on Wawashkesh is it? Is it the upper lake, the lower lake?
It is in the Narrows section, which is halfway between Ritter's Narrows, which is the entry to the big lake. And if you know where the golf course is, it's sort of halfway between that and between Ritter's Narrows and Indian Narrows on the east side of that section. As you're going from the big lake into towards the golf course.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, thanks a lot for the report. I think it's a really good report. I do kind of echo and agree with what Councillor Nash was saying. And I think if all of us actually sat and thought about it, often we rely on old, I don't want to say outdated, but technically it is outdated pictures. And when it comes to lake specific stuff, especially, right? And I think it would be a good idea if we look at getting into the practice of having site visits for things, right? I've said it before, we can all armchair quarterback looking at pictures that aren't always the greatest in our agendas. But I always think it's a good idea for people to actually go out or us to send a staff member or consultant out to check things in person for us. Thanks a lot for your report, Jamie. And Mr. Mayor, that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did have one more question that just came up from Councillor Woods' question there. Would you allow me to ask it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. I think this would be a question, Jamie, probably for our municipal staff, but as part of our Shore Road allowance purchase, part of the application, it requires that the neighbors on either side provide their preliminary acceptance of the lot lines. So Paula, has that been done? It sounds like, okay. So both owners have replied back with the signed forms that they're okay with it? Perfect. Thank you, Paula.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to move to the next one then? This is 5.1.2, which is an application to purchase and close a municipal road allowance by the Nashes. And the Councillor Nash is recused.
Yeah, through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to mute myself just as I said I would, so I'll recuse myself at this time. If somebody could please let me know when the item's been finished, and I'll come back on the call. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, Jamie Robinson, you have a report. If you'd like to
Certainly.
This one, please.
Certainly, Your Worship. So this is an item that was at council last month, I believe, or the month previous. I can't recall which one. And there was a request that a site visit be done to review the road allowance. The municipality's public works representative did attend the site and did take a number of photos. There are identified topographical constraints with the road allowance that is proposed to be stopped up and sold to the abutting property owner, which is the Nashes. And in light of that review, basically the recommendations from the previous report that came to council are still valid. Yeah, on this screen it does show an example of the rock outcroppings on the property and the topographical constraints. So there's no real conceivable municipal interest in utilizing that road allowance. So it is our recommendation that if council's satisfied that the requirements are met within the official plan, then they should stop up and sell this road allowance to the neighboring property owners. And one of the key issues, as you may recall, was the private road access that's provided across both the road allowance and then across the Nash's property that provides access to a number of other property owners. And we were recommending as a condition of the sale that confirmation be provided and that easement also extend across this municipal road allowance to make sure folks have uninterrupted access and legal access to their properties. And all that would be done is at the expense of the applicant in this instance. So for all of those reasons, the recommendation is that if council satisfied that they should allow for this sale to proceed through. I think that's,
okay, thank you.
it from my perspective.
Thank you. Questions, comments from council? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I was the one that wanted a site visit last month, and now that it's come back that it's unlikely that a road could ever be constructed there, I'm okay with the application and proceeding. I do think when it comes to the motion itself, that we should add that it's also a condition that we have a satisfactory negotiation on price. We've had, this sort of come up in the past, where we're looking at shore road allowances. I'm thinking over here on Bob's Crescent, there was an issue, and it was one up on Barbie's Road of the purchase of a shore road allowance that people wanted to do. And in both cases, you couldn't come together on a price, right? And so I just think we should add that as a condition when we get to passing it, so. Because this, normally, I'm assuming this would go to, some real estate agent who would tell us what the value of the land.
Appraiser.
Yes, appraiser, yeah, so, but that may come back, you know, at an unsatisfactory amount or whatever, so anyway, that's, I don't think there's a problem with just adding. As we don't agree on the price, that go through.
Okay, thank you. Other
Mr. Mayor.
questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Jamie, thanks for the report. So site plan visit was a good idea then. I'm just asking, does anybody think it wasn't a good idea? Because I think it was a good idea. All right, I'll just leave it at that. Nobody has to give me an actual answer because at least now we've got updated photographs and pictures. So we got a clear, accurate description of what the property looks like that we're going to sell, right? On that, there was a neighboring property owner that attached to somewhere on the allowance? Is that anything?
Through your worship, the lands that abut the road allowance that's proposed to be sold on the west side, that's Crown land.
There was no other abutting landowner anywhere on that? Or has it been circulated to the neighbors in the area so that they could respond?
Through your worship, the neighbors would have been circulated. But in terms of abutting property owners that abut the road allowance itself, that's Crown land to the west.
Have we received anything back from anyone?
I'll leave that for Paula if she's got anything.
Mr. Worship, actually, the letters have not been circulated to the abutting landowners. Our protocol is to wait for council to pass the resolution and then the letters will be circulated.
So that raises the question, what happens if any of those people disagree or wish to object or whatever? Are we
Mr. Worship, we do give them a 30-day notice to respond to our letter stating that the council has passed a resolution to sell the road allowance to the applicants.
If they do respond within 30 days, then what happens?
Comes back to council, and council will decide. It's the same situation that we had on Logs Crescent.
So if in other words, the applicants in this case cannot really, we say, oh yeah, we prove it in principle, then they still can't go ahead and do anything until these other things, like, you know, the actual appraisal of the value of the property and the objections and so on are dealt with. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Process, that's all.
So we just approve it in principle. And we await the 30 days.
I think that's
that. Why would we get an application? Would we not just circulate it so we get the full response? You know, we can deal with it. I mean, lots of times there's applications that you know come forward. We say, was it circulated? Did anyone say anything? Nope. Maybe it's not. So.
Through your worship, I think the reason would be that we wouldn't want to, you know, council hasn't decided to approve this in principle, so we wouldn't want to, I guess you'd be jumping the gun really, because council may have no interest in proceeding with this sale, so we wouldn't send out to neighboring property owners until you made that decision.
Okay. I see Stefan has his hand up. I don't.
Yes. If you wish to, this is Stefan Sherbach, is the Nash's planner. Did you wish to make a comment, Stefan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time. Again, Stefan Sherback with Planscape. I will remind council that the applicants did receive correspondence from the MNRF. They are in support of a closure of this, so that was already pre-done. There's an email on file to that effect. So again, the MNR has provided correspondence of no concern with the sale of this road allowance.
Well, thank you very much for that, Stefan. That was Councillor Woods.
So there are no other property owners involved then that would need to be circulated? Is that, I'm looking at a planning assistant here. There.
Doesn't it abut something that's down in the lake or something?
Well, it affects folks who use, other folks who use the McGee Lake Road, but I think we've already covered that off in the conditions, right? We're not going to create any, I mean, they just, it's not, this is a condition is that this is not going to affect other people's access to where they go via the McGee Lake Road. Anyway, I'm not, is there an outstanding question, or are we?
No.
All right, so if we're done with 5.1.3, that, or 5.1.2, that brings us to 5.1.3, which is the item that we added when we amended the agenda at the beginning. And I will just for the record, just provide a bit of information that councillors have already seen. And it was a suggestion from me for a possible possible delegation at the Roma conference, which will take place in January. That's Rural Ontario Municipal Association, the annual meetings in Toronto in January, around the 20th of January. And we had some discussion when we talked about attending the conference that to see if we would have an opportunity to, or an interest in doing any delegations. Delegations are requests to cabinet ministers or their parliamentary assistants in some cases, for issues that municipalities want to bring to their attention and hopefully get them to do something about it. And the deadline as it happens for submitting these applications is 5 p.m. today. So we have to decide if we're going to do something or not, do something or not. And this, the suggestion that I made was to ask the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, which part of that ministry is Parks Ontario, the provincial parks that you're probably familiar with the system, include ones like Osler Lake Park and you know, those kind of parks that people use. There's 30, I don't know, 38 of them or something in the province. Anyway, my suggestion was that we ask them to consider creating a wilderness provincial park, a year-round wilderness provincial park in the western portion of the municipality of Whitestone. And this is the part that is, if you like, that is beyond Black Lake and Round Lake. And we're talking specifically about including, I mean, there would obviously be a lot of discussion around what was included or not. And there's already a conservation reserve in the area, as you perhaps know, but and some of it might end up overlapping, I don't know. But in any case, the intention would be that they would not be the populated lakes, the ones that have significant cottager populations on them, other than perhaps used as canoe routes and so on. But there is actually a model for this that was created about 2 years ago now, and it's on Big Wind Lake. It's called the Big Wind Lake Provincial Park, and Big Wind, if you want to look it up, you can Google it. It's, discover it's on Highway 518 east of Bracebridge. And it's a lake that is largely unpopulated, and it's being developed for wilderness camping experiences. And they're still working on the plans of it. So if you go there today, it's not like one of those ones that you have to reserve and there's a gate and everything, but ultimately it would be operated like any other provincial park where you would have to reserve space. And so
Mr. Not to cut you off, Mr. Mayor, but I don't know if Councillor Nash came back on the call.
Oh gosh,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I didn't think about that. Can we?
I believe Councillor Nash is on the call. I did send him a message. So
yeah, I am here, Councillor Woods. Thank you. The CAO let me know to come back on. Thank you.
Okay, so why did I suggest this as a possible ask that we might make of MECP? The reason is that, as you know, we have had issues with that particular area. I think it's not too strong to say being abused, and there. By the way, it's Crown land, right? It's in our municipality, but it's not our land. It's the province. Province controls it. Most of it is M&R land, actually, but provincial parks belong to MECP, so that's why we'd be asking them. Anyway, there has been this pattern of folks who come up, and it's not everybody who does this, but there are some folks who come up thinking that if they get far enough away from Southern Ontario, there's no enforcement and no rules, and they can do what they want. And that's been causing problems for our ratepayers. First of all, it's also been causing problems, and we've had a number of complaints and discussions here in council about that, but it's also a deterrent for folks who really want to do the wilderness camping, canoeing, outtripping, etc. With their families and so on, when people are using very, very large off-road vehicles and running them up and down the hydro corridor. So but it also has the potential to provide some economic activity. And I think that this whole idea of ecotourism or regenerative tourism is a term that people are using more and more these days. It simply means that you're trying to leave the natural environment the way it was, or make it better, and not damage it. These are opportunities for Whitestone to generate economic activity, to outfit tourists, for potential to provide employment for folks here, local employment, and so on, and bring more people in to experience the beauty that we do have, in fact, in that particular area. And over time, hopefully there'd be an opportunity to develop some specific experiences, destination experiences that could be marketed and so on. But anyway, the thought here was that we would just try to get MECP to think about this. And I'll simply say that someone that I know in MECP, when we were talking to them previously about these problems we were having in the area, suggested this to me as a possible solution. So that's where the idea came. Anyway, all we would be doing at this point, I'm going to stop here, but all we would do is we're asking for a delegation, which is a 15-minute meeting, to try and pitch this And if they agree to give us the 15 minutes, then we would have to put together a little bit more background on what we thought should happen and so on. But anyway, the councillors that I say have seen the sort of 2-page summary of what I just said. So.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could I speak to it, Councillor Nash?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect. First of all, thank you for taking the time to draft something up for us on a delegation. And I did reply back to you saying I didn't think it was a bad idea on the delegation. However, there is a couple, just some of them are minor points and some of them I think are more major. I believe it was Councillor Woods who first floated this idea about a year ago back or during the last year. But I think some of it was on the notion of not a new MECP or Ontario park, but a land use permit with the municipality that we do something with the park. So I just asked that maybe you can keep that in mind if it is voted in favor of doing the delegation today, that, you know, it might not have to be the Ontario park system, but it might be a land use permit through the municipality and M&R. Now, with that being said, I think the area that I would like to see this done isn't just the area behind, I'll call it Black Lake. It's really the area, you know, I'm going to call it, I believe if my geographical orientation's correct, the south side of Clear Lake Road going all the way out to Bolger Lake, not just Black Lake. And when I say that, I think we do have to keep in mind that I don't know if the land is being abused, as was said. I think currently people are allowed to come up and stay 21 days and ride ATVs or ride large off-road vehicles and do what they're doing out there. And over the last several years, there's been a great improvement on cleanup of the site. So I think we as a municipality need to give credit where credit is due to the people that have been using it in the last several years. Before that, I think it was much worse. But I don't think people are abusing it when they go off-roading if they're allowed to do it. It might not be something that some people on council like, but it's something that is allowed to be done by the ministry. And unfortunately, I do agree that I think there is some people that don't feel rules apply to them. And I think that is right from several of the bad actors that go out there and do things that are illegal. But I think some of those rules, which we've spoken to at length in council, is also property owners out there, and especially on Bolger Lake. And that's from illegal hunting to illegal wood harvesting to illegal building structures. And I think some of the time the rules that don't apply is more to people that have land out there than people using the areas. I know we've had OPP out and they didn't seem to see too many things. I know our fire department goes out a lot. This is along Clear Lake, just so people notice it. And I know residents along Clear Lake really don't like the traffic and some of the noise. But as to what rules are really being broken, I think is a much more defined line. So I'll be in support of you doing a delegation, Mr. Mayor. I just hope we can remember that it might be a bigger area and maybe it's a land use permit than a park, because I'm sure if we did decide on trying to do a park, we're talking generations from now instead of a land use permit that might be able to be done quicker. But again, I really do appreciate all the effort you've put into writing the report. I know a lot of time went into it. So I thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today on it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, is this on? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wanted this to come to council when it was sent out. Just because I think we needed this debate publicly and not just authorized delegation by email, so I'm glad it's here. I echo some of the things that Councillor Nash says. A provincial park we don't control. They being the province, control all the rules and regulations with respect to it. A land use permit we can control and make some decisions as to whether it's days only or whatever, right? So I don't know whether this could be turned into a discussion of, we'd like you to approve a land use permit versus a provincial park. I think I applaud you for doing it, putting the paper together. I think it's a big ask. Someone told me that other than Big Wind, this is about the only provincial park that's been added in the last 40 years. Oh,
that's correct.
Yeah, so the government certainly isn't into creating provincial parks. I just think it's an ask that is unlikely to be approved or even give us the opportunity. The other thing I would say is all the delegations that we've made in the last 5 years have basically been about Clear Lake and Black Lake and that area. So they may be sick and tired of us going on the same area. So I also, the last thing I want to say is, again, I don't want to disparage the report that you made. I think it's really good. Is we've had absolutely no community consultation on this. And whether it's the people in Bolger or Clear Lake or Ardbeg or any, we've never mentioned it. It's never really been public. And I don't know what I'd say to someone if they said, you ask for a provincial park out of Black Lake without even floating it in the community and getting feedback, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I called a couple of people out there in the last day or two, and the reaction was absolutely against it. That doesn't mean everyone's against it. Maybe it's seen as a positive thing. I don't know, but my guess is that I don't even think they'll give us a delegation on this. So I would rather, again, I'm late on this, and I would rather be making a delegations, for instance, that when they do the highway out here on next year on 124, that we lobby whatever ministry it is to put sidewalks on both sides through the community, as opposed to us having to get a grant, which, and by the way, we wanted to get some information on that last month. We asked for the sidewalk and what the costs were, etc., and we never got that. But I would rather us do something like that than this. So I just think it's a really big thing to ask for a creation of a provincial park without community consultation. And I said what I want to say. So thank you.
Okay, did you, Councillor Woods, did you want to comment?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the summary that you put together for everybody. And you and I have talked about this a bit, and I'm sure that all of us could sit down and have discussions over this for hours and hours. The way that I originally, when I thought of an idea, it was just an idea. What can we do to try and curtail some of the bad behavior that happens out in that area? And I'm a huge advocate for people being able to use Crown land. That's how I grew up. That's how I explored the North, and that's ultimately the reason why I'm here in Whitestone now. Crown land access is for everybody to enjoy and use, but there has been multiple instances of what I would say, in my opinion, would be abuses of the area out around Black Lake on the Crown land. That being from, human feces all over the beach because there was no facilities, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people going out there. There was, half full 5-gallon buckets of human feces, not 10 feet from the water's edge. People changing their oil on the beach and draining it onto the beach. Like, there's a lot of environmental issues that we have out there, but we also have a lot of taxpayers out there where their lives have been kind of made hell at times trying to access their properties from people. And my like, as far as policing or any kind of enforcement, we don't have any power out there. I'll throw a rough number, but about 450,000, I think we pay for OPP policing, and we have a hard time getting OPP out there because of how far out they are and how short they are basically on resources, the OPP, to get people out there, right? They got Parry Sound's more of a center. There's more of the focus there. M&R, the enforcement officers are fantastic people, and they will go out as often as they can, but they don't have enough of them for our area. So my idea behind it all was, what can we do to try and curtail the bad behavior and still promote everybody being able to use it? And, Mr. Mayor, I completely get where you're coming from. We talk and we see if we can get a provincial park. And I did float the idea of, a land use permit, something that's more a Whitestone controlled thing. I don't disagree with you, Mr. Mayor. But I do think at the end of the day, we as a council and a community, we have to make the decision, are we going to do something about it, or are we just going to forget about it? I mean, we put extra resources and we tried to get extra enforcement that we pay for with taxpayers' dollars to try and curtail some of the bad behavior out there. So from now on, if we don't want to do this, are we just going to say, okay, sorry, it's not part of our jurisdiction, right? Although it's within our municipality, there's nothing that we can technically do about it, so we're just not going to do anything about it. I think we need to do something as a community to try and curtail some of the bad behaviors that are happening on our very easily accessible Crown land, right? And that's all. That was my whole idea. I'm not against you having a delegation, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty sure you know how I feel on this. We've had really good talks, you and I, about this. I would like to see something happen. Phone calls, and this, last year, the year before, I don't remember when I floated it at a council meeting about the land use permit, and that's try to just curtail the bad behavior. But I've been talking about this since before I was on council, at council meetings. There's lots of people in the community that have talked about this for years and years. It's great that everybody can use it, but there is some abuses that are happening out there. And I think this would be a good step forward. We might not even get the delegation. We're just making a request. It's like planting a seed, and let's see if it can grow. But at the end of the day, I think we need to try and do something to change some things out there. Thanks for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bray, did you wish to comment?
I just a couple of things, and I do know that there are still things going on on the Clear Lake area, especially south of Clear Lake Road, and that was evident. Things that were not in the jurisdiction of the fire department were things that we saw, but there was also things I think the OPP saw when we did do the enforcement the one time, but because there was only one officer, they couldn't really pursue those things. So I like the idea that Councillor Lamb suggested about doing consultations out there. I think it's important that we find out what other people would like. I would also, I think at the last meeting, I was also interested in approaching MTO around sidewalks, because I think that is a real concern for our young families in the community, walking to school, walking to activities at the library, beach, things like that. I think that I would like to see us pursue something like this, but maybe we need to do a few other things first before we approach the ministry so that we are clear what our community wants. but I do think that our community would be all for sidewalks. I think that if we could get that sidewalk extended down to Moore Drive, and that would be really an accomplishment for us if we could do that. And I think that there's good reasons to ask for that, because I noticed that there are sidewalks all the way through McKellar. So they have sidewalks. I think we have a good reason for asking for sidewalks since we have a public school there, along with increasing the community safety zone and also asking a request to be able to have another radar coming the other way to be able to track the vehicles and speeds coming into. So I think there's things we could do that I think that we wouldn't have to worry about. I think the community would be all for those things. And I think that I sort of like the idea of a consultation about up there and finding out what the people really think and what they would like. Thanks.
Okay, I'll just respond. I'll just point out two things to kind of quickly with respect to this particular one. And by the way, I mean, if our meeting was over, we could take a bit of time and make requests for things like there's nothing to stop us from doing from that ask. Have to do it in a delegation, of course, but because we do have some official interaction with MTO about these bridges. That project have been invited to comment on that, and we could make those requests directly to the sort of working level of that's MTO. But in any case, with respect to this thing, just two things. You'll notice that my suggestion as far as the land is concerned is that we're not suggesting that the park include the areas that are already populated by our ratepayers. And my thought on that was simply that probably, some of them at least would have a concern about that. Think, if there's going to be a whole lot more people on, say, Clear Lake or Boulder Lake or whatever, then and also because there's enough population on those lakes that they would likely, not be considered wilderness. It's not that people wouldn't go through them if they had canoe routes on them, like Cashagaba does, for example. But it's not. The idea was that the park would be on what are essentially undeveloped lakes in terms of residences on them. The second thing is that, I mean, we could ask them for, and it wouldn't be a land use permit, it would be a long-term lease. Okay, I can tell you that's the direction that M&R would want to go, and most of it is probably M&R land. But we could say to them, look, we want those. We can apply for those permits, and who knows whether we get them or not? I don't know. But there is, if we want to develop anything there in terms of a tourist destination, there is some infrastructure that has to be built, and we have to provide some sanitary facilities, some water, some parking, and probably the biggest thing is to make some improvements to the what's referred to as the wagon trail, the unmaintained extension to the Clear Lake Road, if you like. And that would benefit everybody, including the ratepayers who have places on Bolger and Cashagaba. But that's going to cost a lot of money. And I don't think that's within the capability of our resources as a municipality. So it seemed to me that the best way to the province, because the province could afford to do these things. They're not expensive by provincial standards, but they're expensive by our standards, by our resources, I mean. So that's why I thought it was good to ask them. And who knows? I mean, we might get into the discussion where they might be prepared to put some money into something and turn it over to us to operate, and maybe that would be appealing to us. That's a long way down the road, but I think, well, not a long way, but it's it's a ways. What we need to do first is we need to get the discussion going. So that's the purpose of this delegation.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yes, and I think we're going to be there. We should give it a try and see what happens. And you know, it's not like there's going to be any commitment. We'll see if the province has an appetite to do this again on this side of the district.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate all the time you've put into this, and I fully understand this is just a preliminary startup meeting to voice, you know, I'm going to call it our concern about doing something, which is why I'm for this. I'm sure depending where it goes, you know, we don't need to get in today about how much money it'll cost or the roads. I think it's just simply a ministry. This is what we're kind of thinking. But in regards to that, I know a couple of the councillors have spoken about a sidewalk, and I'll reiterate what I said before. And I think we all need to go back and look. The sidewalks, we already have a $250,000 grant that was awarded to us. Our past CAO did a presentation on it back in April of 2024. Staff currently has that information. I'm sure they're going to be bringing it back to us. But we don't look the best, I don't think, as council when we don't even remember about $250,000 grants being provided to us, or us dropping the ball on it because of staff changes. So before we go and push the province on asking about a sidewalk, we should look at what we've already been provided by the province on it. And I think every single person on council would full-heartedly agree it'd be a great idea to have sidewalks along the 520, and hopefully staff can come back to us with the information that we as council were presented 18 months ago, and was even in our budget at one point, come back to us on what we can do, and hopefully we haven't missed a deadline on it, because I'm sure for the public and for everybody that is a big important issue. I just don't think we should rush off to the ministry and ask about it before we've done our due diligence on what's already been approved by the province on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, I guess we're getting close to our lunch break. Perhaps we could have a motion to reconvene to a regular meeting, and we could pick up these. We could do the business horizon. How does that sound? So can I get a mover and seconder to reconvene? Councillor Bray. Moved, seconded by Councillor Lamb. The Council of Municipality reconvenes into the regular meeting at 12:37. Yeah. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, just to follow up on these applications that we considered, 5.1.1, I'll read the motion and see if we can get a mover and seconder. Whereas an application has been submitted by David Smith and Pamela Lamont for the closing and acquisition of the Shore Road Allowance fronting Park Lot 30, Concession 7 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And whereas MHBC Planning Limited have provided a report for the agenda of November 18th, 2025. And whereas there are no official plan conflicts, environmental concerns, or planning issues with respect to this application, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closing and acquisition of the Shore Road Allowance fronting Park Lot 30 Concession 7 in the geographic township of Mackenzie is applied for by David Smith and Pamela Lamont, subject to practices, procedures, and fees of the municipality for their closing of shore road allowances. Can you get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move, Mr.
I can second Councillor Nash.
Okay, thank you. It's moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, as I'd mentioned before on this, I think it's important that we do have our staff, be it staff or our planner, go out and review the site, as I'd mentioned before, to confirm a few things. One of them being about the flora and fauna. Number 2 being about the type 1 fish habitat that could or could not be there. And number 3, just about any possible features that we don't know about that are there, relying on old data. So I'd ask that maybe before this comes back, like I think maybe it's a deferral with staff requesting that the owner go about and do these couple things. I also think we need to confirm with the OLS what is the exact height of the Wawashkesh Dam that is to be used and that M&R has on file for the top of dam, because I think a couple of the surveyors are using different datum points for that. So I'll let others speak to that before I bring the full motion, but just seeing what others think of those several points. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I would point out that the height of the dam has nothing to do with the high water mark. This is Jamie did make this comment earlier. I thought that the surveyors who come and survey these shore road allowances, they have a standard reference which they use. If you look at all the drawings, you'll see the same thing on them. It's nothing to do with the dam.
Yeah, but through you, Mr. Mayor, those numbers are different depending on the surveyor, and our policy says we do not sell below the high water mark. So we need to set what that high water mark is from the dam, and different surveyors are using different dam elevations. We can just go back and look at the last 3 applications we've had on Wawashkesh for selling of the shore allowance along the water have had all 3 different elevations for the water that we've used in calculating it. So somebody's overpaying, somebody's underpaying. So it does have it. We're not talking about flooded lands. They're talking about we don't sell below the high water mark, and we need to, as a municipality, set what that high water mark is on a dam that's controlled when different surveyors are using different elevations for the top of the dam, in my eyes. Thank you.
Okay, Senator, does anyone else have, if you want to do something like this, you would need to amend the motion, I think, Councillor Nash, but sorry. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, am I on? No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, which means probably if we do that, this is coming back to us in the spring or something, right? And we've been all over the map on this thing of environmental visits and things like that. I just don't know that we want to jam these people on this application. They put it in, they've done everything in their mind that they have to do, and I'm not even sure if we sent staff out how they would know whether it's a type 1 fish habitat or not. Like, I don't know how you determine that, right? And so, we're doing the official plan. We can put into the official plan whatever we want in terms of environmental studies, or if not there, into into the zoning bylaw. I'm just really reluctant to complicate the thing, and I don't know about high water marks and the rest of it. But I'm told by people that what we're doing is fine. Anyway, so I'm of two minds on this thing, and I guess if I had to decide, I wouldn't be jamming these people on. Thank you.
Any other comments? That's all right.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Lam, just because I think that this is the process we've had. If we want to change the process, I'm all for listening and figuring out what the process needs to be changed when we do whatever it is that through the official plan and the zoning bylaws or whatever it is. I'd be happy to say, okay, let's look at it and say what changes we want, so that people know up front what they're being asked for, instead of us leading them down a path and then all of a sudden sliding in a few things. I don't understand why sometimes we slide them in and sometimes we don't. And that's what I've struggled over these planning things over the last 3 years. So I would tend to say, I would go ahead with, I would vote for this, just because I think that this applicant has fulfilled the requirements. Our planner has fulfilled the requirements that are required at this point, and then we want to change things, let's change things. Thank you.
I would simply point out to everybody that people who have shore, and everybody on Wawashkish has a shore road allowance in front of their property. That's the riparian area of the property. They're using it already. They are using it to access the water. They got a boat pulled up on it, maybe. Who knows? I mean, they might even have got a dock on it, right? They've got a permit for a dock. So, this is, and again, our position historically was, these shore road allowances were put there for logging reasons. Okay, so that when the area was being logged, the loggers could go up onto somebody's private property and review their logs. They weren't put there for the most part in this area. They were not put there with the idea that somehow or other you could have a public road going around the shore of the lake, because you can't by virtue of the type of shoreline it is and the fact that it floods, right? So I don't know what harm we're doing by denying people title to the opportunity to purchase, and us the opportunity or revenue for them purchasing it for property that they're effectively already using.
Yeah,
anyway.
through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might just comment back on a couple comments there. So first off, I'm not refusing anybody the right to purchase their shore allowance. I think I've actually been an advocate from most to say, yes, they should buy it, but we should treat everybody the same. And when we make some people do a site visit and some people not do a site visit, and when our official plan says we won't close it up in front of type 1 fish habitat, and we go, but we don't really know what's there. We're using 40-year-old data. That's fine. Don't worry. We won't make them do it, but we'll make this person do it, is not what we as council should be doing. And a perfect example, we have a file later today for a shore road allowance on item, where is it here? Item, let me just get my bearings here. 10.3. And the regulated water level on that survey is 223.75. So if you look at item page, what is it? Of our agenda. I think it's page 105. On that one, we're going to be using 223.75 as the high water mark. Jamie, our planner, noted, I think today, 223.46, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think that's the one. And then on another road allowance that was done just in back in August, we used 224.70. So the high water mark elevations are constantly changing. The surveyors aren't, I'm looking at a survey plan now for the one that's coming up today, and it says regulated water level 223.75. I'm then looking at another one, which is on Mawashkesh, and it says regulated water level 224.70. And that was for one that we were going to have in closed, but it had been removed from closed. And then there's a third one from a couple months ago that's at the other elevation I gave you. So they're all over the board. We're selling land when we shouldn't or shouldn't be. It's not the process of selling the land. It's not saying to somebody they can't own it. I think everybody should have the right to own it. It's when we're doing different things for different people and we're using different elevations on what we're selling and not selling. That's my problem here. It has nothing to do with the applicants. I think they should be able to buy it. I think we just need to do our due diligence a bit better and certainly not use an IBW survey benchmark, for example, of 224.70 when a benchmark from another survey company, which is IBW again, is a different elevation. They're using different elevations of what they're calling the high water mark from the same survey company in this instance, right? So I know I'm probably going to lose my vote, so I won't even make it because I've lost it every single time I've done it throughout my time on council about suggesting we do more things, but still allow people to do things. So I won't make my motion. I just find it very funny that we're not even using the same elevations on what we're selling the land at when we're saying obviously the dam's a fixed dam and the high water mark of a regulated dam shouldn't be changing, but yes, it is when you're dealing with the same surveyor and when you're dealing with different surveyors. That's all. I've made my point, I think, and I'll leave it the way it is and just put my head down like everybody else is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready for the question?
Yeah, I don't know what that last comment about head down. Councillor Nash, if you want to address at some point what we do in the future in terms of site visits, I'm open to that. If we say now to Jamie Robinson that and Paula, in future shore road allowances or whatever, we want a site visit, that's fine. I don't have a big problem with that. I just don't think we go back and try to fix people that are 99% through the process or 90% through. So I'm all for that. That's what you want. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'll just say I like the idea of site visits, but that's because I'm that kind of person. I was an on-site guy. I wasn't in an office ever, as little as possible anyways. And any opportunity that we could get a more accurate picture and newer updated data from site plan visits, be it by one of our municipal staff or a consultant, I think that we should be looking at doing that in Whitestone. I'm all for people buying their shore allowance, but I'm pretty sure everybody will be able to understand this, that I'm also very much in favor of protecting our shore. And I think we need to do more protections when it comes to our shore, because that ultimately is what's going to help our lakes and our water quality and help save us. So I'm all for, trying to get as much data as possible. If we're not doing it on this one, that's fine, but it's something that we should definitely be looking at.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb, thank you for your comment there. Hopefully we can do something in the future when we work through our official plan on this. And another good example of it is later today, we have another file coming up where we've made a landowner, I think, do a 30-meter buffer around wetlands. And there was no site plan or there was no site visit done. And we now have our planner coming back and saying, well, there is no wetlands on his site. So that just is another perfect example of why it is important to do site visits in the future. Right? We're passing things that can't even be sometimes fulfillable because we haven't done site visits. So hopefully that's something we as council and staff can do better of in the future. As I've said before, it just always seems to be hard to get to that future spot. So it does frustrate me, but I won't be making any motions today and wish the applicants all the luck on their application. So thank you very much.
May I just ask Jamie Robinson, still on the line here, about the elevation? Councillor Nash is talking about 2 or 3 different elevations, and I'm confused by it. What say you, Jamie, on all this elevation stuff on the Wallachkent?
So first off, through your worship, I don't have as much experience as everybody else, but what I can talk to you about is from a planning perspective in comparison to what surveys provide. So the zoning bylaw and the official plan contain elevations within them. And those elevations are regardless of what a survey contains on them. So what the survey would contain on it is typically what that surveyor observed when they were on the property. So if they have a watermark that is identified on the survey, which could change in elevation, that would have been the watermark at the day they were out there that conducted that survey. In terms of the zoning bylaw, it contains a flood elevation that's defined in the bylaw. And there's reference in the zoning bylaw to a high water mark, but there isn't an actual elevation of the high water mark in the zoning bylaw. There probably should be. There is, however, an elevation of the high water mark in the official plan. So that's when we're evaluating these applications for shore road allowance closing and determining where the high water mark is in those instances, we use that elevation that's included in the official plan that's identified as the dam height. So,
what is that, 224?
Yeah, it's 224.36.
So should any of our current applications, shouldn't they all say the same? 224?
They do. To my knowledge, they do. I don't know. I'm not aware of specifically what Mr. Nash or Councillor Nash is referring to. It could possibly be that the survey that was provided has a different number on it because that's what the surveyor observed quite possibly when they were on the site. I'm speculating a bit by these comments, but it doesn't, just because the survey identifies a number on it doesn't have an implication on specifically what the municipality's selling. It's the final reference plan at the end of the day.
Why don't we just use the 224 and change that number in all the applications?
Again, we are using the 224, so I'm not sure where this is. I'm not sure where the comments are coming from.
Councillor Nash is saying there's different elevations being used in different applications on the lake.
They're very very slight, and I can explain to you why this is. And it's pretty much a Wallachkent specific thing because of the large fluctuations in water level, larger than any other lake in probably in the Sudbury Sound district. Over the years, surveyors have used different levels because the level has actually been maintained by different dam structures over history. And I won't take the time because we don't have it right now. I can give you a whole dissertation on these different ones. I have survey drawings that have 3 different elevations on them. I can show you that are used, but my understanding is that we have always, for purchase of shore road allowance, we have always used not the one that happens to be the lake level when the surveyor is there, but we've always used a common one which persisted for years since the previous dam, the old wooden copper dam that was on Wabash was used, and that kind of established a slightly lower level than the sill of the dam. The sill of the dam is 225 meters above sea level currently. And so for consistency with historical practice, the surveyors have typically used another benchmark, which is somewhere else on the lake, not at the dam. And it was 224.37 or some kind of number like that. I can't tell you, but that's normally what has been used when people purchase shore road allowances. And it's my belief that we are within a very close tolerance, treating everybody the same. But if we're not treating everybody the same, then I would agree with Councillor Nash. We should basically say this, and we could say it with respect to purchase of shore road allowances. This is the elevation that we're going to use for the high water mark, so that we don't get into this. But I don't
through you,
material. What I'm trying to say is I don't believe it is a material difference to this application from others that would cause us to.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I can give a perfect example that might help explain it to everybody. If everybody can turn to page 105 of their agenda today. And it might be hard to read, so hopefully some people have some glasses, but at the top left corner of attachment 2, if you're looking at it with attachment to the top of the page, it says Lake Wawaskesh note. It says benchmark at Bennett's Bay, original waters elevation, and regulated water level. And the regulated water level that was used for this plan that's supposedly being deposited is not 224 as we're talking about today. It's in fact 223.75. So there's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. And Mr. Mayor, I believe you're correct in that we all think the elevation is the same that's being used, but in fact, it's not the same. It's in what's being deposited in reference plans and being used when land is being sold. The other example of that, if we all looked back in our closed session that was deferred from last time, that elevation also that said regulated water level wasn't noted as 224.36 as noted in the official plan. It was noted as 224.7 on the reference plan being deposited. So if the reference plan is being deposited using incorrect elevations, we have a problem. And this is something I keep bringing up and bringing up and bringing up, that in actual fact, it's not the same elevation that I'm going to use the word staff are using or surveyors are using probably when we're calculating payments or when reference plans are being deposited. I would assume if we all are looking at page 105, that regulated water level shouldn't say 223.75, but should in fact read 224.36 as per our official plan, which would then change how much land is being sold or purchased by an applicant. And that's why I'm saying on the applicant in front of us under section 5 today should be the correct elevation, and we have to be careful. So I'm not sure if other councillors are able to see that number that I'm referring to of 223.75 that says regulated water level on the survey.
We can see it. Let me ask our planning assistant, because she's the one who calculates how much land people have to pay for. What do you use? Oh, okay, so then this is the drawing that Councillor Nash is referring to, right? The one that's on page 105?
Maybe I can help, your worship.
There's the part that we sell on that drawing is part one. I don't know if you can see that on page 5 or not, but you'll see outside of it, there's a part two, which is the flooded area that is not being sold, right? So the surveyor has gone and calculated it.
Amy, what were you gonna say?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that maybe I can help here. So the township planning documents have a number in them. And I think what Councillor Nash is saying is maybe that number is no longer correct. Maybe we need to take a look at that number at some point in time. That doesn't change the fact that today the planning documents have a specific number in it. And that's kind of, as a planner, that's what I have to use when I make my recommendations. What happens when the surveyors go out to the site or a site? They conduct a survey based on the situation that exists when they're out there. So when they're on the property, this regulated line is likely where the water was when they were at the site, likely. So they mark that elevation on the property, or it's the elevation that they know or that they understand to be the regulated line, which may differ from what's in our bylaw. So I think so they prepare this document, which is a reference plan based on what they know or what they understand to be the regulated mark at a point in time. And then Paula, the municipality, when the municipality's selling the shore road allowance, they have to determine, okay, what are we selling these folks? What is that number? What is that area? And I think the reason why this regulated line gets marked on it the way the surveyor has is the case law is likely that you own to the regulated water's edge at whatever given point in time. So that's what the surveyor surveys. And then Paula says, all right, we'll sell you everything between whatever the reference plan you prepared that shows the regulated mark and whatever that the edge of the shore road allowance would have been at some point in time, which was originally the 20 meters from the original surveyed shore road allowance. We'll sell you whatever that area is. So it has historically differed throughout time and continues to differ if that regulated water level changes. But so we can't change that on these applications that are in front of us now. But if the municipality, through a separate exercise, wants to look at, all right, let's set for the purpose of selling shore road allowances, what top and bottom, like what elevation we're going to use here, you can do that. But this is like beyond the scope, I think, of what we're dealing with today in evaluating these applications. All we can deal with today is what the surveyors have prepared and what they've done. That's really all we can do.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, Jamie, thank you for that. I think you're 100% correct in what you said there. The only thing is, before you were involved, we've been told, staff has told us repeatedly that we use the same regulated water level for selling all shore road allowance on Mawashkesh, i.e., so if somebody went out during the spring freshet, they could save themselves a bundle of money because the water level would be so much higher. So that is not done because we as a municipality are always using the same regulated high water mark, when in fact that is not what's being done. And what you're saying, we might need to do something to change that, which I totally appreciate and agree with you on. But what staff has told us in the past is that's already been done from years ago, when in fact that's not what's been happening. So I hope you can understand why it's frustrating for me as a council member. I full-heartedly agree that we need to put something in place going forward, but we've been told in the past, application after application, that it is the same elevation that's being used, from what I understand. So thank you, Jamie.
Well, maybe at another meeting, we should get a surveyor to come and explain to us how they do this, because it's not the situation you described where the survey would be done during the freshet, which by the way, it wouldn't, but if the water level is different from the reference elevation, then the surveyor may be including some land that is underwater, or or some land that is up on the shore, is the edge of the water, right? In their diagram.
Yeah, and
I've actually done this, okay, so you have to go out a certain distance into the water where you get a certain depth, so you and mark where it is, right? In order to draw those lines. So
through you,
it's not
Mr. Mayor,
it's not a perfect process, but it's not as erratic as you think it is. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I totally agree, and this will be my last comment on it. But we have a memo from to council from staff dated September 13th, 2023. And it was a question in regards to the OP section 9.0.2 states that part of the shore road allowance below the controlled high water mark will be retained by the municipality. And then this was the question: is the controlled high water mark of 229.57, what is the elevation we are using to sell? The answer from staff: a high water mark of 223.479 was referenced on plan, and then there's the number. The elevation being used for the purchase of the sale of the shore road allowance is 224.36 as shown, and then it goes on. The elevations were determined by the Ontario Land Surveyor. So we're being told by staff that actually what is being sold is based on 224.36, right in the staff report. The only way I don't understand it is how we or staff can calculate an area when the surveyor's telling us the size of it based on incorrect elevations. So we have staff that are telling us that yes, when we're selling it, again, I'll quote, the elevation being used for the purpose of the sale of the SRA is 224.36. And then it says, as shown on the reference plan, deposited June 20th, 2023. So if that's the case, then that should be shown on all these plans, not different elevations. But I'll leave it today. It's so frustrating because we get different answers every time in front of us. Not by you, Jamie, just by applicant, it seems. Nothing to do with what your report whatsoever, Jamie, in front of us today. It's just very frustrating as a counselor. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Could we call the question on this one? And I think are we treating it as a planning matter? Needs recorded vote?
Yeah.
All right.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Curry, yes. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
motion's carried.
Thank you. Okay, we got two more to do before we can.
And I'm going to be leaving the meeting again through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash. Please,
Okay.
Nigel, if you can let me know when I can come back on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So here's the motion. Whereas MHPC, this is 5.1.2, whereas MHPC Planning Limited have prepared and provided a report to the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone regarding an application submitted by Scott and Jennifer Nash for the closing and acquisition of a portion of the municipal road allowance legally described as the road allowance between the Township of Burton and the Township of Mackenzie, east of the center line and south of Gooseneck Lake. There's the Terranet in 52250-0540 is shown in the report dated October 21st, 2025. And whereas MHBC Planning Limited I've prepared a further report of November 18th, 2025, wherein it is recommended that the original recommendation contained in the October 2025 report to council be maintained on the basis that it is municipal staff's opinion that this municipal road allowance is not likely to be used for a municipal road due to the topography and rock outcropping. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closure and acquisition of a portion of the municipal road allowance supplied for by Scott and Jennifer Nash, legally described as the road allowance in the Township of Burton and the Township of Mackenzie, east of the center line and south of Gooseneck Lake, Aranet PIN 52250-0540, as shown in the report dated October 21, 2025, and that such approval be subject to the following. There are 6 conditions here. 1, that closure of the part of the municipal road allowance requested does not remove access from any adjoining lands. 2, that the unopened municipal road allowance shall not become a separately conveyable lot and that it be merged with the applicant's property in a manner to be deemed appropriate by the municipal solicitor. 3, that legal access across the applicant's property and the municipal unopened road allowance to the lots currently accessed by McGee Lake Road be maintained, which may involve the registration of an easement over the portion of McGee Lake Road that traverses the municipal road allowance. 4, that notification be provided to the adjacent landowner to the south of the applicant's property and to the east of a portion of the unopened municipal road allowance to determine whether they have any comments or if they also wish to purchase a section of the unopened municipal road allowance. 5, that the applicants pay all associated costs and fees. 6, that all practices, policies, and procedures of the municipality be followed for the closing of municipal road allowances. Is there a mover and seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Lamb. Seconded by.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Any further discussion? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I want to add a 7th point, which would be an amendment. And it would basically say, subject to successful negotiation on price. Or something to that effect.
Okay, so that the sale.
And
be subject
to a successful negotiated price or something like that.
To, okay, to successful. Negotiation price.
And again, I say that because I know of at least 2 examples where we were not able to sell because we couldn't come up with a successful negotiated price. So,
well, mover and seconder, are you willing to add that to the motion?
I'm the mover.
Yeah. You're the mover. The seconder is Councillor Woods, sorry.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Let's do it.
Motion, so save us a little time here.
Yep. I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any further discussion about the motion?
Well, don't we have to vote on the amendment?
All right, I'll do it for the sake of the amendment is to add a 7th condition, which is that the sale be subject to successful negotiation of price. Moved by Councillor Lamb.
Seconded by
Councillor Woods. All those in favor of the amendment? Got 3 hands up in the room here. You're in favor of the amendment?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you for that confirmation. Now, are we ready for the motion as amended? If so, it's a planning item again, so we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Conry,
Yes.
motion is carried.
All right, so we have one more thing. Can I get, unless you just want to have this discussion, can I get someone to move that the application for a, this is 5.13, that the Roma delegation request be submitted.
For a provincial park up near.
Yeah, for the. As
The council,
presented.
the council approved a delegation at Roma.
Yeah.
For a provincial park. Up near Black Lake or wherever you want to put it.
Yeah, and well, all right, do you
Again,
have a blank, do you have any blank forms or, well, maybe there's some at the back here. Let me see.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I just, that's perfect. Let's not put that in there. Okay, so Councillor Lamb, you were starting to, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone
Approve a delegation at the Roma conference.
Okay, a delegation request for the Roma 2026 conference
For a provincial park.
Okay, for a provincial park
In the area of Black Lake. What else?
Okay. That's your motion? Thank you.
Well, that's what I think a motion
All right.
would be.
Yeah. The seconder for the motion.
Well, I'm not making the motion. I just dictated the motion to you.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I thought you were
You
moving.
need a mover and seconder.
You need a mover and seconder.
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Woods moves. We get a seconder, please.
And we asked Councillor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's back.
Right. So the only comment I have, I'm just briefly gonna go back to our discussion is, I think this is not a good idea without any community consultation. And I think this will come back to bite us in the rear. So I won't be in support of it. That doesn't mean I don't want to control Black Lake or Clear Lake or whatever. I think we should be putting far more thought into what we might want as a land use permit to control the areas where there are problems, where we control it, and not ask for a provincial park, because I don't think it's supported in the area up there, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll be voting against it for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready for the question then? All those in favor?
Why, isn't it a planning matter?
No.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Bray,
No.
Councillor Lamb,
No?
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Conley.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So. This matters to rising, maybe the whole. Okay. I think we reconvened into a regular meeting when we did that. Oh, yeah, okay. So now we're down to a public meeting. Let's take a break. It's 1:25. We'll have a recess till. How much do you need to do? 2 o'clock or do you need more than that? It's 1:35
minutes. What, until 2 o'clock is 35 minutes.
Is that enough time or do you need more?
I'll see.
Okay, all right. So we'll pause the recording, Ann, and we'll be back at 2 or. And that's all. Who's on? This one. Oh. Okay. Let's make our where did Zoom go? Come back, little Zoom. Yeah. There we go. Get my video button. It's down at the bottom. Okay, so I have video. I have audio. All right. I think we are back in this. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back from our lunch break, and we are at section 6 in the agenda, which is a public meeting. And well, the first thing we need to do, I think, is to move into said public meeting. So I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into a public meeting for the following matter, 6.1. Proposed zoning bylaw amendment requested by Mr. Samatek, and 6.2, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment requested by Frank Smith and Lindsay Hill. Mover and seconder. First by Councilor Gray, seconded by Councilor Lamb. Councilors moves into a public meeting, go at 6 p.m. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. So Woods, are you Are you with us? Showing up on the screen here, but, well, maybe that's not.
I don't think that's Brian.
No, that's the wrong Brian. I mean, the wrong spelling of Brian. Can you, that's not his phone number, no?
You're not with us.
Okay, apologies, folks, we're kind of, I thought we did have Councillor Woods with us, but we're gonna try and get him.
Oh, Brian. Are you coming on? You're in the waiting room.
No, there's no one in the waiting room.
No, just, yeah, well, whatever. Apparently he's in the waiting room.
No.
Preparing meeting. Okay, he's trying to get on. You're gonna try again? Okay, thanks, Brian. Funny because it's coming into my ear.
Yeah. You actually talked to him?
I talked to him when he was trying to get in. Oh, you're not on. You can't get in?
During the meeting, do you know what that means? No. That almost sounds like a wrong link. Yeah.
You're going outside now.
Go to the website and try the link there.
No, but that shouldn't make any difference. I mean, he's.
I don't know, sometimes I talk to him, it goes out in the house, the internet in the house, and it's something different if it goes outside.
Provider.
Yeah, just call in, yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Let's try the call in number. As opposed to the.
Sent him the copy of the link. I don't see him showing up at all.
One more time, let's get all this current down. Repeat that, Brian.
Meeting ID no longer exists. I just sent him one by text. Maybe he's using the wrong one.
Nigel just sent you one by text. The link, why don't you try that one?
Has that meeting expired when you set up the meeting? How many?
No, I don't think so. It's on until 8 p.m.
It's 8 p.m.
Go back to the meeting. Just keep saying preparing the meeting.
I don't know what to say.
Keep trying. Let's just go on, I guess. I'm gonna keep trying. We'll just come over there.
Can you try his phone or not? Oh, yeah, it needs a meeting ID. Yeah.
Brian. You hear me really well? Okay, what about Janice? Are you saying same stuff with Janice?
Can you hear me, Brian?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good there, Janice.
Okay.
I'll keep my phone open if you wanna stay tuned and come down until you come down and stuff.
Try this. This guy's just sent me a dial. Try this one more time, James. Phone number again. Call right back.
You'll call me right back.
If I can't get on, or I'll text you.
They may have to come down, I guess. But anyway, up to you.
Yeah, I think maybe we're gonna have to move on with the thing. It doesn't look like he's gonna be. If you're at 15 minutes, I don't know what our procedure does, but somebody can't get in for whatever reason. I don't know what else we do. So where we were is we have a mover and seconder to go into a public meeting.
Yeah, through just 1 second, through you, Mr. Mayor. What are we supposed to do as per the procedural bylaw if a member of council can't get in, I know we have a special system we're supposed to follow. It would appear it's not Councillor Woods' issue if the meeting IDs aren't working for him. I think there's a section in the procedural bylaw we're supposed to follow. I'm not sure if staff has that. I can try and look it up if they need to.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't actually have it in front of me right now, but I believe the procedure is you try and resolve the issue for 15 minutes, and after that time, you move on with the meeting.
That's my recollection, yes.
And I believe this must be a problem on Councillor Wood's end of things, because Councillor Nash was able to join the meeting just a matter of seconds before. So it appears that it's a problem with Councillor Wood's equipment or internet connection on his end.
Yeah, sorry, I was able to pull it up here. It says, in the case of loss of connection or any connection issue which impedes the ability of a member to participate in the meeting, in real time, the meeting may halt for up to 10 minutes to allow the member to rejoin the meeting, at which time the meeting will continue, or alternatively, if a member is not able to rejoin the meeting after 10 minutes.
He's going to come down, and it may take him a little while, and he says carry on for now.
Okay, thank you. I think that's what we'll do. So we're going to call the question on the motion to move into a public meeting. All those in favor? Councillor Nash?
No.
Three people in the room have voted in favor of it, so we're going to proceed. And that then we will now follow our public meeting agenda, which involves a call to order and again the introductions of the councillors. We have in the room Councillor Gray, Councillor Lamb, Mayor Connery. We have Councillor Nash on Zoom, and we also have online on Zoom Jamie Robinson of MHBC Planners. So those are the people. Councillor Woods is offline and is in the process of trying to join us personally. I'll ask again, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the proceedings of this meeting? Okay, let the record show that none was declared. The protocol for the meeting is as follows. The chairperson the record of the Zoom meeting will record those in attendance. For those in attendance who are showing a phone number only, please advise please advise your name for the record. You see there are a couple of phone numbers online on Zoom. And I'll also ask that all comments be addressed through me and that the person making the comments state their name before speaking. Next item is the matter of notice of this meeting. And I will ask our clerk to have the notices were delivered and if any correspondence has been received in regards to either of these two items.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. With respect to item 6.1, the notice was posted on the municipal website, on the public bulletin board at the municipal office, and published in Metroland's online newspaper and at the property on October 28th, 2025. Notice was also mailed to property owners following the same circulation as the Parry Sound Area Planning Board process for consent applications. No correspondence has been received to date. With respect to item 6.2, I'm assuming you want me to go for both. The notice was posted at the municipal website, on the municipal website, on the public bulletin board at the municipal office, published in Metroland's online newspaper, and at the property on October 29th, 2025. Also, the notice was mailed out to property owners within 300 meters of the subject property. No correspondence has been received on this item either.
Okay, thank you very much. We will then proceed to discussion of item 6.1. And we'll start with Jamie Robinson, our planner, presenting his memo of November 18th. The correspondence received, but we didn't receive any. So, Jamie, do you want to introduce this?
Certainly, Your Worship. So thanks, Your Worship, members of council and members of the public. This application is an application for zoning bylaw amendment, and what it relates to is an application that is, as a result, it's a condition of provisional consent. So there's been a consent application that's been approved by the planning board to create lots from this property, and one of the conditions was that the municipality pass a zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment would be to rezone these lots to an appropriate zone that recognizes the size of these lots. So specifically, the zone that's proposed here is to place these zones into a rural limited service zone. So that's what the proposed zone is. There was some discussion in the conditions previously about a potential for a wetland on the property and a wetland being zoned and a buffer identified from it. Based on the material that we've reviewed and information from the property owner, there's no indication that there is a wetland on the property. So from that perspective, the zoning that's proposed for the site is the RU-LS, which is limited service zone. So we've reviewed the proposed zoning bylaw amendment against the PPS, which is the provincial planning statement, and against the township official plan. And based on a review of the municipality's official plan, and based on a review of that information, it's our opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is consistent with the PPS and does conform to the municipality's official plan. Just in closing, just to be clear, this application isn't about considering the principle of creating lots on this site. That's already been established through the decision of the planning board. This is really an implementation application, which is to apply the appropriate zoning to the site to implement that decision that the planning board's already made. So if there's any questions from or comments from the public or from council, I'd be happy to do my best to try to answer those. Thank you.
Get a message from Ryan that he's on the phone now, the way to respond to that works. So he's listening.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I see his phone. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I guess I'll just check. Councillor Woods, are you able to hear us? Sorry.
Yes, I can hear. Thanks for the link, Scott.
No problem, Councillor Woods. So I guess, Jamie, as you've said, we're not reinventing the wheel here, I guess, is a good way I'll put it. You said that the wetlands, did we do a site visit to confirm if there was no wetlands? I understand you're saying that we should eliminate that requirement. So I will agree with that, like be voting in favor of your recommendation. Just wondering if we did carry out a site visit to confirm that or not. That's all. But thank you for your report, and I'll be doing what you suggested in the report.
I did not conduct a site visit on this one.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This doesn't have to go back to the planning board because of the setback or the wetlands or anything like that? Or does this have to go back to the planning board to take that condition on?
No, I don't believe it does have to go back to the planning board.
Okay, I would ask our planning assistant to at least, when we're done here, call the plan after Christie and tell him what we're doing and make sure he agrees with that.
What the conditions, through you, your worship, what the condition states is that a 30-meter setback be required from any wetland on the property. Since there is no wetland on the property, that condition would be satisfied, but we can certainly let the planning board know what's been done.
Okay.
So this rezoning is simply because these are no longer, now that these 3 lots that have been severed are not waterfront. So we have to change them from waterfront. That's why we're doing this, correct? Yeah. And I guess you will notice that there is a bylaw at the end of, it's on page 22 of 157 in my package. And 23, which simply, that's the bylaw that we will eventually come to approve this if council is agreeable to doing it. Are there any other comments or questions from council? Are there any comments or questions from the members of the public? Okay, hearing none, we can then move on to item 6.2. While we're in our public meeting. And once again, I will ask Amy to give us a background on that.
Certainly. Thank you, worship and members of council. This is an application. It's water access property located on Wawakesh Lake. It's identified as 21241 Wawakesh Lake. You can see it in the image on the screen currently. This property is currently developed with there's a cottage or a detached dwelling. The proposal in this instance is to establish a sleeping cabin on the property. The reason why a zoning bylaw amendment has been sought is that the sleeping cabin exceeds the maximum permitted size that the zoning bylaw establishes for a sleeping cabin and exceeds the maximum permitted height, which is outlined in the zoning bylaw for a sleeping cabin. So specifically, the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height for a sleeping cabin of 5 meters, and it permits a maximum floor area for a sleeping cabin of 50 square meters. So just in terms of the details related to this application, they're actually on the screen currently. So this cabin, the cabin itself, that's basically the enclosed portion, has a size of about 55 square meters. It does have a storage loft associated with it, which is about 15 square meters. There's further to that, there's a screened porch, which is about 55 square meters as well. And then there's also an attached deck. It's the ground floor area item plus the screened porch that results in the floor area being, or the footprint being 110 square meters. So that's the reason for the proposed, one of the proposed variances to the bylaw through the amendment. And so the 110 again comes from the floor area plus the screen porch in area. Those are both considered ground floor area as per the definitions in the zoning bylaw. You can see on the screen now, the screen illustrates the location of the proposed sleeping cabin on the site. So effectively from a zoning bylaw, from the purpose of the zoning bylaw in limiting the size of accessory structures such as sleeping cabins on a property or on shoreline property, the intent of the bylaw and why it does that is really to ensure that accessory structures are appropriately sized on the property. And I'd say from a big picture perspective, it's really to ensure there's an appropriate balance between the natural environment and built form on a property. In terms of the proposed location on this site, it's well set back from the shoreline. It does allow for a substantial area of vegetation to exist between the shoreline and the proposed sleeping cabin to help screen and buffer the location of the building. And it's our opinion for those reasons that the proposal does not change the character of the area or change the character of intent of what's anticipated generally through the zoning bylaw. It's our opinion that the proposal does conform to the policies of the official plan, which require the historic sort of waterfront character of the area to be maintained. So for those reasons, your worship and members of council, it's our recommendation that the proposed modifications to the zoning bylaw to allow for both the increased footprint of the sleeping cabin and the increased height that this application be approved. I'll now turn it over back to you, your worship, if there's any questions from the public or from the council.
Through you.
Thank you. If I can, just to kind of set the start of this, I am once again trying to figure out where on the Washkish this is. I'm looking down at, well, I think I maybe know where it is. There's an island at the bottom. Does that say Jesse's Island? Is that what that says? You can't read your, looking at the paper and the screen and I can't read it. This would be on the first diagram that you've got that shows the location of the subject property in general.
I can pull it up on a map in a second here. Just bear with me 1 second. I'll show you where it is. But maybe we could move along if there's any other questions while I get that.
So I do have one other question and then I'll ask others. If this, I'm asking myself, gee, this kind of sounds a little bit like a minor variance. I'm guessing that the reason it's a zoning bylaw to a special zoning bylaw, a change, is because the building already exists. Am I right in saying that?
So just
like this is not a matter that would go to a committee of adjustment because they've already built it. Is that the reason we have to do is zoning bylaw? Or?
No, I can answer that. So can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So Graves, it's basically in the area of Indian Portage and Graves Point. Do you see the property here?
Oh, okay, Graves Point. All right.
Bennett's
that's
Bay.
not where I thought it was, but yeah, no, I understand.
Okay. I will stop sharing. So just in terms of why a zoning bylaw amendment versus minor variance? So it's really up to the applicant to decide what application they choose to submit in this instance. The differences between a minor variance and a zoning bylaw amendment. With a minor variance, there's the 4 tests. So there's the test of intent of the official plan, intent of the zoning bylaw. Is it desirable? And it's got to meet the test of minor. With a zoning bylaw amendment, the only test that needs to be met is really the official plan conformity test. So there is no test of minor and there is no test of intent of the zoning bylaw or desirability with respect to a zoning bylaw amendment. So those are the differences. I don't know why the applicant decided to submit a zoning bylaw amendment over a minor variance. Maybe they thought they had a better opportunity or just didn't want to deal with those other tests. But that's the differences between the two. It really doesn't matter to staff whether this application would have proceeded through a zoning bylaw amendment or a minor variance. I think our recommendation would have been the same. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash. Thank you. I have a number of questions on this one. I guess, first of all, again, I'm going to ask the same question I've asked on a couple others. Was a site visit conducted for this one, Jamie?
No.
Okay. And if we were going to do a lot severance on this lake, we'd be checking to see if a septic can be done on the lot. I know there's already a cottage on the lot or a dwelling on the lot, but I'm not sure if the septic has a capability to handle another large sleeping cabin. But with that being said, having a sleeping cabin where it's proposed, I'm sure could have an impact on the type 1 fish habitat in front of the property, possibly, until we do a fish habitat assessment. There could be species at risk. There could be heritage features, as I spoke to numerous times today. And also, normally you'd need a 95 meter, or a 100 meter, from what I understand, frontage to sever a property. And in this case, they only have 95 meters, but they're going to have two dwellings on it, a very large sleeping cabin, which we could call a second dwelling. So I guess when I look at this, I'm like, why we put this through without, number one, conducting a site visit, number two, confirming if a septic can withhold this new construction, if they need to, a septic permit. When we do new creation lots on Mawashkesh, we've made them do a survey to show us the flooded lands below the 227 or 229 to show that there's a building envelope that can be sustained for construction. And again, we'd do a fish assessment or ensure there isn't, get the applicant to confirm there is no type 1 fish habitat, an environmental assessment of species at risks. So why are none of those things suggested here? And again, I know I've said this time and time again. I know, unfortunately, I believe I'll be outvoted when I propose those amendments. So I'm just wondering why those items aren't addressed in the report, if you could, Jamie.
Certainly. So through your worship, on the septic system question, that's not real. The septic system, so there's two aspects of this. This is a fairly large property on the lake. It does have existing development present. So the principle of use is established on the property. What this proposal is for an accessory building, being a sleeping cabin. If these folks, if this application is approved by council, these folks would have to apply for a building permit. And it's through the building permit process that the building official would need demonstration that the septic either A, has capacity to accommodate the additional bedrooms associated with the sleeping cabin, or B, identify what improvements need to be made to the septic system prior to issuing the permit for the sleeping cabin. It would be no different than if these folks came in and simply applied to add on to the existing cottage, which they could do as of right, provided it was in compliance with the zoning bylaw. It's the same scenario. So we didn't feel it was necessary to have a septic study completed at this point in time. It's a large property and the principle of use is established. And we were confident that technical consideration could be adequately addressed through the building permit process. So that's point number one. With respect to the fish habitat or any sort of natural features associated with the shoreline or species at risk, this application does not propose a reduced setback to the front yard setback in the zoning bylaw, or in other words, the setback from the shoreline. If this application was proposing a lesser setback for development to the shoreline, then I think it might be prudent to take a review of the shoreline and what's proposed and any potential impact on fish habitat. But because the proposal is within the building requirements of the zoning bylaw, or within the building envelope that's permitted on the property as of right, that's the reason we didn't require any review of shoreline or of fish habitat in that regards. And from a species at risk perspective, same thing, or similar context. Development is set back 20 meters from the shoreline, and species at risk legislation first off, the principle of development already is established on this site, and species at risk legislation would help to protect not only this site, but it would apply equally to any other property on the lake. And there is an onus on applicants or proposed developments in those considerations. So long-winded way of saying, I think the key takeaway is that first, the building site is within the setback requirements of the zoning bylaw, and no relief sought in that respect. And that B, it is a fairly large site that can accommodate or has existing development and can accommodate potentially additional development based on zoning permission. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Sorry, I was just finishing up there. I was muted, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, yes, you answered all my questions except one. I'm just looking at your report. I think it's page 5 of your report, the one on the screen right now. Second sentence, you say, the location of the proposed sleeping cabin is set back from the shoreline and appears to be elevated above the shoreline and current water elevation. If required, this elevation could be confirmed prior to building permit. So what you're suggesting there, if we want, we could say, can you please do a topo to make sure you're outside of the 229.57 flood elevation? Is that in simple terms what you're suggesting there, if we want?
What I'm stating there is that if the building official has concerns potentially about whether there's an elevation concern on the property and meeting that specific section of the zoning bylaw, the CBO could ask for confirmation of that. Similarly, if the CBO has concerns about where the high water mark is on the site, he could ask for confirmation that the proposed siting of the building meets the front yard requirement of 20 meters within the zoning bylaw. So those are items the CBO could ask for. That's what I was getting at there.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Jamie. But we as council could not ask for that, right?
I think it's not really your role in the development process to ask for that. The role of bylaw implementation is really the CBO through the building permit process.
Perfect. Thank you, Jamie. You've answered all my questions. Appreciate it.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah. Am I on here? Okay. Well, I'm a little confused. Is the sleeping cabin already erected or not?
Not to my through your worship, not to my knowledge.
So they're just asking for permission to have a sleeping cabin that's bigger than what's. Oh, why wouldn't anyone just come forward and ask that? Why can't they build it to the code? It's just as simple as I can put a bigger building on my property by coming to the council and saying, hey, I want a bigger property than what you allow. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong. Why wouldn't they comply to our rules? If it had been built, I thought it had been built, then if it is built, then I don't know why wouldn't they just comply to what we have?
Your worship, they want a larger building than what's permitted by the zoning bylaw. That's the Planning Act process allows for
property than what's allowed. You just don't go and say, oh, great, you came to us, you can have it. What do we say to every single citizen now wants to come in a zoning bylaw and have buildings put on their building that are on their land that exceed what's required? I don't see why we're even entertaining this. Secondly, is there a main cottage on the property?
Through your worship, yes, there is a cottage on the property.
Where the sleeping cabin is wanting to be put, is it between the main building and the shoreline? Yes or no?
Through your worship, the sleeping cabin, there is in the planning report, there is an image that shows the location of the proposed sleeping cabin, and it's located adjacent to, yeah, there you go. So it's the yellow on this drawing. So it's located sort of beside the proposed dwelling, but some distance away from it.
But it's not in front of the dwelling.
No. The existing dwelling is a black space and it's got a 23 point something on top of it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
They're pretty small, so. Yeah, my point is you can't put a sleeping cabin in front of the main building, so that's not what's happening. Right?
No. That's not what's happening.
And this
No.
came up just because the applicant came in and wanted a bigger building.
That's correct. The applicants have applied for a larger building than what's larger sleeping cabin in the zoning bylaw.
They're mindful that for a bigger building. Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions or comments from council on this one?
This to me is a real slippery slope.
Through you, your worship, just one more question, Jamie. Sorry, I know it's been a long day. In theory, I'm just asking a hypothetical question here. If this sleeping cabin was granted to be built so that they had a second, I'll call it dwelling on the property, let's admit it, it's bigger than most people's cottages would be. I think it's about 200% bigger than the current footprint would allow for a sleeping cabin. If they then chose to sever the lot down the road, it would be severing based on an existing structure being there. So that would make severing down the road probably a much easier task to complete because there's already a structure on it. Would I be partly correct in my statement there, I guess?
I don't know if it really changes the process at all from a severance perspective. And to my knowledge, they're not proposing to sever, but if this was approved and if they came and applied for a severance to have this sleeping cabin, they'd have to convert it to a dwelling first off, because you're not allowed a sleeping cabin as the principal use on a site because it's an accessory building. And they'd have to have a septic system that dealt specifically with this. So I don't think it's any easier than just severing vacant land. I don't think it really matters, to be honest with you.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
And they'd have to identify a docking location for the separate lot as well. So I don't think it really changes anything, but that's not what this exercise is about. But that's my answer to your question.
Well, I guess, just to go on the lines Councilor Mann was going, one of the reasons I asked a question about the minor variance, and when I looked at it initially, I was looking at the ground floor area. This is page 25, says 55.1 square meters. So I would have said, yeah, that's a minor variance. That sounds to me like a minor variance. And the height 5.6 as opposed to 5 meters. But I see that underneath that, it says the proposed size of the sleeping cabin is actually 110.1 square meters. Based on, because including not only the ground floor area, but this community court. I guess my question to ask again, Jamie, do you consider, would people normally consider that a minor variance? It's a double?
Through you, to your worship, it could be. I haven't been asked to evaluate this as a minor variance, so we haven't looked at it as a minor variance, but certainly you could double the size of something or reduce a setback in its entirety and still be minor. It's really about looking at how does the proposal conform to the official plan, or how does it meet the intent of the planning document. So it's got everything to do with the site specific scenario and site specific situation. the amount of vegetation, the setback from the shoreline, like all those factors come into play. So in this instance, just something I want to just raise to your point there is that the zoning bylaw does provide some specifics in terms of details surrounding by bylaw amendment, I mean the proposed draft zoning bylaw amendment does provide some details in terms of specifics and narrowing them down in terms of what how this building could be constructed and how it could be oriented. So.
To be clear, this really bothers me. To be clear, they want to exceed the area that's allowed, but also the height. I don't know how many different things they can break, and we can just confirm this. Like, what would stop anyone in the municipality from coming forward and asking for this? I want a bigger building and say, oh, you did it here. I want you to do it for me. Help me. I'm really having difficulty as to why this even came, other than the people wanted. There's a big difference between wants and what get approved. I want all kinds of things on my property, but I can't have them because we have rules and regulations.
Through your worship, anybody is allowed to apply for anything under the Planning Act. So these folks have a desire to have a larger sleeping cabin, and they can apply for a larger sleeping cabin. And we're required to evaluate it based on the official plan policies and the PPS. And that's what we've done. We've given you our opinion on it, and we've undertaken a review of the policies surrounding it. So, but council is certainly entitled and to have their own opinion and do what they want with the application.
Thank you.
I
believe our CBO has a comment.
I do want to make sure, sorry, your worship, like as part of the public meeting process, and I don't know, maybe we haven't got to it yet, but before council debates the application, there needs to be an opportunity for members of the public and the applicant to provide comments if they so choose. So I just want to make sure we don't miss that part of the meeting here.
Yes, I'm was going to ask that if there is. I don't know if there is anybody from the applicant, but yeah, sorry. Do you have a comment, the other Jamie?
Yes, thank you. Just to shed some light on some of the issues that have been brought up by council. The footprint of the actual sleeping cabin structure, which would be the ground floor area of 55.1, is 5.1 square meters over what is permitted by the zoning bylaw. What is triggering the 110.1 is the fact that because they would like to screen in and put a roof over part of the deck, that now becomes part of the ground floor area, bumping it up to 110. I've had discussions with this applicant previously this year. The comments about septic came up. He's already got his septic file review showing that the system is fully capable of supporting what's being proposed. I suggested to the applicant to remove the covered portion of the deck, and that wasn't really what he wanted to do. You know, we've all been in a summer up here. We know how the bugs get. It's nice having an outdoor area where you can sit and enjoy the views and the breeze and not get eaten alive. So because of that, and because of the roof part of the deck, that's what's triggering the need for relief from the zoning bylaw. But the actual footprint of the guest cabin is just slightly over what would be allowed by the zoning bylaw, and the massing of the structure, he could do an even bigger deck if he. It's just because part of it is roofed and screened in that's triggering that need for the relief, and the reasoning for going to a zoning bylaw amendment as opposed to a minor variance was me being one of the ones who has to support or pitch the minor variance. I felt that asking for technically double what would be allowed, the committee may not consider that minor on top of the height request as well. So I suggested maybe this may be a better avenue to go down. And then in regards to the height, again, with Wawash Cache, there's a minimum sill elevation that they have to meet. When it comes to certain topography of lots, that really hinders then how high your building can be when the sill of your door needs to be at a certain height. Yet I'm still measuring from grade up. Again, it's not a substantial request in height. But yeah, I just wanted to shed light on it that it's just the portion of the covered deck that is triggering the need for the variance. The actual structure of the sleeping cabin is just slightly over what would be permitted. It's not a secondary dwelling. It's just a sleeping cabin with a covered screened-in porch.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. I didn't know you were at the meeting, so thanks, Jamie, when you spoke up there. Just two, it's always two, but two quick points. You mentioned just about the sill height, and I think this is something that I've spoken to a little bit earlier, just in general, maybe not at this meeting, but as we try and tell everybody, oh, your threshold or your septic systems have to be built at this higher elevation because the Conservation Authority or Cottage Conservation Authority wants it at higher elevation. This is what's going to be coming time and time again, that we're going to be building structures on Lake Wawash Cache that are higher and higher out of the trees because the thresholds have to be built up higher. That was just a comment. It really wasn't a question for you, Jamie. But in regard to the question I'd asked our planner earlier on a building like this, I understand that our planner suggested we do it based on our provincial policy statement and based on our current official plan. And yes, we're in the midst of redoing that. So maybe our planner's decision would have changed if this came in a year from now, but going off what our current rules and regulations are now. With that, if this application was approved today, like the request for zoning amendment, would this be a property that you would ask the applicant to do a topo on to confirm that there is a footprint that is outside of that flood elevation for the septic and for the building footprint, Jamie? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Gamache. As Jamie Robinson had mentioned before, this is just for an accessory structure. The septic has already been installed. The existing cottage is already there. So I would not see the need for any additional studies being done. Knowing that the cottage has already met the sill height that's required, provided that the sill height of the guest cabin is at least as high as the cottage. Again, I wouldn't feel the need to ask for any further surveys or studies to be done.
Okay, so just to close on that one, if I'm correct, this isn't an addition to the existing building. This is built on a different piece of property or different location on the property. So the site topography could be different in relationship to the elevation of 229 relationship to the water as to the existing footprint. And one thing you said there, you're telling me if I have a cottage on Lake Wawash Cache and I have a current septic system that's way below the elevation that we've asked for septic systems to be installed at now, I'd get grandfathered in even on a new build to be much below that new septic elevation height, Jamie? That's what you've said, I believe. Because you're saying because the septic system's already there, we don't need to worry about the elevation of the opening. Is that correct in what I'm hearing? And that's news to me, if it is.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I said nothing of the sort about any sort of septic system being grandfathered. Further to that, the municipality is not the jurisdiction and authority over the septic systems. If the North Bay Mattawa Conservation Authority issues a septic work permit to an applicant, then they have done their due diligence in making sure that they are above the required floodplain elevations. And I just require the documentation issued from them to issue a building permit. I don't conduct inspections with regards to the construction of a septic permit. The only documentation required for me during the inspection process is a notice of completion issued by the North Bay Mattawa Conservation Authority upon a final inspection.
Okay, and as we have a building department and municipality told North Bay Mattawa that we as a municipality have an elevation height for septic systems, have you done that? So they know what they're working towards?
Mr. Mayor, there's been many ongoing builds on Wawashkesh. I've had many meetings with regards to septic systems and flood level elevations with the North Bay Mattawa Conservation Authority. I'm sure that there is several existing septic systems that don't meet that, but you can't go backwards and force people to change what is existing when they go to improve. Then at that point, then they would need to meet new requirements. But again, for the situation at hand, there is no new septic work being done. We've already gotten septic approval stating that the existing system is capable of handling the new imposed flows from the proposed guest cabin, and the topography of the lot is a very steep drop. I again don't see the need to request further confirmation other than during a site visit for a first inspection, ensuring that the sill height is going to meet the required height.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to get into a debate here, but why would issue a permit and then say, well, look at the first site review to make sure the sill height's correct instead of making it on a plan? Blows me away from our building inspector, to be honest. And number two, we are doing an improvement here. They're building a sleeping cabin, which is 200% bigger via footprint. Doesn't matter if there's a screened in porch, a deck, sleeping, it's all the same, 200% bigger. And we're saying, well, maybe in the past we might have spoken to North Bay. So again, I'm going to ask, and I'd like our CAO to confirm this to all of council. Have we in the past confirmed with North Bay Mattawa that all septic systems on Lake Wawashkesh are to be above that flood threshold that was spoken about in the recent year or so? And if not, this should not be approved until we've done that, to ensure that this was approved based on the latest information from us to North Bay. And I'd be shocked if we haven't been doing that in the past. So those are my comments here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a comment?
Yeah.
Right?
I do, and just going back to did read in Jamie's report here that that about our official plan saying that all habitats must be evaluated to 2.9.5. So I agree with that probably totally taken care of. But I guess one thing that I wanted to ask CEO, when I look at this plan of the structure, and I see they have a full bathroom, they have a bedroom, and they have a living room. The living room is put a kitchen. Is that something they can do afterwards? They have to get permission.
Mr. Mayor, that's right. A kitchen would not be permitted within accessory structures such as a guest cabin. It would have to be a secondary dwelling. Again, with the size restrictions, I did try to go down that road with the applicant when he applied for his building permit. However, a secondary dwelling would require an individual septic system, individual water source, 60 meters from the existing structure. As been mentioned before, the check to make sure that if the property was severed, it would meet all those requirements, and that was not the route or intent that the building permit applicant had with regards to the structure. They were just looking to build a cabin for overflow. They are permitted the bathroom. And then, yeah, no kitchen would be permitted. If it were shown on these plans, I would tell them they'd have to.
Through you,
and I don't feel that this structure is 200% bigger than what's permitted. They're allowed 50, they're asking for 110.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick thing there. Jamie, can you give the definition of what a kitchen is by the OBC? From what I understand, you could still have, I believe, a fridge, a bar fridge, a sink, a whole bunch of stuff. So what is it that you cannot have in a full kitchen that you could have in a quasi-full kitchen based on the OBC? What's the one item that can't be there?
Mr. Mayor, in this situation, it would be the definition in the zoning bylaw. Past, basically the only type of plumbing fixtures that are permitted in such a thing as a sleeping cabin would be a enclosed bathroom. Once the permit is closed, I'm sure people may throw a mini bar fridge in there, but again, I'm not knocking on people's doors to make sure they didn't change what I told them they could and couldn't do. When it comes to me doing my inspections and ensuring that it complies with what's permitted, basically even if you had a bar sink and wanted a wet bar, if that's not permitted, that's considered a sink. If you want a countertop and storage shelves, there's nothing wrong with that. There just can't be a sink in it. You can't have a stove. I may have concerns if I show up to do an inspection and see a stove plug in the wall. Plumbing.
Could I have a microwave?
In the time of inspection, I wouldn't want to see any of that in there.
But in theory, Jamie, I could have a microwave. In theory, I could have a fridge. In theory, I could have all those things as long as I don't have a sink with plumbing in, right? Like, let's call a spade a spade. We all know that you're allowed, from what I know, a microwave in a sleeping cabin. You're allowed a fridge in a sleeping cabin. Let's call a spade. What you're not allowed is a full-fledged oven, but I'm allowed a little ceramic cooktop that I plug into the wall. Let's call a spade, right? Anyways, I'm done my comments here.
I would not permit a plug-in cooktop, a fridge. That's, you're storing and preparing food at that point, which would be meeting the definition of a kitchen. The proper safety precautions may have not been taken with regards to cooking and having a stovetop and clearance to combustibles. The sleeping cabin is supposed to consist of a bedroom, some living area, and you are permitted a bathroom in there as well.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. So what happens if I brought in a sandwich bread and made a sandwich in this sleeping cabin, which would be preparing food? You're telling me I couldn't do that? Come on, Jamie. We all know what really goes on at these sleeping cabins, right? I think that's what council's trying to say.
Can we move on, please? We're not. I think everybody understands this. Do you have a comment then?
I just wondered if, I'm sure at this point in this the consideration of the applicant to possibly make it just a little bit smaller, to be able to accommodate. If they can still have their bathroom, they can still have the bedroom, the living area, be a little bit smaller, and maybe it's smaller than the porch. I'm just wondering, just so that we don't doing something and then having become request by a lot of people. I know that they have lots of land and it doesn't really the area and everything, but I'm just concerned about the size, whether we're going to get ourselves into situations where other people are going to want the same thing. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I'm generating the third time that I think this is a terribly dangerous thing to do. But Jamie, just back to your remarks so I understand. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But basically, we have a set of rules, types, or whatever the rules are in our zoning bylaws. And then if you want to go a little bit more than that, we have minor adjustments to the committee of adjustment. Right? So that would let people kind of go a little bit outside of the box. Okay. But now we're learning if you want to double the size of anything, you don't go minor variance because I think you said you didn't think this was minor in terms of the minor variance. So we couldn't go there. So now because they asked, we're expected to just kind of double the size of everything without thinking that we're setting some sort of precedent here. I mean, to me, I never remember ever in my 19 years on council doing anything like that. But seriously, if there is, Paula, give me an example where we're shaking our head. No, we've never done it. And I'm an adamant no against it. Really, you need to think through that before you just approve it. There's all kinds of people all over the place that say, oh, I just have one. Sometimes if they want to triple the size of what's required, they just put it over there and come to council and we say, yeah, go ahead. We did it for these people, you can do it over there. Everybody wants great big sleeping quarters. So they put half their family out there because they don't want them in the main cottage, right? Like, I mean, this, anyway. I really, okay, I'm done talking. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. And in my opinion, the actual massing of the sleeping cabin itself is 5 square meters bigger than what they're allowed a 50 square meter sleeping cabin. Their sleeping cabin without the screen porch is 55 square meters.
Well, then they could have, excuse me, they could have taken the 5 meters to a committee of adjustment. Right? But they have, I mean, the deck, the covered deck is part of the structure. You can't say, well, if it wasn't, it is, it's part of the structure, which takes it to 110, right? That's what we're dealing with, not 55. You know.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I understand Councilor Lamb. However, if they did not cover the deck, they could do a even bigger deck if they wanted to, creating a larger massing on the property, a larger view from the canoe, as I've heard before. It's of my opinion that the actual guest cabin is not grossly larger than what's permitted. It's strictly just the fact that our zoning bylaw says that a covered deck be included in the first floor area. That's what's triggering the need for the relief. The actual sleeping cabin structure itself is barely bigger than what would be permitted. So it's not like they're grossly requesting a larger sleeping cabin and setting a precedent. It's just that because our bylaw says that that covered porch needs to be included in that 50. And like I said, I suggested removing the roof, and it's just not what they want. And as I mentioned before, we've all been through a summer up here.
So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Can I ask a couple of questions or say a couple of comments? It's Councillor Woods.
I was just actually going to you, and then go ahead. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. when it comes to the sizes, Jamie, I know, we grew up with the square meters and meters, but to put it into perspective for everybody, the total footprint measurement of this place is about 1,150, 1,200 square feet kind of idea. Would that be pretty good number, Jamie?
I don't know the exact conversion.
Yeah, I can maybe answer that. Yes, it is.
So pretty close, right? Now our sleeping cabins, from what I remember, because I always work on square feet, to be honest with you, but about 550 we're allowed to have, right?
Correct.
For a sleeping cabin, I think that's what it states. So you're talking 600 for the sleeping area, but the reason that they have to ask for this at 110 is because the roof system for the covered porch to be screened in has to be taken into consideration as total footprint measurement. So you got, say, 600 square feet of deck, 600 square feet of sleeping cabin, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we allowed them the 5 meters over for just the sleeping cabin and they eliminated the roof, would they be able to come back later and say, I want to cover my porch in?
They could come in and apply for whatever they wanted. What I'm going to suggest is that if council has, like, I don't know where council sits on this, but there would be if you look at this draft zoning bylaw amendment that's included in the document, we could revise it instead of saying a sleeping cabin with a maximum size of 111 square meters. We could say the maximum size of the sleeping cabin portion is so it was there just a second. I just want to make sure I got my number is 55.1. We could say the maximum size of the screened in portion area is 55, and then that equates to 110. Like, if you were concerned that the screened in portion gets covered in the future and turned into actually cabin itself, we could modify the bylaw to make it clearer in that regard, if that's the concern you're talking about. I'm not sure.
No, I was just wondering, say he said, okay, you know what, I'm not going to do the covered porch at all right now. And we give them, if it would be pretty much a minor variance at that point from 55 to, from the 50 to 55, right? For just the building of the sleeping cabin. And then next year he decides, you know what, I want to build a deck on my sleeping cabin and I'm going to cover the roof in. Would they be allowed to do that? Or would they have to come back to do something like this?
That's a question for CPO, I think.
For somebody, anybody. I can't see the screen up because I'm just on the phone, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
For you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Woods, if the applicant were to move the deck, build his 55 square meters or 50 and get the minor variance for the 5 meters and came in for a building permit to put a screened-in porch on the side, we would be back to square ones. And I would say you now exceed your max 50 square meters. You need to go for a minor variance or a zoning bylaw amendment, and you would be going down this avenue anyway. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Thanks, Jamie. And I just did want to throw in one thing, that there was an instance where council had done quite a bit of a difference in size, but it wasn't technically for a cottage, it was for a hunt camp. We increased it quite a lot, up to I want to say about 950 square feet.
Mr. Mayor, I remember that file.
Okay, so can I ask if there is anyone representing the applicant who wishes to speak? I believe there is, but just looking at my.
Hi, hello, I'm Brian Smith. I'm the applicant. Sorry, I am having trouble hearing some of you. Did you want to get some information from the applicant? Is that the request?
No. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize it was Yvonne. I'm just giving you an opportunity if you wish to comment on any of these things. You don't have to, but it's.
Well, hey, I'm happy to contribute. I will say thank you to Jamie, who's done a great job describing what we're trying to accomplish here. I mean, really, the essence of this is quite simply to avoid getting a bunch of bug bites. That's really it. We're not up to nefarious things. There's no plan to ever expand this building. There's no plan to sever this property. I don't think the waterfront would allow for it anyway. It's just simply sleeping accommodation designed at the maximum allowable size. But we ran into the snafu when we wanted to cover the screened-in porch, and here we are.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else from any member of the public who wishes to speak to this? Yeah, I think we've done with the public meetings with that portion. I should go back though, realize when we did the previous application, I neglected the fact that the applicant, Mr. Samatek, is in fact on the call. I did ask if members of the public wanted to comment on it and heard nothing, but in fairness, I guess I should give Samatek an opportunity in case there's something that he wanted to say about this application. I know we moved on from it, but I'm not hearing anything. You're not obligated to do it. I just want someone to say they were denied the opportunity to speak.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Sen. Did you want to say something about your application?
Oh, so you did an approval, yeah?
No, when we come out of the public meeting, we will then proceed to approve your application, but this is your opportunity to say if there's anything that you wanted to add to the discussion we had. This is an opportunity for you to do that. Should have given it to you before, but.
I apply. I believe that I put the application and the road, what they call the lots have the access, the all in the round access the road. I built that for 92, and the lots they can get the power from my cottage. So basically, I believe should be no any problem, and the owners, if they want it, they can have access to the lake, La Branch Lake. So I think they meet everything for the people who wanna build something. They don't bother anybody. The lot is big, so like I can say they make the limits of the township zoning. So I don't see anybody they should have any, like I'm built for 92 and I always obey the law and obey the law, the zoning, everything. And even I mentioned like the people that many times I have the big land and more people passing my land, I didn't passing anybody. So like, I mean, I know the neighbors, like I have sometimes problems because they passing my land, the hunting, they driving for wheelers, everything, and that's only I can say. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. If there's nothing further, I think we could entertain a motion to convene into a regular meeting, and then we will deal with the actual approval or not of these applications. We're in second, please. Councilor Bray is moving. Seconded by Councilor Lamb. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone convenes to a regular meeting at either one. All those in favor, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Carried, we are now back in a regular session. First matter arising from the public meeting. Yes. The Intersamitex application rezone severed lot. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Not at the bylaw yet. Your bylaws. Motion I'm looking for is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum from MHPC Planning Limited, the agenda of November 18th, 2025, and that's with respect to the Sanitic zoning application. Moved by Councilor Bray, seconded by Lamb. Discussion?
Could I ask for a recorded
Just receiving
vote?
the report right now. We're not, we'll come to the motion under bylaws. Okay? All question, all those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
You? We're gonna do the same thing for number 6.2 in the application. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum from MHBC Planning Limited for the agenda November 18th, 2025, in regard to the zoning application from Ryan Smith and Lindsay Gilmore. I need a mover and seconder. Lamb moves, seconded by Mr. Bray. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. Carried. And we will come to the bylaws in a second. First, before that, we have our consent agenda. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1, the regular council meeting minutes, October 23rd, 2025. 7.2, council committee and board minutes. In there we have 7.2.1, the Perry Sound Area Planning Board minutes of August 25th. So that's 2020, but we'll make that 2025. The EMS Advisory Committee minutes of October 23rd, 2025. And the Perry Sound District Services, ESAP, District Services, Social Services Administration Board is right? Their minutes of September 11th, 2025. So, then the 7.3 is the unfinished business listing on page 5 of the agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. The regular council meeting minutes of October 21st, 2025. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the committee and board minutes, which are the Perry Sound Area Planning Board meeting of August 25th, 2025, the EMS Advisory Committee of October 23rd, 2025, the Perry Sound DSAB minutes for September 11, 2025. And Only the unfinished business listed on page 5 of the agenda. That's the motion that's on motion, and did I get mover and seconder for it, please? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Gray. Any discussion on any of those minutes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have one comment if I could. And it's on page 50 of 157 of our agenda. And unfortunately, I had to leave the meeting just before this time, so I was not there. But I know as part of our procedural bylaw, we say that the clerk will record the minutes without note or comment kind of thing. And it was just when I was reading one part under 14, item 14, questions from the public, and it's the last sentence when it says Mike Huggins, manager of public works, said a new environmental report can be done since compacting will change its conditions. I just wanted to see, like, to me, that's a lot of comment than just saying a question was asked. Like, I'm not sure if our works department manager said that yes, an environmental report will be done because we did something at the dump or not, but it just seems like a lot of information when we're not supposed to be doing it with comment. And it's just supposed to be kind of really point form. And I noticed it if we go up about some of the councillor comments, and it's something I did ask our CAO to look into, so I'm not sure if he'd like to speak to it, but I think going forward, we really just have to make sure that they really are point form. I'm not sure, Nigel, if you're able to speak to it at all.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Nash, and thank you for giving me a heads up on the question beforehand. From our point of view, I guess when we're trying to do these, and it becomes an issue when you get to the councillor comments and the questions from the public, we do try to limit comment as much as possible. But at the same time, we're walking a thin line where we're trying to make sure that the minutes reflect the discussion, at least to the point where you can understand what the discussion was. So I think you're probably correct in regard to the manager's comments. I don't think they should be included in the minutes. The rest of it, I think, is fairly, well, it's as concise as we can get, I think, but we'll continue to monitor it and continue to see if we can ensure it's as concise as possible.
Okay, thank you, Nigel. So with that being said, I guess I'd ask for that last sentence to therefore be removed from the minutes if we could, when they get approved, if that's possible, or do we need to bring them back to another meeting?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't really understand what the issue is. Under questions from the public, they are supposed to be questions. And sometimes they're more comments than questions, and sometimes nobody responds to them. But if someone asks a question and a member of council or someone else in the meeting answers the question, that's not editorial. That's not staff saying, oh, well, I think this or that or the other thing. The question was answered. What's the value of doing this in a public meeting?
Well, so I guess my question would be
the answer to another meeting. If they give an answer in the meeting, it should be recorded.
So what's a new environmental report?
What's wrong with this? And I wouldn't.
My question through you, Mr.
Try to make it so that, are you trying to suggest that no one can provide answers to any questions during the questions to the public? They can only ask questions.
Well, I think through you, Mr. Mayor, if you look back, normally whenever there's questions asked from council members or the public, they're answered in a following council meeting or through an email. And to this one, I'd say, if we did say a new environmental report can be done, well, what environmental report are we talking about? How many pages? What's involved in it? it's very wishy-washy in what's been said there, and I don't know if that was what the intention of the works manager was when it was answered. That's what I'm trying to say. Normally, these are things that come back and get answered as follow-ups, not like a question from the public by all means can be there. But normally the responses aren't there a lot of the time. They're done at a separate time. So I was just found it odd that in this case, there was a response in the minutes on what staff said. That was all. So I've just asked if it could be removed, and if I get outvoted on it, so be it. But I'm asking that that be eliminated, that one section, and give staff the time to reply back in a more detailed way should we need to. That's all.
I guess it's up to council. Do you wish to have the comment? Wait until there's some. Concrete environmental report, if so you want that.
I'm saying, I don't care. I vote on it. I think our CEO answered the question.
It's written out seems a little confusing to me anyways.
He just wanted, asked about compacting at the landfill, ask you to look at an environmental impact, capacity, et cetera, because of compacting we did. Like I said, a report can be done. What is this? You want the last line? Yeah. This why are meeting for so long?
Fine of being there. I think what he was doing was the question was presented to him. And this our landfill site have environmental reports on the regular. I'm sure that there's probably going to be a report from them sometime in the near future. Am I correct? Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't know about the timing, but yes, you are correct. There will be a report at some point.
I don't have a problem with it staying.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think all he was saying was that a new report would take into consideration the fact that compacting is done, and you can sort of at it and then. So, I see it only as a sort of a, as a validation of the questions. Question and eventually get an answer. That's all. I just don't see any harm to it being. I guess council can, when we get to the vote on this, we can, if we don't like it, we'll ask for it to be modified. Are there any other comments about the minutes?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Woods. Not that I have
to remove that last sentence. Or sorry, was that Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, it's sounding really echoey. I don't know if maybe someone else has a mic open while someone else is talking again.
Sorry, it's not. I don't think it's echoing in here, but
is that better now?
Yeah, it's in and out. Maybe it's just my luck with it is what it is. I just thought I'd bring it up, see if anybody else had an issue.
Councillor Nash, did you wish to amend the motion?
Yes, just that last sentence be removed, because I don't know exactly what was in Mike's mind when he was answering that question in the way. So I don't know if it's been noted correctly. That's all. Nothing about the residents' comments whatsoever. It's just the response comment.
Okay. All right, so amendment is remove last sentence. And this is questions from council minutes. Section 14. That was questions from the public. It's the environmental report. Is there a seconder for that amendment? By Councilor Nash.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. It's seconded by Councilor Wood. Are you ready for the question? Right. All
Could I
those
ask
in
for,
favor of the motion?
could I ask for recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote requested by Councilor Nash.
Lamb,
No.
Nash,
Yes.
Woods, Woods,
Well, sorry, I can barely hear you. Yes.
Gray, Conley,
Amendment is defeated. That brings us to the motion amended, so the motion isn't amended. That brings us to the original motion. No amendment. Here. Once again, we'll let's just, I don't think we need a recorded vote, do we? All those in favor of the motion?
Councilor Nash, no.
Councilor Woods, no.
There are 3 hands up in the room, and so, yeah. Motion carried us. It was initially moved. So that takes us to accounts payable item E. Need a mover and seconder, please. The council of the municipality of Whitestone received for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $232,272.53 for the period ending October 30th, 2025. I'd like to move that. Councilor Lamb. Goodbye.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Woods. Any questions about the payables?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah. I had several. I guess I'm going to start on page 72, item 37773, and it says Magnetawan Watershed Land Trust, $160, and it says refund. So I'm just wondering what that is.
I can answer that through your worship. There was a tax incentive approval process for a property, which resulted in a reduction in their assessed value. So that was a refund of a credit owing to them for their taxes.
Perfect. Thank you.
And that is our treasurer, Jessica Clifford, by the way, speaking, and I guess I missed introducing her at the beginning as after we're online. Thank you for answering.
And then the second item is page 73, item 3292, and it's Adams Brother Construction, York Landfill and Alds Landfill empty and return bins, 488.45. Do you know? If not, I'm not sure if our works manager is at the meeting today. But is that including tipping fee? Like, is that including disposal fees, or is that just bin pick up and drop off without the disposal fees included? Would you know?
Through your worship, no, I don't know, but we can follow up with council on that.
Yeah, if you could, that would be great. And then item page 74, again, if the works manager is in here, you'll probably have to follow up with myself. But item 3299, it says daily dust control, and it's for about $2,500, and it says pothole repair. And I'm just wondering why. I would have asked if the works manager was here, but I guess I'm wondering why we weren't able to fix it ourselves with our own crews. That's all.
Through your worship, I can follow up with him, but it might have just been for the material costs, but we will follow up with council. I don't happen to have the invoice in front of me.
No problem. And my last one, it's on page 81, item 3363. And it says Canadian Tods Limited, 1200, signage, Tods program. I'm just not sure the acronym Tods, and I'm sure as soon as you say it, I'll say, yeah, that makes sense. So if you can just let me know what it was is all.
Yeah, that's the tourism orientation designation signage. That's what it stands for.
Okay, so is that like
destination signs for the two walking trails, I believe.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions on payable? Can we call the question then on receiving this report? All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Brings it to staff performance. First one is 9.1, building services report. That's our CBO's report. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received report building 2025-04, which is the building services report for Q3 for information. Mover and seconder. Councilor Lamb moves. Seconded by Councilor Ray. Thank you. This is looked and seconded. Jamie, did you want to comment on your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a brief summary. From July 1st to September 30th, we received a total of 34 building permit applications, slightly down from last year, so down 6. However, the total number of building applications received from January 1st to September 30th is 102, which is up from the same period last year. So the same number of applications just submitted at different times throughout the year. The number of permits for new construction issued from July 1st to September 30th is 28, 9 from the same period last year. And additionally, 4 demolition permits were issued. The total number of permits issued since January to September 30th is 85, which is only down 1. So again, and additionally 11 demo permits were issued. So again, looking relatively the same as last year. This January 1st, 335 building permits have been closed, 24 occupancy permits were issued, and 22 permits were revoked. As of November 1st, 76 open permit letters have been drafted. Of those 76 letters, 71 inspections have been conducted and 37 permits closed. The additional open permit letters will continue to be drafted and provided to property owners before the end of the year. Of the 335 closed building permit files, 87 predate 2010, 176 are from between 2010 and 2021, and 72 are from 22 to 25.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions to council? Councilor Lang.
Thanks, Jamie, and good work, particularly in closing out some files from the letter. Congratulations. They're right on. Congratulations, Jamie, on the report. Thank you for it. And thank you for your work on closing out some of the firm. So just have a few questions towards the last, and then specifically with respect to the 335 building permits that were within and over 3 years old. So, additionally, 24 occupancy permits were issued and 22 permits were revoked. This is the letters you sent out? Is that what you're referring to?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb, it's kind of a combination. There've been a few individuals who I've reached out to and mentioned, hey, your permit's still open. It wasn't older than 3 years, but we haven't done an inspection yet. And it turns out they decided not to do it, so the permit was revoked. There was some where they were older and construction never started, or it has since been demolished or removed, so that permit was.
Okay, so of those 22, there's none of them that are illegal buildings, if you will. You revoke the permit, and there isn't, that there's a building sitting there.
No, Councillor, like none of these were ongoing construction projects that are now non-compliant.
Okay. Where's the letters that you sent out? How many letters were sent out? I'm talking the ones that were over 3 years old.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 76.
Okay, and of those, 37 were closed, right? So that means 41. I got one of those letters. I rushed in and I got it finished, right? With put a peg in or something. And I paid my $200, right? Because it was over 3 years old. But 41 of them haven't responded yet, or have responded not to your liking. What's happening? What happens now to those 41? It's 78 minus the 37.
You, Mr. Mayor. So to you, Councillor Lamb, 76 letters have been sent. 71 inspections have been conducted. So there's been 5 people who haven't responded.
And their time limit.
Like, some of the letters have just, like, the Canada Post was on strike for however long, so the letters might not have gotten to those 5 people. But of the 76, I have done 71 inspections. There's some that just have a couple outstanding items that the homeowners are working on wrapping up. But 37 have.
And of those 71, they all paid their $200, I take it.
Well, the $200, again, like just to clarify, it is an inspection hasn't been conducted within 3 years, not if the permit is 3 years old. So not everyone needs to pay that 200, it's just if it has sat dormant for 2 years.
I see, okay. How many more letters are you sent out of these 335?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have an exact number. Maybe another 50.
You sent out nearly 300.
Well, I've sent 76 letters. And some people have reached out who may have gotten a letter with regards to their open permit, but they reached out before it got to their file. So whatever that number was from the previous meeting of you need to send out X amount of letters, some of those may have already been addressed prior to me sending the letter, but based on some of the files I've gone through, I would say that before the end of the year, probably another 40 to 50 letters will be drafted and go to the applicants.
How many will that have left? Will that have addressed all the outstanding permits over 3 years?
Well, you, Mr. Mayor, like, as we talked during that one council meeting where the resolution was drafted, basically going from 2010 up, there have been some, as I mentioned here, that predate 2010. However, I was focusing solely on the 2010 forward, as requested in that resolution. So when those 50 or so letters get drafted, I would say a majority of the permits from that time period will have been contacted and addressed. And the process of working on closing those permits will continue to begin.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll leave it to others to find confusion. You said we have to clean up outstanding building permits that are greater than 3 years, and we might have said it before 210, get about it or whatever. So we had roughly 300 or 335, right? And I'm trying to track how many of those 335 are roughly that sent letters. How many, and usually they were given 30 days to comply. How many of those letters were responded to and closed? And how many are left to send out letters to? That's so we can track our progress on that. Maybe you can send us a report afterwards on that, but maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Anyway, I'll leave it up to others to you understand it, and I don't. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Jamie, thank you for your report. Some of my questions were similar to Councillor Lamb, so I think you've answered some of them already. One of my questions, and I'm not sure if the CAO had time to let you know I was going to ask the two, but one of them was how much have we collected in fees for those inspections that were over 3 years old, the building permits? And number two, if we knew how many building permits letters were left to go out in those. And it sounds like you're going to get that information and get it back to us, if I'm correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then just one thing, it was on my list here, but it was something that was answered there. Our current fees and procedures bylaw, and I think this is a big issue in the sense of, I'm not sure what we've been doing, but I'd please ask that yourself and staff look into it so we can correct anything that might have been done. Under item 18, inactive permit, fees per inspection after 3 years or more from the date of issuance of the building permit. This isn't if they've done an inspection in the last 3 years. This is if a building permit is over 3 years old, they're supposed to be being charged $200 per inspection. That's right on our June 17th, 2025 fees and permit bylaw number 08. So I would ask that that really be looked into, because I believe you said you're only charging people if they haven't had an inspection done in 3 years or more. And what our fee says is inactive permit fees per inspection after 3 years or more from date of issuance of the building permit, $200 flat fee. So is that what we've been doing, Jamie, or you said we've been doing something different?
Councillor Nash. It is of my opinion that if there is ongoing building inspections being conducted, that building permit is not inactive. It doesn't. So the $200 inactive permit fee for a building permit where 2 or 3 inspections are happening per year, in my opinion, that's not an inactive permit. Therefore, that fee would not apply.
Okay, but I'm gonna say here, I think council makes the rules, and it clearly says inactive permit defined as fees per inspection after 3 years or more from date of issuance of a building permit, period. That's not up to our building inspector's interpretation, I believe. So I'd ask if the CAO could review that and get back to us on how much money this might have cost us as a municipality over this year for not doing what our fees and bylaws are asking us to do, and leave it at that, because I don't want to get into a debate over it here. I don't think it's the time nor the place for that. And then so is that something, Nigel, that you'd be able to look into for myself and the rest of council and get back to us?
Through you, your worship. I don't have the fees and charges bylaw in front of me. So yes, I would certainly have to look into it and look into the interpretation of it, and we can report back to you.
Yeah, perfect. And I'd certainly hope that we're following what our fees and bylaws motion is, and following it to a T, I'll call it. And just if people need to be billed it, they can. I think that's one of the reasons why we want to know how many are left. And then on the last one here, I don't see anything, if you might, Jamie, is simply, since your last report, how many, I'll call it, illegal builds have you noted and confronted, from be it a deck to an illegal structure or an illegal deck, whatever it might be, from your outings out and about? I know you say that that's when the time you take to look at them. So I'm just wondering if you've found any, and if so, what have you done on those?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have an exact number. There has been several on Snake Lake that were dealt with, as well as other structures that have been brought to my attention. They are being investigated and dealt with. Applicants on most of the structures that I have identified have been contacted, and conversations are continuing to bring properties into compliance.
Okay, and the last closing comment on that is just, what do we do? Because I know I've had a resident that's been trying to reach out to myself for 5 months now on one in particular one, and I haven't been able to get an update from staff as to anything that's happening with it. How long should it be that it's taking us to look into stuff when there is something brought forward about possibly an illegal build?
For you, Mr. Mayor, some of them are a little more difficult to deal with, being water access properties. However, the outcome of an investigation or an inspection with regards to an illegal build, the outcome of that is a conversation that occurs between myself and the applicant. If a resident requests information with regards to a complaint that they've made, I can simply tell them that it is being looked into, but the details of what is being done is between myself and the property owner or the applicant.
Yeah, which actually makes perfect sense. I agree with that. But I know in the one I've followed up on for a resident, it took over 4 months and nobody had even attended the site from what I understand and was told. And I don't think that is, I think that's taking too long in my eyes as a counselor when we know that there is lots of illegal builds going on to even attend a site. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't, if it's water access, if it's hiking to it, it should not take 4 months to attend a site if there may be illegal activity. That's the same for bylaw officers. That's just my take. I'm sure most of council would agree with me on that. And then the last question I have, I was going to ask it under councillor comments, but I'll ask it here, Jamie, and hope that you might be able to help myself and I believe several other members of council here. And it's in regards to the snowmobile club. So I'm going to go off tangent a little bit here. But we understand, as they've recently reached out to myself and I think some other members of council, that they want to build a warming station near Island Lake. That's kind of the northeast or northern part of our municipality. And the MNRs told them they're allowed to proceed to build the warming shelter, but we've been informed that the building department won't issue a building permit. And what I've asked the CAO to kind of communicate to you, and I hope he has, is what can we do as council to assist you in allowing a warming structure to be built if the MNR is saying, yes, it's okay to be done and it's on a snowmobile trail. I understand maybe it's because it's vacant land or something, but could you let us as council know what can we do or what do you need us to do to help you to allow something like that to be done, if you know where I'm going? If you can give us the tools of what we need to do, hopefully we can do it to help out the snowmobile club, but at the same time, knowing that you need to follow certain procedures, right? Does that make sense, Jamie?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, I have spoken with, I don't recall the gentleman's name, from the snowmobile club. I explained to him that prior to us discussing issuing a building permit for the warming station, you would need to get a crown lease from the MNR to be able to construct on that property. Since that conversation, I have not heard back from them. I did not say that I wouldn't issue a building permit. I strictly just said that before we can have a conversation about it, they need to get a crown lease from the MNR so that are committed to build there. Regards to what council needs to do at this time, I feel that there's nothing that they need to do. I'm just was waiting to hear back with regards to whether or not the snowmobile club was able to obtain an MNRF permit or crown lease for the area which they wanted to construct on.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. So if, and I think you've answered, I just want to make sure so I can make sure to tell them the right information back. So if they have an email from MNR saying, yes, we want you to build this, go ahead and build it. If they provide that email paperwork to you with obviously the contact information and such, is that not good enough and they have to get a Crown land lease permit even if MNR is telling them via emails and stuff that they're able to go ahead and do it?
Mr. Mayor, without seeing the details of the conversation between the applicant and the MNR, I can't comment exactly on what would be required. However, in the past, the municipality has required Crown lease agreements for the construction of Crown land. My suggestion would be that the members of the snowmobile club reach out directly to myself, and they or him and I can have a conversation with regards to what's required and the next steps in moving towards this construction.
Perfect. Thanks, Jamie. I'll instruct them to do that and to reach out to you as soon as they can, and hopefully can work towards a solution. Thanks a lot for that. That's all they needed to know, I think.
Same thing as a land lease permit? Is that what you're talking about? There was this same thing. So you heard the term Crown lease.
So basically with Crown land, like nobody owns it. the crown lease would be you have an agreement or a lease for that piece of property to construct on it. I've never dived too deep into the nuances around it, as the existing ones were done prior to my start of the municipality. But basically, can't issue a permit to John Smith to build on Crown land without some sort of document saying that that's okay.
I've had a call on this too, so I only hope we can expedite it so we have a warning cut if we can, right? I know they have a building they want to put up this. Was it Jim Greenwood, the president, who we're talking to? At the content?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it was.
Well, Jim is the president there, so but I'm sure Councilor Nash will be done with them. They are looking for our president.
Without getting into the legalities, a land use permit and a crown land use permit and a crown land lease are two different things. If you were gonna build on the crown land, you would normally get a piece. And there are other reasons, even if you're not going to build on it, that it may be advantageous, but that's a discussion for another day. In the time we're at. So are there any other questions regarding the ability versus requirement? If not, can I call the question then, please, on this motion? All those in favor of receiving it?
Councillor Nash, yeah.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Amy. Next one is the planning department report. And again, I move in second, please, that council receive report PLN 2025-04, which is the services report for information. Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Lennon. On the last card planning assistant, if she wants to introduce her report.
Mayor, this report, notice that this all received two consent applications to zoning law amendments. My first is September 30th. Second page shows lease made by the applicants. July 1st to September 30th.
Thank you very much.
Revenue picture. Last year. Yeah.
On the total is 16,000. Total planning revenue is there, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to know how that compares to last. We'll just have any
other questions on the planning report? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of receiving this report?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes. Councillor Woods, yes.
Good, thank you. Yvonne. Next is fire and rescue. Report. So, mover and seconder. The council received report fire 2025-05, which is fire and rescue services Q3 for information. Mover and seconder. I'm going to stand up. My legs are getting tired. Moved by Councillor Lamb. Seconded by. Great. Thank you. Our Chief Whitman.
Yeah, so through Mr. Mayor, report to the latest. And like you can see through the report, is in a variety of different roles. Where a firefighter is attending rails to the with the team. Other than that, the standard 3 months, it's involves a variety of different roles of everything different bag. It's very really individual. Important. You just hear that I attend. I highly recommend one of the times. And the way you feel the way fix and those who go back there. We've been pulling some.
Did you have to treat the bear or was he okay? I'm sure it's not something you want to get sprayed with bear spray, but. You know. Questions for our chief? Councilor Ray, go ahead.
Whitman, can you give us an idea of how many calls you've had so far this year?
Well, 3 Mr. Mayor, was very, as of today, 157 calls.
Is that more than last year or about the same as last year?
It's up in last year, maybe before we get 100. We'll probably 100 calls at the end of this year.
And the amount that was claiming to Venezuela for vehicle accidents, is that about some years? Is it that?
So if you go back, this is current planning, the money with various accidents as NGO. We usually do over accidents a year. So we usually bring in about 10 to 50,000 a year on NGO calls. We're pretty much on par.
Thanks. Are there any other questions? Call the question on the motion to receive the report. Those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So that brings us then to bylaws. We have a couple which we have already dealt with previously or discussed previously. First one is the Samatic bylaw. It's only those 3 separate lots. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 38-2025 being a bylaw for a zoning bylaw amendment. Applicant is Islaw Samatic. Hereby passed this 18th day of November 2025. Mover and secondary.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we've got Councillor Woods moving and Councillor Lamb seconding. Any discussion on this bylaw? If not, I guess what we will do is call the roll for a recorded vote, correct?
Councillor Nash,
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Woods,
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. The second one, item 10.2, is the bylaw related to the rezoning to a special zone for the property on the Washkish applicants for Fifth and Hillcoat. So I need a mover and seconder that bylaw number 39-2025 being a bylaw for a zoning bylaw amendment. Applicants Brian Smith and Lindsay Hillcoat. Hereby passed this 18th day of November 2025.
This is the one for the sleeping pond, right?
This is the one that, yes. They get a mover and seconder for it. Councilor Gray moves. Councilor Lamb seconds for. All right, yeah, I would do. Discussion. Any further discussion? I didn't speak the last time this matter was up, but I find myself persuaded by CBO's arguments. I think it's probably not given the size and shape of the lot, I don't think it's an unreasonable requirement. I understand people's concern about precedent, but this is one of the opportunities that we have to take a look at the context of what people are asking. So if somebody were asking it in a different size and shape of lot, different circumstances, it might not be something you would want to approve, but anyway, I'm okay with this particular one. Probably should have said that in the consent. But anyway, if there are no other comments, I guess we'll go back to our recorded vote.
Woods,
Yes.
Gray, yes. Mr. Lamb,
No.
Mr. Nash,
No.
Mr. Comrie,
Yes.
motion carried.
And we have 10.3. Keeping track of progress. This is a bylaw to close and stop up the shore road allowance on the Washkish. The applicant is small. I think, yeah, it is. Okay. To get a mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 40-2025 being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of the Washkish Lake in front of lots 31 and 32, section 4 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, designated as Part 1 Plan 42R-22838, to sell Part 1 Plan 42R-22838, hereby passed this 11th day, November 2025. This is matter that, well, sorry, we need a mover and seconder. So very moves, and by Land. I was gonna say, this is an application that we have seen before, and I'm not 100% sure, but there is a memo from our planning assistant here, so, this is not the first time we've seen this, right?
On June 17th, also passed a resolution. The stipulation that there would be a verification of a septic permit. And I can confirm that a septic permit was issued from the Mangrove Conservation Association and has been filed in the applicant's property.
That was the only concern that we had at the time when it came up. Right.
The amendments, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments on this one from? Okay, if not, we'll have a recorded vote.
Sorry about that through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just read off the number again? I just wanted to make sure I'm commenting on the right.
It's item 10.3. Bylaw 40-2025. It starts on page, in the package, it starts on page 28 of 157.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. So I guess I have a few comments here, and I know this is really for a bylaw reading, but there's a couple things that I wanted to point out. And again, I know what others have said today about going back. But with that being said, when I go back and read this application, I just wanted to point out where we should do better in the future, I think. First of all, the report, the consulting report, wasn't done by our planners. That's page 101. It was done by the Parry Sound Area Property Consulting and not by MHBC, our planners, as it should have been. And if you look to page 103, the one thing I find the most troubling here is on page 103 of 157. And you'll see there's if everybody has it in green, a green highlight showing the road allowance or the shore road allowance that's to be purchased. And it says the draft served just above it. It says a draft survey has been prepared showing the existing encroachments as well as the original and controlled high water mark. So when I look at this, I'm not sure if everybody can see it, but if you look, you can see a little building kind of outlined just below the green. Hopefully everybody can see that. And that is what I believed was the encroachment. It was probably a little bit of a deck or the little corner of that building where it might go onto the green. However, that is not the case at all. And if we now turn to page 105 of our package, which we looked at earlier today, you'll see that you can see the building and you can see part of a deck that's encroaching right below where it says the word shore. If everybody's, it says attachment to page 105. So you see the footprint of the building right below the word shore, and you see maybe half a deck that's encroaching. So at first I was like, okay, that must be the encroachment. It kind of made sense. But then I look over, and to the right of shore, I see part 1. Hopefully everybody can follow me where it says part 1 to the right of the word shore. And I see an entire building, a bunkie, 100% on the shore road allowance. And I find it totally mind-blowing to me that nowhere, unless I misread it, in the original report did it say that there's a building totally encroaching, that the bunkie or sleeping cabin is 100% encroaching and the deck is 50% encroaching. So what I was voting on, which I didn't vote in favor at the time, was based on a drawing with green on that had the problem covered up. So nobody knew. We can only make decisions on what we're really provided and really can see cleanly. I know on page 102, there's a drawing that's in color, but when I look at that, it says number 10, dwelling, and it says Bunkie, but you can't even make it out on here until you go back and really look at it and say, oh, is that what they were talking to? A Bunkie was encroaching on the shore allowance? Oh, I thought, to me, it looks like there's another building which might be a garage here. But that's kind of further down from the Bunkie by the docks that are in the picture on 102. But then that garage isn't really showing on this surveyor's certificate. So then I ask the question and go, well, if that is a garage that I'm looking at off Lockhart Drive, why is it not showing on this survey of the property? So it leads to a whole bunch more questions. And again, it's not that somebody shouldn't close their shore allowance, it's that we need to be given all the information at hand, because if I knew an entire building was encroaching, and I'm guessing the rest of council might have said something similar, would be, is there a building permit for that Bunkie that's encroaching? Where's the septic for that Bunkie that's encroaching? I think we asked a question about, is there a septic permit? And I believe staff now has confirmed that yes, a septic permit was issued for the property, but was it issued for 1 bedroom, for 2 bedrooms? I don't know how many bedrooms are on this 1-story frame dwelling and how many bedrooms are in the Bunkie, other than there was a septic permit issued. Well, was there building permits issued? So you start traveling down all these nooks and crannies, and then we come again to the regulated water level, which we spoke to earlier today, and we have to get solved in future items. And again, I would have said, if this was back in June, and I knew a whole building was encroaching, not just part of a deck, I would have said, please pull this file. Let's have this information come back to us. Remembering again that on page 104 of 157, I know I'm jumping, there's an EP zone showing pretty much right next to the subject lands. And we'd spoken about that in the past, and I'd asked about
There is no EP.
Excuse me, I'm not sure who's talking, but Mr. Mayor, if you could please ask.
That's our timer going, I think.
No, somebody just said there is no EP. I'm not sure who it was.
Okay, well, nobody else should be talking, but I think you've just got out of time, Councilor Nash.
Well, where I was going to go on,
there's a simple answer to some of what you're saying, which Councilor Bragg is going to.
Mr. Mayor,
I am letting him finish.
Yeah, please let me finish. I was cut off by, I believe, the applicant, Anna Small, who has her hand up, who should have been called out of order, by the way, Mr. Mayor. But there's an EP zone right next to this property, and we don't know where that EP zone goes on this file. It should have been addressed. The encroachment should have been looked at in more detail. You have an entire structure on the road allowance, an entire structure that we weren't told about. That was a hidden fact from us. And I will not be voting in favor of this plan today. I'd ask that this actually come back to council and that we find out more information. One being, was there a building permit for the encroached Bunkie? How many bedrooms is the septic permit for? And again, if there is any type 1 fish habitat in the area, again, we as council can only make decisions based on the information provided to us at the time. And it's hard when we have to go back and we all are made to look like fools in my eyes. So that's what I have to say about this. I know I won't be liked by some people for saying what I'm saying, but we just need reports that show us all the facts and clearly outlines what we're trying to approve. And why are we approving something when there's an encroachment 100% on our property? Until this has been dealt with, as far as I'm concerned, there should be a stop work order and nobody should be allowed to use that Bunkie because the person that's using it doesn't own the land and we're liable. And we all know that's the way it should go. And that's what I would ask to be happened here. So thank you.
Councilor Bragg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I read this file last month very carefully, and it was very clear to me that On the top of page 102, it talks about the correct encroachment of the existing deck and bunkers on the land. You can see the bunkers very clearly, my package, and where the deck was. I did go down to the next one to be able to have a better idea to to see where the deck was. Well, it was really clear to me in all of the diagrams that the bunking was in that area, and that it's just going to be, this is just the correct dot, and I think that's not a big deal for me. I just wanted to check on that one, and I went down to the next, no. Oh, sorry, page 104, and I can see that the EDP is not next to the property. It looks like that there's two properties in between the subject property and the so I'm in favor of this. I think we should approve it. Basically, the applicant has found all the information for us and has completed everything, and so I won't have any
These are not new buildings, is my understanding. I know that, or I gather that all the owners on the is on the call and has a hand up. So if there's any information about regards to that you could share, perhaps, Anna, that might help.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies. I inadvertently took my microphone off when I was trying to raise my hand, so my apologies for that. To give you a little bit of history, that bunkie is one room. There's no water to that building. It was the initial little cabin that was built in 1952 after my parents had bought that first piece of property, and it became too small when I was born, and that's when they then built the larger building. My understanding is from the survey is that buildings that are not on the shore lands or infringing on the shore lands they're not necessarily shown, because the property that currently exists, all the buildings and so forth there have gone through the proper procedure that was in place at the time that the building was built. Remembering that there were 4 townships that were unorganized, and when there was the amalgamation done to create the municipality of Whitestone, Mackenzie was one of those townships. So we all know what happens with unorganized townships in the past. There weren't an awful lot of regulations, and people went by whatever the history was in the area. So Guy Hayward, and we all know the Hayward family, is who my parents worked with when they constructed that little building, along with the boathouse, which is around in the bay where people do keep their docks in the wintertime. And it was based on the knowledge that Guy Hayward had of living on the lake for as long as he had up to that point, as to where my parents built those buildings. So yes, that little cabin, interestingly enough, is, and I was shocked when I saw that it was 100% on the shore lands. That was not done with any intention. As I said, it was built back in the early 50s when there weren't the same kind of requirements as there are now. With regards to the septic has nothing to do with that little cabin. There is no water. There is an outhouse, which served its purpose at the time. And the big cabin is what is the septic system is attached to. So, and I believe the documentation with regards to the septic system was presented. It was found in a file in the municipal office. And so that requirement that had been asked of me has been satisfied. And with regards to the big cabin where the corner of the deck is infringing, again, that building is 15 feet up in the air and back from the cliff by a good 15 to 20 feet. So the risk of that building being flooded is zero, even with the high water that we had back a few years ago. The water came up to the edge of the cliff, but did not come up onto the property. The little cabin, which is the building that is 100% on the shore allowance, the water came up to the two pillars at the front of the cabin, the little cabin. We had never seen it that high. We've seen it come up, but never had seen it come that high. The garage that is referenced, that was built in 2020. All the necessary permits and sign-offs have been done on that building, which, of course, if council wants to go back, all the records will be there with the building official. I hope I've answered questions that have been raised. I am here if any further questions are out there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just as a follow-up, if you might allow me, just a couple things. First of all, I didn't think this was a committee of a whole. This is supposed to be a council debate, not a public debate, Mr. Mayor. Am I correct in that?
No, the chair has the prerogative to invite people who have information and put it to this type of decision.
Oh, okay. And then two points with it. Just, yeah, no, that's fine. I'd just like to remember that when we have this and other times when we don't allow people to speak during other parts of the meeting. But with that being said, I don't think the shore allowance has anything to do with it, if it might be flooded or not flooded, and it's high up on a cliff or not high up on a cliff. That is no relevance other than, is it built too close to the water? Yes or no, based on our setback provisions. It has nothing to do with when water might flood or might not flood something. And I understand from the applicant that maybe the bunkie was built in the 50s, but it asked why recently was it winterized then? Certainly winterizing and do all that work should resemble needing to qualify for a building permit, but I don't know if a building permit was taken out for the bunkie, other than I do know that it's fully winterized in the last several years, which is not something that was only built in the 1950s. So I think full transparency is really important. And then when it also comes to the bunkie, to say that, well, it's an old bunkie, so we don't count it against our septic, is not the case. You have X bedrooms. The bunkie might be counted as a bedroom, and your primary residence here might be counted as 2 or 3 bedrooms. Does that septic permit allow for 3 bedrooms or whatever it is? And since we're going to, if we're going to grant the provision of, yes, this structure is okay to be encroaching, we should make sure the septic matches. And if it doesn't, we also have the right to say you have to tear it down or to fix your septic system. So I think it's incumbent upon ourselves, especially on a lake, which everybody talks about the water quality, that we make sure how many bedrooms total is there. We know that the applicant is saying the bunkie's 1 bedroom. How many bedrooms is the living quarters of the seasonal cottage or the cottage, whatever else might be called? And how many bedrooms is it permitted for in the septic permit that we found? And then also to make sure, before we sell it and transfer it, was there a building permit taken out for the winterization of this bunkie, which is fully winterized now? Unless I'm misunderstanding with the applicant, as far as I know, it is fully winterized now. Might not have water, but it's fully winterized with insulation and everything for 4 seasons.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other
Well, once
questions?
the permit taken out,
I'm sorry, am I on? I
No,
can't really, I can't.
winterized, and did you take a permit out of this question?
It is winterized, but it is not four season. There's no heating component in that building. And with regards to a building permit, no.
What's the size of it?
9 by 12, it's not very big.
So it doesn't require a building permit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would require a building permit if you sleep in it. A shed is not a building permit.
Yeah.
Anything that is sleeping in it requires a building permit. You know that as well as everybody else, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions here because I supported this. When it came first time, but I want to point out that it's approved in principle when we did our vote earlier. So, how far, Anna, is the bunkie from the high water mark?
Oh my goodness, I don't have the survey in front of me. The survey has been, the municipality has the survey. I don't know if Paula is on the call still, but she would have it in my file. I can't answer that question. I'm sorry, Councillor Lamb.
Something over, hopefully.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that for you, Councillor Lamb. It's about 12 meters, about 36 feet away from the top of the dam.
Well, any building has to be 50 feet. So I don't know how many meters that is back from the water. It's not 12 meters. Because we have the choice whether we can sell this or not. It's only in principle. And it doesn't meet our code in that way by regularizing it. So that you can have a bunkie, although how long it's been there, less than the 50 feet required. The bunkie is in front of the dwelling. No matter which way the dwelling sort of looks at, bunkie is in front. You're not allowed a bunkie in the sleeping quarter in front of the building. That's our rules. You have to be at the cottage or behind the cottage. And therefore, it doesn't meet that rule either in terms of the bunkie. So someone could tell me it does. So this may be kind of leery of this whole thing. That's all my only questions, and what has to comment.
I would argue it's adjacent to the bunkie.
Not build the bunkie. And it's too close to the water, and we're all concerned about the water. But it's too close to the water. It's on our property. That's it.
That's right.
I understand what you're saying, Councilor Long, that yeah, that in this day and age right now, we don't be able to build that. It was there before amalgamation. I think that sometime you're going to find this. I think you've been, I remember other files where there's been small enforcement on because the building was for amalgamation. We had docks on supposedly on our property, and we still over the last. See, this is a bunkie. It's not a big one. I just looked it up, and it says you do not need building. You don't need a building permit for basic winterization. That's adding insulation and sealing the gap. You wouldn't be able to put in plumbing, electrical, and also all the other things or add to it.
My issue is the bunkie. You should close the water.
And it probably is in front of the cabin, the cottage that we see in the diagram. Again, it's pretty, it's not even the building of that cottage. So I look at it and I go, we've done this before. Why would you say no to this one? There a specific reason why we're saying no to this one, opposed to the other ones that we've dealt with, the shore road allowances and things like that, if we're gonna say no to this one, then there's probably other.
Yeah, I mean. Okay.
And
there are dozens of properties, Mackenzie and Burton particularly, that are non-conforming.
yeah, through you, Mr. Chair.
They were built, and this is not an argument or not sell, this is not an argument against selling the shore road allowance. I'm sorry. That's not, none of these things that are being mentioned are in any way relevant. What we're trying to do here is what the applicant's trying to get us to do is to regularize something, an artifact of something that existed inside the municipality, not to correct mistakes that that you might think have been made in the past or oversight, and because they don't conform to these particular requirements, not an argument not selling the shore road allowance. This allows them to on the property in front of what they have. It's not by doing that you're not negating any of the existing rules that we have for redevelopment. And if they want to go and build something else on the property or tear something down and change it or whatever, then they'll go through the rest of the day. But
yeah, Mr. Mayor, there's a few things that we
bring this down on the basis of anything that's.
Yeah, there's a few things that we forget to remember, Mr. Mayor, sometimes. Number one is we as council and a municipality have the right to sell or not sell a shore road allowance. If there is an encroachment, we have the right to have them fix it or to purchase the road allowance. If we do not sell it, other people could use that cabin and the owner could say nothing. And in regards to just clarification, I do know the building code far better than some others. In minor work, you don't need building permits for. Simple projects like adding attic insulation to an existing non-loading bear structure might not require a building permit. Major work, re-insulating or insulating walls, ceilings, or floors, or changing windows, changing the use. To go from a one-season cabin to an insulated cabin is changing the use. You do need a building permit for it. All we do lately is close our eyes. Oh, well, we'll get the next one, or we'll do it on the next one, or, oh, but she's, they've had the cabin for so long. No, they insulated, they improved it with no permit. Now they're trying to buy it. This is our time to make sure, is the septic up to code? Do we need them to do stuff? We have the right to do all of that stuff, and there should have been a permit pulled out. We as council have the right to pass this bylaw today, or we have the right not to pass the bylaw today. And if we don't pass the bylaw today, it doesn't get approved. So yes, you're saying we don't have the right to change anything. Certainly we do. We have the right to do all those things.
Right, Councilor Nash. I'm just arguing why we shouldn't do that.
But when you say, Mr. Mayor, when you say,
Councilor Wood says any comments.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
we're running out of time here.
Mr. Mayor, when you say we don't have the right to change it, that is not a fair statement. You might say you don't want us to change it, but you don't have the right to say we don't have the right to change it. That is totally inaccurate. That's what I'm annoyed at. I'm more than happy. I'm sure Councilor Woods would love to talk on this. And I'll leave it at what I've said, but I won't be voting in favor of this for so many reasons.
Have any comments, Councilor Woods?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through you. To be honest with you, until I looked at this file again today, I didn't actually see the picture of the bunkie, and it took me a while to actually find it, to be honest with you. I don't know who brought the comment up about insulating or turning a building into a 4-season complete re-insulation, but you most definitely do need a building permit everywhere in Ontario to do that kind of work. Any minor things inside your house, you won't need a permit for. But if you're going to re-insulate your cabin, your house, your garage, all the walls, you 100% need a permit to do that and an inspection from the building inspector. One of my concerns, and it fell on deaf ears with everybody in the last one, but it was not that, they had the septic permit or not, but what it was actually for, how many bedrooms, and where it was. I would have liked to have seen it on here, but it's not on here, which I don't know. And as far as us selling or not selling shore allowance when there's an encroachment of a building, there has been specific instances on Wawash where neighbors have been told they have to take structures off of properties that were encroaching in order for people to buy their shore allowance. And they were told that they have to take them down.
They were
Specifically,
interfering with somebody else's share road allowance, that's why.
right. And and they were told that they had to take it down, but it was something that was existing for years and years and years before the municipality even existed, technically.
No.
Pardon?
That's,
Well, I could name the exact case if you really want me to.
go ahead.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that we miss on stuff like this, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not opposed to people buying the shore allowance. I'm really not, but I don't know. There's a lot of questions left unanswered, I think.
I think it's a suggestion, Mr. Mayor, we defer this, have come back to us and tell us whether the bunkie is in front of the cottage, and therefore could A, be legal, or whether it's behind the cottage. That's important. That information. If we're gonna vote today, I'm gonna vote against it. If I get that information, it may change my mind. 20 something meters to the water is another factor, but I can't take not being 50 feet from the water and having the bunkie in front of the building. If I look at those two factors, I'd be voting against it. If you want to turn down, then let's vote today. If you want to have a hand next month, we'll do those things about.
Well, I think it would be helpful if our building official was here because he I know, but he could, I think he would help to clarify some things. So, I mean, that's always an option to defer. As if the person was here,
Well, it's transparent the way I'll vote.
May I interject, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I wonder if we.
No, I don't want your opinion.
I don't think that's. I think we're in a procedural discussion about whether to defer it or not, and that's what we should. We should resolve.
And
through. I think the process procedurally. This is not in our bylaw. This is. Or through the order, I'm guessing. If you move to defer the matter, then it's precedent over the motion that's here, and if that motion passes, then we could decide to defer. Isn't that what you're moving?
Defer. We get the information from our staff or what I just asked.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think if we defer, all we need to do is to say what meeting it'll come up at again. So we just say it'll come back at the December meeting or January meeting. I think that's part of the procedural bylaw. We're supposed to just give the date of when it would come back. And if we do defer, which I don't think is a bad idea, I would hope that we can get that information also on the septic as well. But I think we just need to pick a date, and if staff think they can get this prepared for the December council meeting, we see then. If they think it needs to be January, we say that, and that way we'll follow the procedural bylaw by stating the date at when it would come back, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm assuming it can come back in December, right?
Hopefully.
Okay, so move to defer. Councillor Lannister, seconder to defer.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
I can second that if you'd like, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, but I got Councillor Wood, thanks. Okay, I'll call the question to defer. All those in favor.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, that's carried. That's deferred. Right. Oh. Let's see where we're at now. Yes, we can have a 5-minute break. If anybody needs to file for it, we'll just have a very short recess. We'll pick up the next one here. Okay, thank you. We are back. Line again. We're at item 10.4. On the agenda, and this is a deeming bylaw, a bylaw to deem lots we're in a plan of subdivision, not be lots, the plan of subdivision. The technical requirement of a consent came from the planning board. So let's get the motion on the floor.
Recording's back on, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Bylaw 41-2025 being a bylaw to deem lots 20, 21, and 22, Plan 260, the municipality of Whitestone, pursuant to section 50.4 of the Planning Act, not to be on a plan of subdivision. Hereby passed the date Tuesday of November 2025. Mover and seconder.
I can second Councillor Nash.
By who spoke?
Councillor Nash.
Okay, thank you. I got you as a seconder. This came from our planning assistant, the memo, so did you want to introduce this policy?
Mr. Mayor, I believe we summed it up. Mr. One memo. This is part of a consent application that the planning board has approved. The condition is to configure lots for the applicants. They also need to be cleaned, not be lots in a registry. I was located on the restaurant.
Yes, these are, there's some slight configuration of lots.
Through
like, and what's, this happens because of a somewhat unusual thing that characteristic of the Planning Act, in fact, which can cause properties to, if they are part of a plan of subdivision, to inadvertently merge with each other if they come into the same ownership. That is not what's intended. Solution is for the municipality to deem them to be no longer lots in a plan of subdivision. We have done this. It's a legal artifice, but we've done it many times.
Through you,
thousands of times.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might. Sorry for cutting you off there. I'm a little delayed. Thank you. Paula, from what I understand, thanks for including the past reports. I understand what the mayor just said there about the rules of not wanting to merge. But basically what we're doing here is we have one owner that has 3 lots that are, in very simple terms, just reconfiguring their lots a little bit better to better work with the footprints of the buildings they have, correct? And I'm in favor of it. I think that's it. They're just reconfiguring lots that they already own. They're not really adding any footprint outside of these 3 lots. They're just reconfiguring the 3 lots, correct, Paula?
Okay, are there other questions or comments on this one? Ready for the question? So I think it's a planning matter, so it's or part of vote, right?
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Yes.
That brings us down to 11.1, which is business matters. And the first one is about schedule of meetings for 2026. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the council of the River Valley Whitestone received for information memorandum from Nigel Black, CAO clerk, in regard to the proposed 26th regular council meeting schedule that council of the River Valley Whitestone approved 2026 regular council meeting. Anyway, I need a mover and seconder.
I can move, Councillor Nash.
You, seconded by.
A second, Mr. Oh, sorry.
All right, okay, Councillor Wood. Do you wish to introduce your report, Mr. CAO clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, it is that time of year where we need to start thinking about next year's calendar of events and schedules. So based on our procedural bylaw, the sections regarding scheduling, this report's coming forward now. It essentially follows the same pattern of meetings as we would have previously seen. The notable differences in this year's schedule and maybe previous years. Number one would be the inaugural meeting for the new council after the election, and number two would be a budget schedule, which I've spoke to in the report, which is I hope to be a little bit more compressed, I guess, than previous last year's budget anyway, whereby we would have meetings starting in December and followed by January and 2 meetings in February instead of just 1, and then hopefully finishing the budget in early March. So that's the only real difference in this schedule is the budget component of it. The rest of the schedule is similar to what you would have seen previously. Is there any questions if you have them?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Nigel, I really appreciate the fact that you've put in the budget items and that we actually have one budget meeting preliminary that's going to be in December. I've been speaking to this for the 3 years I've been on council, that I think we need to start it sooner and get it done quicker. So I applaud you for having this in here. And just, I'm sure other councillors will have the same question, but for the preliminary meeting in December, is that when you're wanting all of council to kind of come with their quick 5 minutes of wants kind of thing, and then you can take that to bring a budget back in January? Am I guessing correct?
Yeah, I think that's a good synopsis of what we'll be looking to do. I'll probably send around a memo of some sort to inform you about what that process will look like in a little bit better detail once we establish the schedule. But I think the intent is that would not be a meeting where we're looking at budget numbers or a draft budget, but where we're hearing from council about projects and priorities that you might have for the 2026 budget. so that staff can hear them before we prepare our budgets.
Perfect. Thanks, Nigel. Great idea, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
That would be part of the December meeting, not a separate.
Oh, sorry, through you, your worship, I've got it currently scheduled on an alternate day. And I think we would do it as a virtual meeting rather than an in-person meeting to save on unnecessarily travel. I don't expect it to be a long meeting.
I think you're really wrong. I was talking to Jeff. I thought the goal would be this Tuesday, January 13th meeting was to get after the town hall. The next one on February was the capital budget, and the next one after that operating, and then they would finalize it in March. Because there's a meeting next month. What do you want in the budget time?
Yes, that's correct.
But why would we need a separate meeting? Why wouldn't we just, don't see that as a 2-hour discussion? Why wouldn't we just make it as part of our regular meeting in December? I'm not giving you any materials to comment on. You're just saying, well, would you like to see in the budget in the vacuum?
Yeah.
You know, I just don't see the need for a separate meeting.
Your worship, in response to that, I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent, but I also note that our meetings are typically full and we're not able to get them done on time. So I didn't want to add another 2-hour discussion to, a budget. I think you're probably going to have a full agenda in December anyway. So my thoughts are that it would be
that meeting. The other thing I had was, again, we've gotten away from having this meeting in Ardbeg that we used to have every year. And, it had to do with internet and stuff, but regular, the meeting on Tuesday, August the 18th, for the last couple of years, has been held in Ardbeg. Is there any chance of that meeting being held in Ardbeg, or is that an impossibility?
I don't, through you, your worship, sorry, I don't know the logistics of that meeting, but given that it's at this point in time, I'm sure that whatever obstacles there would be, that we could overcome them and have that meeting in Ardbeg if it's your wish.
Parliament, I think there is.
Believe so.
At the community hall?
That's not, that's correct, but that doesn't enable remote participants. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff in here that we're taking for granted that allows full participation of people. How are you, like, there's no PA system in there, so how are you going to get the sound, mind the video, how are you going to get the sound out, in and out, the internet into the room? We would have to set up an independent PA system in the room, like it doesn't exist.
I thought our meetings were audio or anyway.
They were, in the sense that like you can put an amplifier and a microphone like they do for the music nights and things like that. You can do that. The people in the room are fine. The people not in the room, they all you can do is you can put a laptop there and you use the microphone on the laptop to transmit it out over the. But if you want people to call in from out there and then be heard in the room, not going to happen unless we a whole lot of extra equipment and we don't have, right? It's not.
Okay, no, thank you.
Sorry, it's not that I don't want to do it. I wish there was a way, but it would require some investment in additional stuff that we would have to do. It's a portable setup. It's permanently wired in here.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bray.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, if the January 13th and the February meetings are in person or are they virtual?
I expect that they would be in person as in the same format as a normal council meeting.
It's our luncheon letter.
Councillor Bray, could you repeat your question? I couldn't hear you. You were all muffled.
Hear me now?
Thanks. A little bit better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I was asking about the 13th and February 10th. Those dates are lunch and learn. Second Tuesday of the month.
Through your worship, I had not contemplated that. So, I mean, as far as I was, you could either change the dates. I was trying to keep the council meetings to a Tuesday to be uniform, I guess. So I guess that'd be a question whether we have priority on the building or whether the lunch and learn.
That's a good one. So why don't we either make it January 12th or 14th? Better Monday or Wednesday?
Wednesday, I would think.
Like if it's a 14th and the 20th. What that do? And I guess
I don't know. Do you think it's do you think it's important that it to be in person meeting?
Council, council can, I try to be here in person. People want to Zoom, as a lot of people do, they can Zoom in, but personally, I think we'll be here.
Thank you for going through the actual budgets, the operating and capital here. Not totally, but anyways, I'm happy with changing the date, the 13th, and we go to the 14th, that's fine, below the week now. For Monday, I'm good either way. Then the February 10th, to begin the 11th or 9th. Oh, no, we have the 11th already, sorry, it's another one. Yeah. About to be the 9th,
For 2 meetings in a row.
Well, that's the 9th and the 11th. Then Mark?
Okay, sorry, these.
Instead of 2.
Oh, okay, so you're talking about a 2-day budget meeting, yeah. Okay. And is the, am I hearing, sorry, I just wanted to mark my copy. Yeah. Mindset. So Tuesday, February 9th, Wednesday, February 10th. Monday. February 9th. February 10th. Did we change January 13th and?
What we're saying is to Wednesday, January 14th. That's the one change. February, Monday, 9th, instead of Tuesday the 10th.
Okay, so we made 3 changes so far.
2 changes. Third change would be in March. We would change it to Wednesday, 4th.
I'm sorry, you changed.
The 3 changes are in January, we'll make it Wednesday, January 14th.
Yeah.
Okay. February, we would make it Monday, February the 9th. In March, we would make it Wednesday, March 4th.
But you're not changing the. Oh, okay. Which is only. You also back. Did you leave the Wednesday, February 10th, the second budget, so they're now 2 days apart instead of?
Yeah. Day apart.
Okay, so the second budget meeting in February, what day is it? Tuesday or Wednesday?
It would be Wednesday, February 11th.
Okay, all right, so you didn't change it.
It'll be the 9th and the 11th that month.
Okay, so that one stays the same, and then you're gonna go Monday, March 2nd. March, right?
Wednesday, March 4th.
Wednesday, March.
for being late in the day. Well, just to another wrinkle in since we changed it, but Tuesday, January 20th is in the middle of Roma. That's my cut.
Yep.
Okay, so when is Roma over?
It's over, it's over, I guess it goes Sunday. Now that what they're doing is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so.
Wednesday, January 21st.
Except that I have to get back from Toronto up to here at the end of the day.
Usually the last day it's over by noon, isn't it? Isn't it over Tuesday? I'm suggesting.
Okay, I didn't check this.
On Sunday.
It's over by noon.
Okay, so Wednesday, you want to move that one to Wednesday?
Wednesday, January 21st.
All right. Just, Right.
We should change the October one because that's my birthday. I don't want to come to a council meeting on my birthday. I say yes, but it is my birthday. And I'll be 75 that day. So Paula, remember the cake for when they get the food?
So one other thing, when is voting day? It's in October. This,
I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to look it up.
you've got a regular council meeting on Tuesday, November 17th. My suggestion is
Voting day, when is voting day in Ontario this?
it's going to be the council on
26th.
November 17th.
26th. 26th.
October, that's what I thought.
What was it?
6th.
Oh, my question is, I guess it makes sense to have a meeting on Tuesday, October 20th. That's the current council, but inaugural meeting of council for the 20th was being would probably be November 17th. Right? And Tuesday, December 15th. Well, is there anything else about this that want to change?
Your email about
Well, is it all right with you if we just put the word, tack the words as amended onto the motion?
Yeah.
That we kind of amended. Can I call the question on this one? Those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Yes. Now I think the next thing that we have to do, Mr. Clerk, is to have a curfew, really thought we were going to avoid. Because I've got another meeting. So we need a motion to extend by, we think, half an hour?
We need more than that, I gotta close, an hour.
All right. Oh, who's gonna move it?
Sorry.
Okay, all those in favor of sending Kirby. Those hands up.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Thank you. Carrying on with the, 122 is one of these memoranda of support. Whereas on September 22nd, 2025, Council of the City of Dryden passed Resolution 14 in the Government of Ontario to the Ministry of Education to incorporate mandatory water safety and strive training in the elementary school curriculum for all Ontario students. Resolved, Council of the Municipality of Whitestone declares their support for the City of Dryden, the Government of Ontario, the Ministry of Education, encourage water safety, strive training into the elementary school curriculum for all Ontario students. This resolution be forwarded to Dr. Ford, Minister of Education, Paul Calandra, one second, we're reading that. So very good. Then are you just thank you. Any discussion on this? Was that a correspondence previously? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Here we are at correspondence. So under correspondence, we have an item A and we have a couple of items B and D. I'm going to ask that F, I, J, and J1 come up. They're all really easy to do this. So we don't want to talk about them, or we don't want to talk about them. So what were the numbers again? F, I, J, J1, I think. Basically, they're about the eligible room, and then we know we're about. I think you have to do the motion or if they will. Yeah, we're going to. Look at the page that they're all here. The page they're all listed on. So whereas the council of the Municipality of Whitestone reviewed correspondence items listed on page 6 of the November 18, 2025 council meeting agenda. Therefore, be it resolved, the council will receive the correspondence items for information of the following expected for purposes. So now move, signify.
I'll second it, Mr.
Oh, okay, we got Councilor. Oh, these ones, they all dealt with the room. I will mention G, I guess. I think that's, if there's nothing else, are there any others?
Mr. Mayor.
So let's go with the, let's go with the, after that, all the
All has to do with the LD Bloom and Whitestone, I think, if they're interested in that. So what we've done is we do have links on our website. And there's information on there and links that people can go to. I would ask that that be more easily, it could be accessed more easily because you have to go down to what's happening and then over about 3 pages, you come upon it. And I just don't think that people will necessarily easily navigate there. So I'd ask that we put that front, if we put it on the front page, over that reading. Secondly, that answers a lot of the questions. Secondly, the history of the environment, we contacted them to come out and delegate to us and maybe answer some questions for the public. The bounce took over to the Ministry of Health, and we haven't been able to get a hold of, or they haven't returned our calls. And Nigel and Wendy have tried and they're just not returning our calls. I found this morning, I was going through all my papers, the name of the original lady that I spoke to. I gave it to Nigel this morning and with her extension. She was very good at answering all my questions. So I hope that he can call her and perhaps in the December meeting, she could come out and spend some time even with this and answering questions. The other thing that we can do beyond, getting the answers for people, and I think that's about all we can do, is obviously deal with shoreline degradation and the environmental issues and septic and things like that. The official plan as we're looking at it, and we will be having another official plan meeting very shortly in the next 3 weeks. So that's the update as far as I can give it. I don't know whether Nigel or anyone else wants to add to that, but that's, I think, where we sit with it. It's serious to people. And we need to be able to answer the questions. So
are you commenting on this one? Okay.
So we had difficulty getting hold of the secretaries and public health. That's good.
Yeah, and I don't think we've, through you, your worship, when you call, you get put through to a switchboard, they take your concerns and they tell you someone's going to call back. So it's not a case of not being able to get a hold of them, it's being able to get a hold of the right person, and we're waiting to do that.
where's the name?
Right here.
Right, the lady I spoke to right off the get-go, was Elena Strike from the health board, I think, from the health facility. It was very helpful for me.
Yeah, health unit.
Okay, and that covers all my items.
There were a few other items of correspondence on this subject that came directly to me. Were not sent to other people, or it appeared that they were sent to other people. And some of them had some specific suggestions, that I thought you should all see. So I did forward them to Wendy. They came in after the correspondence meeting, I suppose. So we'll see them, I guess. And I did respond to them too, basically saying, trying to set up a meeting, and some of the things are things that we're considering in the official plan. Some of the things that deal with this is they talked about septic inspections and different things that have a little bit more correspondence is what I'm trying to tell you. But it didn't make it for this meeting. Oh my goodness. Whatever. So are we done with algebra?
Yeah. How about B? The one you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, G and I suppose B indirectly. And there has been a little bit of progress, and if you're following the news, you know what is happening. There is a parents group that has had several meetings, and they They did, after the report was issued by the, I don't know, investigator, I'll call her, I guess, that the Minister of Education appointed. They tried to organize, well, they did organize a meeting. And all the representatives, the municipalities in Westbury Town were invited, and Councillor Nash did attend, but no, not Councillor Nash, Councillor Woods attended on our behalf. I wasn't able to go. And coming out of that was a decision that the heads of council in Westbury Sound would send a letter to the minister asking to meet with us to deal with some things that were more or less things that were not really covered all that well in the report. So I put on the table. I put on the table this morning a copy of that letter that went. So you can see it, and there has it just went, but last week, but there hasn't been much else to it. It's just an attempt to keep maintain the seriousness of the whole thing, and I had no problem signing it because I know that this council is about these things. I wouldn't be surprised if the minister is getting a little tired of us all and telling what he's doing, but nevertheless, the kind of inequity between Westbury Sound and the Nipissing part of it is a concern for sure, and it has been since the amalgamation of the school boards. So anyway, this will, of course, the school board has to respond. By the way, they had agreed to go to Ferry Sound Council and make a delegation at meeting last week or this week. I think it was Vitamin Monday. But anyway, they canceled it, but they're going to schedule it. So I don't know what's going on there. But they have to respond. They have a deadline, a drop dead date to respond to the minister, after which the minister decides whether he likes the response or doesn't. He can choose further directions. That's all just a way of saying this is an ongoing thing, and I'm tracking it to see what's going on and keep everybody informed. And any other questions or concerns about that?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just real quick.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have given you an opportunity to weigh in.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I did have the opportunity to attend the meeting held over in Nobel. In my opinion, it was a good meeting. And the thing that I got out of it and that I actually really liked the most was all of the representatives around the table of the municipalities were all talking the same language, I'll say. What can we do to correct the error? And can we all work together? And I really liked hearing that part, that, everybody had agreed that we're going to try and approach this together. This is a crappy situation for all of the kids. And at the end of the day, they're the ones that we're trying to look out for no matter what, right? But I thought it was fantastic, all of the representatives and what they had to say at that meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. So anything else on correspondence? No, I'll call the question. All those in favor of receiving this?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, now the next item is councillor items. Do we have any councillor items?
Please bear with me. Because a lot of the latest. So all you have to do Well, it's just jot these things down. I don't think there's a lot of Ontario or I think it's embarrassing that for 5 years we've been talking about fixing handicap buttons. We're hearing at the library, we've been there with a wheelchair and we're by themselves, they can't come out. And I think it's embarrassing. That's the first I'll ask on this year's budget, but we budgeted it before. Don't know why this keeps falling behind me. We're probably not even compliant with the Accessibility Act. Anyway, bothersome to me. Short-term rentals, we need to get onto it. And again, this has been a long time. Hopefully it can be done in December. We can't have 4 or 5 months go between when we discuss it and when it comes back to us. It has to be done. Our landfill sites, we've compacted it. I think they've done a great job. Now you can fall down 10, 12, 15 feet at least. If someone goes over that edge, they're going to be in deep peril. And I know they've got some temporary barriers or whatever up there, but we need to get more permanent guardrails so people are not going to go flying over there and seriously hurt themselves. We did have one person before you were here, Nigel, got knocked into the landfill, but it was only 4 or 5 feet down. So, and that lady did get hurt. Her whole side of her leg was bruised, etc. So you need to look at that very closely. 6 months ago, we asked for an RFP on grant writing because someone came and wanted 10%. We said, no, you have to go for an RFP, request for proposal. Go out there, I haven't seen any, I haven't got any update on it. It needs to get done. Last month, we were going to be told the cost of the sidewalk and what happened, etc. there. We heard it today. We were discussing it. Nothing has gone out from staff back on the true what happened with the sidewalk. The twist is the and between the nurse's station and the twist restaurant, is that been filled in yet? No. Well, that's still on the to-do list. The telephone lines in the office, ridiculous. You have to call back every second time because for the love of God, buy a wire and get it fixed. We're paying Bell money. You can't just say, well, something in the system. You have to get it fixed. You have to buy the damn wire and put it in. Let's put it in. But I've heard, people say, what's wrong with your telephone line? Oh, they've been in the house for 3 years. Let's fix it, please. Also on the to-do list that I had 3 or 4 months ago was a review of the insurance, or Councillor Nash had asked for the insurance to go out for a renewal or rebid or whatever. And that, I haven't seen anything on that. Also asked for a review of the procedural bylaw, not procedural, the procurement bylaw, and I haven't seen anything on that. The food pantry, I guess it's not up. Haven't heard anything on the survey that we've had done. I think food pantry is on our property, but again, we're in limbo on it. I don't see a food pantry up and working yet, so hopefully we can get that done. The audit, I talked to the treasurer yesterday. Apparently the audit, they have the material, supposed to have the audit done in December for last year, so that is on the go. Volunteer Appreciation Night. I heard from 2 groups that they weren't asked this year to give a list of the people who should be invited to the volunteer appreciation. How the office just did it in the past, for instance. Last night, the library and the thrift shop were asked. So, there are people that come out and volunteer, for instance, at the library, weren't on the board. And they wouldn't work at the boat sale and they work at others. And usually even would get a request for who should we invite. That didn't happen this year. So late to go fix that, but I would hope that we could get back to asking the chair who should be in and out in the. Sorry about all those items, but now I've cleared them off my desk. They're clearly on somebody else's desk.
Okay, thank you. I can just let you know that the Cogeco shed is indeed on our property. It has to be hooked back to the electricity again. But we are in the process of getting it cleaned out and getting it ready to go.
We should be communicated that. My point, we fall into this malaise and this, when that, like I brought that up last month at this meeting, saying, I think it's not on our property. Didn't know until you just told me that it wasn't. All was told was, well, we called the surveyor, he wouldn't give us the information, which is loaning from the surveyor. You have to be communicated. And I don't feel like I am, and that's why some of these meetings go on and on and on. Because I'm glad for the right, I'm glad it's not on our property, I'm glad we're going forward with it.
There will be, once it's up and running, there will be a big announcement to the community, but right now, you can't use it because there's still stuff in it and it's dark inside. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might, I have a few comments for today.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The first one is, I think Councillor Lamb I'm trying not to duplicate, but I think Councillor Lamb just spoke to a little bit of it, but it's about the food pantry. And I see us getting into cold weather. And when I stop by the office, I kind of ask, oh, I see some food on the floor there still. And as the rec committee's getting ready with the bunkie or the bunker, is there something that can be done, just something small outside the office, like take a book, give a book or something, just as an idea? So I guess my question is maybe just if staff could reach out to the rec committee on what might we be able to do in the short run for the food pantry program, knowing that there'll be a program implemented in the longer run, but something for the short run. Number two, I provided to the CAO and also the works manager several grant opportunities that had come across. So I just wanted, I guess, the acknowledgement really that staff have those. And I'm hoping they can maybe get back to us as to if there's anything in there that they've been able to apply for, or if there's anything they're going to be able to apply for out of the numerous opportunities that were out there from links that had sent over the last month. I also, as indicated earlier, but I'm just noting it here for the record, that I had provided to the CAO and also to the works manager the background information on the sidewalk and the grant for the sidewalk and everything. So I'm hoping that can also come back to us, or that information can be provided to all of council on the information that's been provided. And then I would ask, as I had mentioned earlier today, if staff can look into our building permit fees and how much we should have collected, and what the fee notes under item 18 of the fees bylaw about the $200 fee per inspection. So I'd ask that as a formal request that it come back with information to us, and I would hope that if we have not charged anybody, and we should have, as I believe is the case, that those invoices go out to everybody that needs to. And then just in final closing, it's my last point, and I think it's important, but I know I spoke to it today, but I've also spoken to it on many occasions throughout my time on council. And it's just in regards to the minutes that we do, that staff prepare for us or that we review and comment on. And I'm just going to read something something from a procedural bylaw, and I'm hoping it can get quoted. 3.9 minutes. It will be the responsibility of the clerk to maintain accurate minutes of the council meeting and to record in these minutes. And then item D, all other proceedings in sequence without note or comment. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So when we end up saying, oh, let's include comments on this item or not on that item, you might have a counselor that says something like I did today, why is it there? Or you might have something that I've spoken to here tonight that my comment isn't included, but somebody else on council's comment is included under counselor comment. So we just need to follow our procedures again. Item D of 3.9 minutes in our procedural bylaw, all other proceedings in sequence without note or comment, period. So that's it. I thank everybody for the long meeting. Hopefully we can find a way that one day our meetings will get quicker. I thought today we would have been done by 1 o'clock or so. So I was 5 hours off, and I appreciate everybody sticking in for the long length of our meetings, as I still believe we do have some members of the public on. So thank you.
Okay, are there any other councilor items?
Mr. Mayor, I just got one remark to make. Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. And it's in regards to the handicap accessible buttons on all of the doors that we have in the municipality, our washrooms, right? This was discussed in great length, multiple occasions, but not with our staff that are here today. That was all done with our former CAO and former manager of public works. And in my opinion, the ball was dropped on their part, not ours, because we had asked multiple times for this to be addressed. And in actual fact, every time we did a renovation, this should have been brought up by the architect or the designer and the project manager, that was our former CAO, and our contractor. And it was missed by all of them. Now, I brought that up specifically during the library one-year review. I would like to see them all done, but you're looking probably $5,000 a door to get them done, which is fine. We have to do them, but the ball was dropped by previous staff.
Okay, well, I guess, thank you for the comment. I think the amount has been raised and what we can do. It seems to me there is something in this year's budget, that's at least some of it.
I think we were also applying for some grants, and Council Wood was right, this is predated you now, but.
Through you, your worship, you are correct, though. There is $10,000 in the budget, and based on this recent conversation, I've instructed Mike to our public works manager, to see if there's anything that we can do with that limited budget this year, as opposed to, and of course, you will have to budget some additional money next year, I'm sure.
The main ones are the ones here, the community hall, right? That should be the first round.
Okay, thank you. Where there's nothing else under. Sorry. Yeah, and I have one too, actually. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna make a comment that, it'd be nice if this door here, when we're having something on, that automatic door thing is turned on. Because this morning I had difficulty getting in, because I could only carry with one hand. Had to put everything down to try and get the door open. If this building is being used, that should be already turned on.
Why wouldn't it be on all the time? Why would someone shut it off?
I don't know, but it is shut off.
When I came in, the comment from my wife, who was talking about all this stuff, that isn't even working. Like
Well, it works, it's just not turned on.
Why would we ever turn it on?
I don't, that's something maybe, yeah, we can look into, but it would be nice if it was on.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to mention to you that there is there are some Christmas activities that you will have seen in various messages that you get on on our e-news and Facebook page about things that are coming up at, it's by the Christmas, the rec committee or the library as part of the Christmas season, but I will mention to you one that isn't listed on there. But now there is the tree lighting of the tree that we planted this time a year ago. Will take place on Sunday evening, the 30th of November, which is the first day of Advent, and it'll be lit then for a while. The occasion dinner is on, and there is going to be a tree lighting from 6 to 8 in the evening, and hot chocolate and things like that, and singing or whatever. So you might want to just put that in.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, how did the tree survive? I meant to have a look at it in the fall, but I only looked at it in the spring. Did it survive okay?
I believe it did. It did get watered. Back when we were having the dry spells, it did get some water, and but it came through the winter not too badly. I don't know. You could take a look at it and see what you think, but it's not damaged in any way that I can see, and it seems to be working all right.
Perfect. Yeah, it might sound silly if it's not brown and it's a year later, it survived. So that's
not
good.
As brown as a lot of the trees that have been planted for 40 years. Because we did have a dry fall, right? And we had that huge jump in the summer. So next item is questions from the public, and I think there is only one member of the public still on the call. Any questions from the public? Not what we are going to do is we're going to move into a closed session. I think that's what we should do. Just hang on here. I'll moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Gray. This meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting it is 6:08 p.m. That is to consider for IC Florida on here. So all those in favor of going.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, and we can now convene to a regular 3:06 p.m. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Matters arising from closed session. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. Mover and seconder. Councilor Gray moves. Seconded by Councilor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the appointment of Tyler Rayanga as a probationary firefighter for responder training, the Whitestone Fire Rescue Department, and that upon successful completion of all mandatory training in a one-year probationary period, Tyler Rayanga would be appointed as a regular firefighter first responder to the Whitestone Fire Rescue Department. Moved by Councilor Gray, seconded by Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. Confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder. Well, you know what? We should have had the recording back on again.
It's on.
Okay, sorry. Yes, realize. Okay, confirmatory bylaw. Ended by. Councilor Gray. You. All those in favor?
Councilor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Finally, adjournment. Now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 6:38 p.m. Until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, December 16, 2025 at 10 a.m. or close there. Goodbye.
Move.
Okay, Councilor Woods and seconded by Councilor Lamb. All those in favor of adjourning?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councilor Woods, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening.
My wife's out in the car. I better
Good night,
get out.
everyone.
Night, everyone.